And good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'd like to welcome you to our Top Step TV. If you're new here, well, you know what? Congratulations. You're at a cool place and you're going to have a good time today. This is opening call. He's Ying and I'm Yang. So glad you made it. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we've saved you a front row seat. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout this week, the remaining of this year, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader. And yes, even that voice in your head that says a little more persistence, a little more effort, and what seems hopeless failure may turn into glorious success. That was beautiful. I like that one. Write it down. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date trading know-how. Game plan ready? I hope so. You got your checklist ready to go? I hope so. And I'd like to say good morning to Robert. Robert, hello, Professor. No, hello, Ying.
Yeah, hello there, Yang. I think I like the Ying better than the Yang, to be honest. I don't know where that goes. It's funny because I do have it tattooed on my shoulder right here, the Yin and Yang. So that's
I remember
good call
that.
this morning. Yeah,
I put the Ying and the Yang in there. So,
yeah.
but today is a big day. We got lots of numbers coming out. Numbers did come out. We see some market movement here and hopefully some opportunity. But let's get ready and we'll get the news here and we'll fire this machine up. U.S. stocks traded a mixed fashion today with some of the moves limited. And we did see some of the numbers coming out earlier. Earlier today, we did have the Dow was 0.1% lower. S&P gained 0.2%. And the NASDAQ up 0.3. So we did see that the main indices here, positive session yesterday with the blue chip Dow up 0.3%, S&P rising 0.1, and the NASDAQ 0.2. Now, dollar hits a fresh low, and how low can you go? I'm not sure, but we're going to be watching that today. The U.S. dollar retreated to a 5-month low today, on course for an annual loss under 3%, snapping 2 straight years of strong gains. See if we can bring that back to, I doubt it though, man. 3%, that's a lot. So we'll keep an eye on that. Dollar index, which tracks the greenback against a basket of 6 other currencies, traded 0.3% lower and down at levels last seen since July. So we'll keep an eye on that. The prime driver, the recent dollar the move was unexpected dovish stance by the Fed. So opening the door to rate cuts for this next year. That's other central banks also, including the ECB, the European Central Bank, and the BOE, the Bank of England, has also ended their series of rate hikes. So market pricing, 88% chance of the Fed will cut in March 2024. So write that down on your calendar. Keeping an eye here open on March. Good news for Apple. Apple can sell their watches. Yes. They received a boost yesterday. The U.S. Appeals Court paused the government commission import ban on the sales of its smartwatches following a patent dispute over its medical monitoring technology. So get in line, go get your smartwatch from Apple. What do you got for us, Robert?
Well, with the economic numbers coming out here, we have the EIA natural gas report at 9:30, and then we have the EIA petroleum status report at 10 o'clock. 9:30 is a pretty heavy hitter, and so is the 10 o'clock one. That's generally a pretty heavy hitter as well. And we have one later on the Fed balance sheet coming out at 3:30. Not going to be too much. Hopefully everybody is done trading by then. But with those two oil reports coming out, the gas and petroleum reports coming out, we've seen oil already starting to make moves this morning. It had already dropped off a bit, and I noticed in the chat that some traders were already done. They said, "Wow, I caught that move this morning, and I'm done for the day." So good for you. Now you get to sit back and listen to us jabber for the next 6-7 hours.
Jabber.
So
we're gonna jabber.
Yeah, exactly. We had some more all-time highs overnight, and if we can bring up the charts, we can go through each of them individually.
We will do that, but first, I've got some more news. I've got some more news there, Mr. Ying.
Mr. Yang.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
You mentioned oil prices. Yes, oil prices. Crude traded 1.1% lower, Brent 0.9%. Now, prices nearly dropped 2% yesterday, as the major shipping firms began returning to the Black Sea. Yes, they were well armed and ready for defense. But away from the Middle East, American Petroleum Institute yesterday showed that crude stocks rose 1.84 million barrels in the week of December 22nd. You know, a lot of us don't like losing records, and you know, we talk about the streaks of winning traders and so forth, but you know, losing streaks can be very stressful. And I'm going to put some. I'm going to have a pity party for the Detroit Pistons, who this week have lost 27 straight losses, the most ever in a single season. I have a pity party for them. There will be an open buffet and a cash bar. So, hey, Powerball's up to 760 million, Robert. Did you get your ticket?
Because I did not get my ticket. You know, I wait until it's up to 800 million before I buy one.
Shut up.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. $750 million is enough for me. That's a nice little win off of $1. So I may have to grab one of those.
Powerball. Okay, well, if you're in one of those states that do sell Powerball, just go get one ticket. Okay, just one, and everybody get a ticket and dream. Have a nice dream here for a while until you check your numbers and they're nowhere near the winning numbers. But anyway, as you wanted to so quickly, you want to get to these charts, don't you?
Well, that was my bad. I didn't realize that was a little thing on the side. I didn't see, so my apologies for cutting that off too soon.
No, go. Let's do it. Let's hit the S&Ps.
Right.
We're going to hit the S&Ps and see what you got for us today.
We got a lot of talk on oil because I get something of the oil. On gold, because I have something else that I want to show you on gold, and a little bit of discussion on oil as well. So when we get those pulled up, and by the way, tomorrow, speaking of oil, we do have the Baker Hughes rig count coming out. And Eddie, to go with your yin yang, I got to tell you, I'm happy, sad today, plus, minus, black, white, whatever you want to call it. 2 days left of trading this year, today and tomorrow.
I know this year, I tell you, it's moving.
Boy, I think
moving.
Us traders are the only ones that don't like weekends, I think.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to say,
I don't understand what's going on here.
But I'm sure we'll figure it out. So what do we got?
Absolutely. What do we got? Let's pull up the charts here. We have them up on the daily chart. We're looking at the ES daily. We always like to start on the higher time frame. Yesterday, during opening call, I spoke about how the volume was dropping down. We had days of dropping. Well, yesterday it picked up some, and it not only picked up some yesterday, we made a new all-time high yesterday. When I zoom in a little bit, we'll get directly to those, but the volume did start to pick up. I'm really curious as to see if we're going to make more volume today, if we're going to continue to go up and push out this year and just, what did they, it was dovish, wasn't it? This is more like eagle-ish. This thing is flying and taking off. So there's your daily. Still on the very, very, very long uptrend all the way back from October 30th. Don't know how long this is going to last. 30-minute chart, breaking it down a little bit. We do see a little more volume coming in already. It's probably from those economic numbers that were coming out. This is right here. Our all-time high yesterday was at, or previous day, excuse me, was at 48.35. We broke it last night. Last night it went to 48.41.5. What does that mean? Well, Hoag always says that when you have an overnight high, in this case all-time high, market doesn't like to keep those overnight highs hanging out there. So I'm not sure. We're still on the drop down here. I'm not sure how the rest of these numbers coming out are going to affect that. But let's keep a close eye on it, see if we actually keep going up. We blew out the weekly kickoff high from 2 days ago. That was just nothing in the mix there. We do have a naked point of control sitting down here just under the weekly kickoff high, and it's somewhere, if I mouse over, somewhere around 48.22-ish, right around that area. So that's something to look at. All of our moving averages are up on a nice upswing. Keep an eye on it. Volume coming in, dropping off. We broke down so far. I have, for those who don't know, this little blue line right here, dashed line on the left-hand side. That is the market open last night. So 5 p.m. Central Time last night was the futures market open. We dipped down just a little bit, and it looks like we are really falling off at this point. Let's see what the open has for us when that comes around. Moving along, NQ, my favorite, everybody else's favorite in Topstep, most traded product across the board. Same thing here. We had volume. This is the daily chart for NASDAQ. Up here in the top right, we have that ever-present watermark, but we had those days dropping off, and then yesterday we increased on volume as well, 25% increase in volume on the daily yesterday. Looks like buyers are coming back in and want to finish out the year strong. Just like ES, we know they're two equities indices, so they tend to follow each other pretty close to each other. Let's see what we have. We broke all-time highs yesterday down to a 30-minute chart for a closer view. Let's see if it opens. Let's see if it drops down today and opens within yesterday's balance, because right now it is still above yesterday's balance. And I want to make sure for clarity that I use my opening balance here. The volume profile value area is 80%. I know others are doing 70, 75%. So I just want to make sure that we get those numbers clear. All-time high that was on there yesterday was broke right at the end of the day. Pulled back a little bit like the ES and kept going on at night. And it looks like we just had another little spike up that I'll adjust this onto here to give our new all-time high. We pushed it right up there, right around the 730 mark with those numbers, just enough to peak it out. And let's see what happens during the open US market if we continue to push and make new highs. As it's previously stated, when there's an overnight high, especially an all-time high on the overnight session, market doesn't like to keep things out there, likes to take those right out of the picture. This big dump off right here so far, it looks like it's about, I say big dump off, it's only about 20, 25 points. That is nothing for the for the NQ, but we do have to keep an eye on it. Another instrument that we completely blew the weekly kickoff high out of the water. It is way down here, 17,050. We're 150 points above, 115 points above that. So something to keep an eye on. It looks like we may drop into this value area. We will see where the opening range is. Keep a tight, close eye on that opening range. If it's really big, really wide, be careful. If we open and it becomes the high of day, we may be looking for a down day. If it opens up and stays above the high, which would make the opening range the low of the day, we tend to look for moves going to the upside. The open interest on those, ES had 16,000 open interests, and I made a note here to talk about that because we're increasing. The open interest from the overnight has been increasing in the markets on all of them. So in the ES, we had minus 9,400. Yesterday was 14,000 positive, and today it's 16,000 positive. That's the ES. For the NQ, we only had on the 26th, 339. The 27th was 3,700. And last night was 6,900. So we have more activity going on with this push toward the end of the year. That's something to keep an eye on. I don't know where it's going to go. Anything can happen, as we always say. Jumping into gold. Here's your gold daily. This was the all-time high of gold way the heck up here. I believe it was way, yes, it was way the heck up here. Should have had that on my chart. I don't think we're going to reach that, but that's just me. We tapped into the weekly kickoff high, which was a really, really good call. That the one that was on oil was actually more accurate. We had this gap right here, this big push and a big wick down. If we get below these areas, I would see it dropping off. But with the way the dollar index is moving these days, I don't quite see it. The volume on gold did the same thing. We had a push up yesterday. This is the daily gold futures. It was dropping. And a couple days ago, we had a little spike up, still dropping, and it pushed up again. We are already, if we can see the volume down the bottom here, we are already at the same volume of 2 days ago. So there's a lot of movement in the markets these days, definitely some opportunities going on. Moving down to the 30-minute chart, you can see our moving averages there. There seems that these last few days, last few weeks have been ever presently pushing up with a couple of drops down. And for clarification, we have our 50 blue, 100 simple moving average of white, 200 simple moving average of red. Looks like we had this nice volume profile from yesterday. We started out heavy on the bottom, just kind of picking up from what was left on overnight. Then during the day, it just shot up, and we made a nice wide profile and hung around at the end of the day like this when everything else continued to push up. We have new highs again on the overnight, so we'll see if we can actually push those up as well and take out those new highs. As it stands right now on this open, there's not too much to talk about. Zoom in a little bit more. It's pretty level. It's pretty flat. We can see this whole area here from from the overnight, other than that little push up. We have this whole area just kind of sticking around. This is just some more volume coming in after the market opened, a little bit of movement that we tend to see, but I don't see a heck of a lot. MAs are coming together, hovering around the opening range. Remember, it did that yesterday forever. Most of the day, all the markets just stuck around that opening range, which we are qualifying as the 1 minute, the high and the low of the 1 minute candle for those new to the program. I'm not sure what's going to happen on gold either. If I were to do anything, I would sit and wait till the other markets open, see if that makes any difference. We have a little bit of push up here. Don't know if it's going to bounce off or go down, but I suppose we'll see as it comes. Oh, one more thing I want to talk about on gold. I have my note here. I'm going to go back to the daily chart for a minute. And we do have a second here. So here's gold. And this came up yesterday in one of the coaching sessions, that do we look for other instruments for some confluence and some market movement going on? Relations going on. Gold, silver, they're two metals. So what I did was this morning I took silver. I'm going to click this on the screen. I made a line out of it. So that's the silver movement. And this is on close price. This is a daily chart. Look at the correlation between gold and silver. I'm just going to bring this out just a little bit here so we can, right there. And I won't put my mouse on it for a moment. Just step back and take an overall visual and see how gold and silver react to each other. Is there a leader and a lagger in this series? Are they on point? Which one moves sooner, right? Can we choose one to look at the other? I don't know about that between gold and silver. You may be able to do that with other things, with the dollar index in gold and the way oil runs against natural gas. Don't know that much about those, but this is gold and silver that we'll focus on. To me, it looks like silver is slightly ahead of gold. Not always, not 100% of the time, but a lot of the times, slightly ahead of the movements. If we see it's dropping down, I'm eyeballing an area here. Silver started to crank up again, and then gold caught up. Silver started to drop a little bit. Gold caught up to it. It just seems a little bit to me, Eddie, you're a gold trader. Is this something that you do? Do you use silver against gold, or at least watch it? And what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I got a lucky coin I flip, heads or tails. No, actually, we'd watch the dollar, but I mean, if this is something that you picked up, it's sort of like the leader lagger with the S&P, the Dow, the NASDAQ. Who's leading the pack? Russell sometimes is in there, and S&P is like the little sister. Can I go with? Let me go. And it tends to at times follow. So if you're trading NASDAQ, or if you're trading S&P, I should say, keep an eye on NASDAQ and see what NASDAQ is doing. That's usually, and not always, so don't, no guarantees on that, but test it and just watch it and see what we're talking about. But I'm going to be watching silver there, Lone Ranger. I appreciate that.
Certainly. If those that are using TradingView, to get to that, there's a little your symbols at the top. If you click the plus sign, I'll mouse over it actually. If I click the plus sign with symbol, you can see it comes up with compare or add symbol. So if I click on it, I typed in silver right here, and then if I mouse over, you can give it a new price scale. So if I wanted to put like natural gas on there, for example, I would click new price scale, and it moved the price scale on the left hand side, so I can adjust it. See, this is controlling the silver price like this, and then you can grab onto it and move it up and down to get it out of the way as an overlay. So that's something I wanted to share. Just we had a minute this morning to take care of that. I'll now take it off the screen and get back to our regularly scheduled program. Oil, finally, oil. Here's our daily. I drew these on the chart as a channel yesterday. We looked for 3 points of contact. We have one up here, we had two up here, we had three up here. On the downside, we had one. Let's call that one. We have one right down here. We are still stuck in this channel. I don't know if it's a Daniel. I don't know the methods behind that, but it is a channel. Well, I have to wait and see what happens with oil. Maybe Deanna can shed some light on this, but there were some traders that took some piece of the pie on the way.
Early, yeah.
Early on. We do have some naked point of control, several of them on the high side. I hope it doesn't continue to go up, because nobody likes to have these oil prices, and hopefully it'll just keep following throughout the year and just drop, and we can all save our money on our gasoline vehicles, I suppose, or buy a Tesla. I suppose that's the way it goes. I want to zoom in on this a little bit. It gets a little more choppy. We have our open here. It's a nice, just a really wide volume profile right now. It did drop below the opening range, kind of hover down there. So I think what the traders took this morning was they did this play and they dropped it down. I don't know. I don't want to speak for them, but at the time of the market saying, "Yep, I caught that drop," I'm going to guess and assume and speculate that that is what they're looking for. All the MAs are down. We are right between our weekly kickoff low, weekly kickoff high. But yesterday, right at the top, Hoag called this perfectly. Excuse me, the day before called it perfectly. We put it in there on Sunday night, Monday night this week. And as soon as the market opened on Tuesday, just picked it right up, tapped it, and was a rejection off of it. The final thing, we got one more minute here. The final thing on oil, we were talking about all of the other instruments looking at all-time highs. So I'm going to pick up crude oil. I'm going to use the continuous contract on a daily chart because I did mark the all-time high on oil. And our all-time high on oil was way back here. It's right around, zoom in on this. There's our all-time high on oil. We don't like seeing an all-time high in oil. We don't like the prices. But July 11th,
what's the level?
The level is 147.27. Okay, that is our all-time high way back there. I don't think we'll see it anytime soon. And I think everybody here knows what our all-time low was. And if you remember that during the COVID times, it's this real funny, interesting one right here. There's our all-time low. That was the negative number. It was minus around $40 per barrel. So if you're holding on to some oil futures there, you could expect a barrel of oil delivered to your house by OPEC, right? No, I'm just kidding. They won't do that. I don't think anybody took delivery on it. That was a messy day. I just wanted to really highlight those. See how, as a relation to, look at the ES and the NQ making all-time highs. It did it a year ago, 2 years ago. It just keeps on going. And then you have oil. It was back in 2008. So just playing these markets different from what they different in and of each other. So if you're going to trade one, kind of hard to look at another. But yet I've highlighted how gold and silver kind of run together. This, my friends, is one of the reasons I absolutely love trading. We absolutely love you being here with these last couple of days. I know I'm talking too much right now. Eddie, we are going to go back to you, my friend.
Back to you and back to the studio. As Alaska Jiu-Jitsu says, good morning, trading buddies. Yes, we are all trading buddies. Good to see that. Morning, everybody. Just jumping in here now. We got a really cool day today. Really cool day. I want to just go over what we've got on the menu coming up here for Fast Markets. We got the boss man MP Michael Patak's going to be with us, and Tim Parrott, a U.S. Navy veteran, and request get Tim back. So we've got him back. He's going to be trading Fast Markets with us. Also, the master of the mustache, Mick, will be here for Shoulder Tap. Power players, we're going to have Martin and Andrew and myself. We'll see if we get some trades in. Top quiz, ladies and gentlemen, James is back. James is back from Virginia. And very nice to have James back. He's going to be with Vanessa for the top quiz. And that's going to be at 11:45. So if anybody in chat sort of chimes in, when is top quiz? Just tell them 11:45 Central, and we'll move on from there. But back to the futures. We got a special one today. Do not miss Back to the Futures today, because it's like Coach-a-palooza. We got Coach Ray. We got Coach Dakota. We got Coach Jay. Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, Coach Ray, and I'll be there. So to keep peace, you never know, you might have to separate them, but no, they work together very well. That's going to be Back to the Futures and Power Hour. We've got Robert. Yes, you, Robert, the yin of my yang. The professor will be with us, Joey Morgan, and we're going to have JD on as the voice of God. And I think that's about it. We've got numbers. Just a reminder here, in about 41 minutes, we're going to have our pending home sales November prior negative 1.5. They're looking at a positive 1.0. We'll find out. Also pending home sales, as Robert mentioned, we do have nat gas at 9:30. the Widowmaker, and the 10 o'clock crude oil inventories. So you crudies, I will be on that number for you, my friends. We do have a lot of minor numbers at 10 o'clock, but we'll keep the peace on that also. And scrolling down, I think that might be at 12 o'clock, 7-year note auction, and the Fed balance sheet later this evening. And that's going to be it. So if you need to refill your bourbon on the rocks, if you need to refill your chocolate milk, hot cocoa, coffee, tea, whatever you got, do it now, because we're going to take a short break and we will be back with Fast Markets. All right, we're back. Get your ponies in the gates. And I'd like to welcome our good friend, Tim Parrott. How are you, my friend? Oh, we got...
I'm doing well. I appreciate you guys for having me back on, and I'm excited to be here.
It's, you know what? I tell you, it was a request. It was a request to get you back on here. And hey, we're open. And Tim, tell us about yourself a little bio here before we start the fight.
So I'm a Chicago area native. I came up, I was a student athlete, played basketball for, it's weird, I kind of like break my life up into like decades. So first 10 years I played basketball from like 14 to like 24. Did so well playing basketball as a student athlete that I ended up joining the military. I think that was the single best decision I've made in my life, to kind of give myself the structure and the discipline that I think like young men need, or people in general. So I've been in the military for the last 10 years. Pretty much finished with that time period. Like the next 10 years moving forward, I'm going to be a futures trader and a trader and investor.
Awesome. And what are you trading today?
So I actually just started. I had typically traded ES, but I had been dabbling with some crude oil. So I enjoyed that I actually just started a crude oil combine. So yeah, I got a 50K crude oil combine that I started like the day after Christmas. So I'm doing that. I'm gonna be working on that here today.
All right, cool. So you're trying something new.
Yep.
See, that's what we got to do. We got to see. Here's a military man that likes challenges, and I'm very happy for that. And thank you very much for serving. It's U.S. Navy, like that. So, but we'll see what happens here. Right now, we've got. Do we got any charts up? Let's get some charts up here. I think we're going to start with yours, Tim. Folks, in about a half an hour here, we do have pending home sales. I will remind you on that. Also, a natty gas within the hour. All right.
All right. So yeah, let's see.
So we got the charts up here. Let's put those up.
Let's see.
Not getting anything. Okay, give me a link and I'll pull mine up. Just a little pre-reference of my day. I did the 420. Make 420, lose 420. First trade of the day, I was down 420. Okay, that's going to be mine. Was thinking that the gold was going to go a little higher, but took a loss, took some heat right away, and caught the bounce back, and now I'm up 279. So wiping the sweat off my brow and sitting on one hand. I'm only sitting on one hand. Okay. All right. I should have my charts up here. I'm going to go to that.
Let's see chart.
Okay. Well, taking a look at gold here. Gold right now, looking on the bear, 2083. Looking at NASDAQ here right now also. NASDAQ going to be pushing some more lows. Big heavy. Let's see if we can catch this 17,133. Moving very quickly. 136 right now. So I'll tell you, that 15-minute candlestick started at 17,159. And took some sellers, a nice boatload of sellers all the way down here. And I think we're going to hit this low here, and we're going to tag it. Tagging the low right now in the NASDAQ.
James.
All right. We got Mike with it.
I'm good.
Michael, here he is.
Well,
yeah, you should. I got you short. I got you short 100 contracts.
Okay, you got me short. Yeah. We don't need to stop on this one today. It's the end of the week. We'll just ride this one out all the whole week. What's up, Tim? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going. Welcome to Fast Markets. I'm slow to join, but looks like the
better late than ever. There you go.
Thank you, Eddie. Eddie, I told you yesterday you come with positivity all the time. This is another glowing example of it.
Am I glowing? I must be pregnant. Right? Did I say that?
Yeah, my wife, when she was pregnant, they do glow. Women.
They say, oh, you're glowing. You're pregnant.
Very, yes.
Yeah, big move here in your NASDAQ, brother.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier, man, I took some heat. heat and gold, but little recovery. So I'm only sitting on one hand right now.
Yeah.
Take a look at NASDAQ. Take a look at our SPOOs, S&Ps right now. Hey, check this out. We've got buyers in the SPOOs and sellers in the NASDAQ. What's going on? Top it out here. S&P is 48.37. Just traded that, pulling back to 48.35. And, dude, where's the crude? Well, I'll tell you. 73.18. Yeah, Tim is with us. Tim, he was with us. If we can have him just re-enter.
What happened? Is system go down? So I've got my screen sharing. We're the markets are open. The till is a little heavy right out of the gate. Markets did sell off right out of the gate. Not terribly too much happening right now. Very, very quiet markets. It is the
we had some numbers earlier. We had our jobless claims coming out at 218. They were looking at 210 prior, 206. We also did have continuing job claims, 1,875. So
by the dip, don't trip. By the dip, don't trip, Eddie. Where's trading the markets at? He also says the same thing.
Okay.
Jim, I'm not of that camp.
Talking mushrooms here, tripping.
Yeah, that's what we're talking. We're talking by the dip, don't trip mushrooms. They're the new ones out there.
You know, my sister's like really into this like mushroom tea. Come on, you gotta try it. You gotta try it. And me and Michelle went over to the house, and she's a great cook. She made some homemade pizzas that were just out of this world. And here, try this. And I swear to God, we drove home and we got easy route. We got lost twice.
Of course you did, Alice in Wonderland type shit.
Yeah, we followed the rabbit down the rabbit hole. Yeah.
Trading the markets is here. Buy the dip, Eddie. You cannot lose. LOL. Guys, remember, it's LOL. This isn't like, no, we are not staying by the dip. You cannot lose. So we're gonna make this joke. I think it's trading markets is trading markets joke.
Yes.
That I think is very funny because it's so for sure. It's nothing's for sure in the markets. So that's the joke, Eddie. So the shroom trip adventure was fun.
So, hey, we've got 2 more days of trading here for 2023.
No. Well, counting today and tomorrow.
Yeah, today and tomorrow.
Yeah. I guess this is considered a trading day. You're right.
Do you have a New Year's resolution?
I don't right now. I don't do New Year's resolutions. I have trading cards, like a stack of trading cards that I've always put my goals. I don't treat the new year as my change of time. I treat my birthday as that. It's kind of a little selfish thing, I guess I like to put. On my birthday, I do goals, and then I try to achieve those goals each year. So
there you go. It's sort of like a resolution.
Goals.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
I think we got Tim back.
Is Tim back?
Hey, Tim, are you with us? Let's get Tim back in here. 10 years in the military, Michael. 10 years, man.
Yeah, I'm going to want to hear a little bit about this. So, Tim, really quickly, what are you trading right now so we can talk to markets, and then when the markets kind of slow down just a hair, which they're already trying to do. What are you trading right now? What are you looking at?
So this morning, I'm starting off with some crude oil. Like I was telling Eddie that I've been dabbling with some crude oil in my XFA. But I was enjoying it. Like I like the product that I started a 50K combine. So yeah, I'm starting up my 50K combine. I'm just going to trade crude oil exclusively in that, and then look to get that knocked out here like in the next week or so.
Okay. What? When did you get funded? I don't have your stats. For me. I'm going to get it up here though.
I got funded in October.
How's it been going? I'm getting your stuff up right now, so you can't lie to me. No, I'm joking. No, we can pull it up right now. I haven't got that screen up, but give everybody a quick rundown on since you got funded and where your head's at and where your account's at and how things are going.
Yeah, no, but I would even say I had to have a pretty decent mindset shift when I got into my XFA. I realized that I had some habits that were I call them combine habits that I couldn't really bring over to my XFA. And I think probably like the biggest lesson that I learned when I shifted over to my XFA was like I had to shift my focus to like managing my risk better. When I was in the combine, I was only focused on hitting my profit target, making money so I can like get to the XFA. But once I switched to once I actually got to my funded account, I realized that I just needed to shift my focus a little bit, adjust my position sizing, especially like once I got into some drawdown in my XFA. And just putting on appropriate position size, and then kind of like pacing myself. I think in the combine, I was focused on like hurrying up and getting out of it. But in my XFA, I kind of had to tell myself like, look, dude, you're in this for the long run. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. I'm not looking to be a funded trader for like a couple months. I'm looking to be a funded trader for a couple decades, you know?
Yep. I always like to say, get funded, stay funded, take payouts. I mean, it's like people want to like hurry up and get funded, but like take your time. The whole thing, if you build that foundation in the trading combine and get yourself in a really good spot mentally, trading plan, and all that kind of good stuff, that routine and all that kind of stuff, and then that sets you up. These flash panners that go, I call it flash pan success, that as fast as they possibly can get there, as fast as they possibly can make money. And 90% of the time, these guys don't even take money out of the markets because they're just like, hey, I'm at 10 grand, I'm at 20 grand, I'm at 30 grand. Like take a payout, and they don't take a payout and they blow it all. But I like your attitude towards your journey. So you've been on a funded account since October.
Yep.
That's awesome, dude. That's very, very awesome. And you're a military guy, so you understand the importance and the importance of discipline to the foundation of being a great soldier, trader, blah blah blah. Right?
Yep. For the record, I'm a sailor, so no offense to the soldiers out there. But,
there we go. I need the autocorrect. I love it. My brother was in the Army. Danny Hodgman. I don't know if you've had the pleasure to meet. He's a Marine.
He's a Marine.
Yeah. So we always get in these type of things. Haven't you talked to him before? I thought some. I think no. We told
just being around Topstep. I've seen him on a couple of different programs that you guys have put out.
Okay, cool. Well, cool. So now, what are you looking at right now? Have you traded today yet?
Yep. So I was waiting for the opening range to establish some crude oil. I'm an opening range guy. So probably looking for find a good spot to maybe look for a long here on crude, maybe. But to be honest with you, I'm really just being patient at this point. On a daily, it looks.
Yeah, Tim, hold on one second. Go over. Yeah, we got the Topstep X up on our screen, guys. We got some folks talking about, hey, it's lagging. No,
a little bit.
It's what's that?
Yeah, on X,
yes,
there is no lag. Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to explain to. So we use there's two things here. Trading View charts. They update once every second, is what they're saying. So you're going to see that the dome is going to update a little bit sooner. So there's no lag. The charting itself, the dome is where the actual true real time prices are. But I mean, 1 second is a Trading View. From what I'm understanding, that Trading View only updates once every second. So you guys, if you have any questions on Topstep X, please direct those to your direct contact there. I do know you can pop up the chat and start talking to somebody there. But that's kind of the 401 skinny on the X. X is freezing for me. Bob L, we have X up right now. Eddie, what markets are that?
I've got gold here right now. Looking at gold.
Turn it to NQ.
Here's another thing. I'll turn it to NQ.
Yeah.
Here's another thing. If you are on Topstep X, just restart it. Okay. I mean, if that's the case, give that a shot, because sometimes that does work very nicely. And boy, I tell you, this NASDAQ, it's heavy.
I know. Right out of the gate, it was long and tilt. Now it's 50-50. All right, Cortland is in here. Okay, cool. All right, Tim,
Cortland
give us
is our monitor. He's monitoring our YouTube.
That's what I was just looking at. All right, Tim, back to you on your trading.
Oh yeah, but I did. I came up in the combine right when I kind of found out about futures trading. I've been with Topstep the entire time. Just since I'm on here, I really appreciate the opportunity that you give guys like me that don't really come up knowing a lot of people in the financial market. So you just kind of give anybody who's good enough to trade a chance to make a living off of it. So I think it's an amazing opportunity, and I'm glad I found out about it. And yeah, looking to make the most of it. So yeah, thank you to Topstep, and I'm sure plenty of people in the chat feel the same way. I think it's an amazing opportunity that you guys provide.
Well, thanks. It takes guys like you to work with guys like us to make this trading thing happen in a safe, yet always moving forward type of way, both to opportunity and to better trading. To better trader, better trading plan, all that kind of good stuff. So, all right. So we're down here. Did you guys check out at the very top of your chart or of your chat? There is levels. So the levels are here for us to share with you. So if you are one of those people that is new, or if you're one of these people like me that likes to get our levels from Topstep because you trade off levels, then click on the link at the very top and you'll see the landing page. But where are we at right now? We're at the 125s, which isn't even much, just close settlements.
Hey, just to verify regarding TradingView and X, TradingView updates every second. Topstep X updates every 50 milliseconds. So we're much, much quicker. So you can't compare it. So just to let you know, just to get that straight.
Yes.
And you got the buyers back on your NASDAQ here. You got a position on, Michael? Nothing yet, huh?
I do not have anything yet. And when you guys are looking at Eddie's screen right here, Eddie, is this the NASDAQ?
This is your NASDAQ.
Yeah. So what Eddie's looking at the far right is the dome. I call it the ladder, but we'll call it the dome. The dome.
Oh, yeah.
And that's where it really is where I would recommend anybody to always look at, because that's the real, the 50 milliseconds updating happening. And then on our charts, or trading from the charts, looking at the chart pricing, it's always going to be just a tad behind on that one because it's TradingView, and it doesn't update as quickly. But that's like to the naked eye, I guess, type of deal. It's a little tough, but yeah. So how Eddie's screen set up right now, the ladder to the right, the dome to the right there.
Depth of market.
Yes.
You know, Michael, I tell you, on the trading floor, they never. We were talking about this on Power Player. You didn't know what the volume was above the level that was trading. You didn't know what above and below that was. And with electronic trading, gosh, you can see what people want to do. 10 levels away, 10 prices away, 20 prices away. For example, we're trading 23.50 right now. You couldn't find out what 24 was. Any size of 24, you couldn't do that on the floor. And that's why I like it so much. It's like I was calling it a cheat.
Yes, no, I'm super excited to use it. And Topstep X is going to be allow me to trade live, so I'll still be able to use my T4. I have a Cunningham trading on my screen. We'll flip to my screen real quick, guys. My account. So I'll be able to trade from my account via the Topstep X.
Yeah.
All right, so we're back to settlement on NASDAQ, and we're at settlement with the S&P. I got 50-50 in the tilt area. The only levels I got around here, Eddie, do you have levels in the S&P or I got the NASDAQ?
I get those S&P levels here. Looking at here, I'm gonna jump to the S&Ps here. We'll get that going here. Right now, S&P is still looking healthy with the buyers here. We're looking at a 48.34 and 48.34. Last week's high was 30.75. 34 right now was yesterday's high. 48.34. So we're right on that right now. But if you look at the overnight, and the market was much higher here. We topped out 48.41, and then the sellers took a bite out of the market, sort of took control here. And I think we're starting to see the buyers trying to get back, trying to recover.
So yesterday we did this, sideways action all day. Exactly what Deanna's talked about. Those who tuned in yesterday, is a great one. Deanna's awesome. We have Tim with us today. I don't know where Tim is at. I think if he's here, awesome.
Yeah, I'm here.
There he is. All right, cool. And then, so we had her on yesterday. She was talking about a sideways market. It pretty much ended that way. I mean, yesterday was, I don't know, Eddie, how do you explain yesterday? A grind of sideways action.
I tell you, I mean, we had some opportunity.
We did.
But it was, if you sort of closed your eyes, you missed it.
Yeah.
I tell you, this week has been very opportunistic as far as, I mean, usually we're seeing a lot of slippage, and I think that's what we did. Lower volume, markets sort of winding up a little bit more than they usually are, and giving us these larger candlesticks and so forth. But I don't know. This week has been, I think it's been a good week to trade, honestly.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, for you in gold, yes, right? I haven't on the NASDAQ side of things, speaking only through my lens of the NASDAQ and how I've traded this week, I would say it would have been a much better week if I would have slept in and started skiing and clean the house and all that kind of stuff for me personally. But for you, Eddie, you've been trading well this week. I've watched a lot of the setups that you're talking about, seeing what you've got in the market with. You got to be past that 50K, right?
Well, here's the thing. I 2 days, was it yesterday? Yes, the day before. I think I passed the 50K. So I reset it again, and now I'm about. Let's see. Right now, my balance is 52,139.
Dude, Eddie. So in the last 3 weeks, I think I'm right. In the last 3 weeks, you've passed the 50K. And what I like about this is you're showing people that the 50K is completely attainable, even as you're multitasking. So, you passed it probably 3 times. Is my rough
twice? Only twice.
Okay, twice.
Passed it twice. Okay, we passed it twice, and I mean, the thing is, somebody comes in here and they see the 150K and like, ooh, wow, big account. If you can't trade small, you can't trade big. And trying to, for those that are spinning their wheels, and man, I've been in the combine for this long, and you dial it down, okay? Psychologically, making 3,000 versus 9,000, and obviously you got more contracts on the bigger account. I mean, to me, is much more of an attainable goal, for that. So I mean, think about it. If you're one that's just spinning your wheels and, man, I haven't been funded, I'm in the combine for this amount of time, dial it down, gear down, okay, and give the 50K a try. So go ahead.
I was talking to a buddy of mine about that same thing. Eddie was like, even for me, like transitioning to like being full time with trading, if I'm trading ES, $50 a point, if I trade 2 contracts, right, or even call it 5 contracts, and I get like $2 a point, or excuse me, like average $2 over the course of like 20 trading days, that's 10 grand a month. Like, you got a 90-10 profit split. Of course, you might want to take some out for the taxes, but like that's a livelihood right there. And you can do it without having to put on 15 or 10 contracts. Even like if you trade in a 1 lot on ES, you catch 10 points on average, or 5 points. If you trade in a 2 lot and you do that over the course of 20 trading days in a month, that's good money for a month. Like, you can definitely live off that.
That's
you're absolutely right, Tim. Put it into perspective.
That's what we have to do, Eddie. And Timmy said hit the nail on the head. You got to do that, or else you're just kind of in this woozy world of like size. 15 lot traders, it sounds awesome. And don't get me wrong, you see that P&L moving. But like if you don't have a good batting average, aka if you aren't consistently profitable, and that could be just breaking even for 3-4 months straight, well, you shouldn't even be at 15 lots and want to jump there. You should be at 1 lot. If you can't trade small, Eddie just said you can't trade big. So do it consistent. But then I also see like a lot of these 15 lot traders, again, to each their own, but there's a small percentage of people that can handle those swings mentally of the P&L swing. So size down. Tim, you just said it, 2 lots. Even 2 lots, you can put up an incredible $500 a day is $125 per year. Richard, is that correct? Okay, Richard just gave us the thing. And we're not trying to extrapolate here. Because you're like, yeah, you are. Well, if you got your batting average, you got your batting average to $100 a day. That's $500 a week. That's what is that? 20 grand a year. It's $500 a week. Well, hold on, $100 a day, $500 a week. 500.
Somebody figured that out. 125,000.
20 grand. Let's just call it 20 grand. 20 grand a year. That's 20 grand pickup money for just coming in here, taking a $100 day average out of here. So I would challenge anybody. Can you average $100 a day? They're like, I want to make more than 20 grand. Well, no shit. So do I. But if you can't do it at 20 grand, then how the hell are you going to add a zero to the end of that? Like, honestly, right. Like, how are you going to add a zero to the end of that if you can't do it at 20 grand? So that's the challenge. It's not even tough love. It's just reality. It's like, okay, well, let me just try and do it for a couple months. If you think you're wasting your time, then I think you're wasting your time more by trying to go for more and then taking longer, never even being able to achieve that. Like, try next year, January. See if you can average $100 a day over the next from January 1st to July 1st, 6 months. You're like, well, that's boring. Oh, okay, then go play, get Fortnite.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, put up the victories. How many victories do you have? It's in sports. It's not how many points you score. It's how many wins you get. That's the first place team is the one with the wins. And if you can sort of focus on winning trades instead of the monetary picture, things are going to work a little bit better. And in Michael, I was talking about a time we were in the office and I walked by and you were trading and you had a Post-it note on your monitor. I'm like, Michael, what are you doing? And you're going, I'm hiding my P&L. I don't want to see my P&L. I'm like, oh, it's brilliant. I'm always looking at it. Everybody looks at it. It's all about money, but start looking for the wins and you're going to see success much quicker. Real quick here, Yolanda, my goal is $200 a day. I need a better risk management. Made my money out for the rest of the day in my 50K. I'm 1,000 away from passing. All right. Now take your time, Yolanda. All right. You got 1,000 there. Even if you chip away $1.50, 100, 200, call it a day because you're moving forward. What happens is too many times, oh gosh, I'm 1,000 away. I'm going to get that today. And the odds of success are very small. All right. Because you're putting a big goal in front of you. And that's when you're going to get reckless.
So I'm going to share, and James, I'm going to share it in the channel, but it's taking forever. Eddie, you got me. I'm sharing this link in the chat. I shared it with my wife last night. It basically talks about how the math for buying a home no longer works. I'm reading through this whole article. I'm like, it's really interesting because I'm like, I don't know how. Like, I was going to segue into $100 a day. How about that? It talks about $2,000. The average person budgets. What is it, like 2,000? I got to get it back up here again. It's a Wall Street Journal article. It's great. Just even outside of what this conversation is, it's just good to know. It talks about how high rates are and how the average monthly new home payment is so effing high that it makes no sense to buy right now. It makes no sense to buy. And $200,000 a month budgeted towards a home could have got you close to a $400,000 or $500,000 house, but now will get you a house for about $290,000. So my point of the story is $2,000 a month is what the average person out there is budgeting to pay for a monthly mortgage or rent. Right now, you're not really going to get that in a mortgage, because that's what I just meant by saying you don't get as much home for your money anymore. That's one of the points. But the main point is $2,000 a month, $100 a day trading average. And whereas we go into January 1st and we all do New Year's resolutions and all that kind of stuff, $100 a day is $500 a week. $500 a week is $2,000 a month. You could literally have no payment. You could literally take that stress off your life if you lower your expectations and come all the way down to, well, you know what? I'm doing trading only for one freaking reason whatsoever. What's that, Eddie? That's to pay for my mortgage. That's to pay for my rent. Well, what is it? It's $2,000 a month. Okay. Well, why are you doing all that work just for $2,000? Well, it's not work. I still have my day job and I can trade on the side, and I'm averaging $100 a day. It just, when you lower your expectations into something that you can more easily achieve, $100 a day, just at least prove it to yourself. Try that as your New Year's resolution. I'm going to prove to myself that by July 1st, I will have paid all my rent or mortgage. $2,000 a month, I will have 12 grand that I have pulled into my pocket, not made, not unrealized, not all that, pulled into my pocket and then put aside for mortgage or rent. Just try that one out for size. And then, and only then, if you can do that, then I would say start putting the Post-it notes of your boats and all that other stupid shit that I don't think is smart. But that's, to me, if you can't build that foundation of just something small, something very attainable. That's my 2 cents. That's my long-winded rant about parking money aside, both for your livelihood. So now you're paying for your livelihood. Yeah. It's $2,000 a month, which is $100 a day. $100 a day. Right now, I haven't traded, so I could sit here and wait for an excellent trade and pick up $300. And then tomorrow I could lose $200. And then the next day I can make $500. And then the next day I make $300. And then you and you look back at your trade reports at Topstep and you see that your batting average or your daily profitable average is, I call it my batting average, is I'm doing 285. Oh, wow. I'm a 285 hitter. Every day I can come in here and pull up. Yeah. Right. That's a Mendoza line, isn't it?
200 is a Mendoza.
200. There you go.
Yeah. Well, Juan Torres says 200 plus is required for payouts. Well, Mike is sort of just saying, $100 on the average. I mean, as long as you've got any 5 days with 200, okay? I mean, they don't have to be in a row. Remember that.
They don't have to be in a row. You could do that one on January. You could do it on February. You could do it on March. You could do it on what's after March? April, my birth month. June.
Birthday month.
So you could just do a $200 in one day, 200 even or one in one day, just one of those months. And the other days you could make $50 a day or $100 a day or whatever.
Right.
Lower your expectations, increase the standards of which you trade by, and you will become, hopefully you will become a better, more consistent, more profitable, more disciplined trader.
Especially with the course of the month, you'll catch a couple of trend days where you'll be able to get a decent amount of profit in a day. So and I would even add that if I'm looking at my 50K account, yeah, I might want to look to make my $3,000 profit target. But to be honest with you now, I shifted my perspective to be if I have $2,000 is my max drawdown, I'm going to divide that over 20 trading days in a month, where out of that $2,000, I'm going to risk $100 a day. And then if I'm looking for a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, then I know what my profit target is going to be, but it's based off of how much I'm looking to risk. And I don't even have to worry about blowing up an account, because I know I'm giving myself, like you say, Mike, I'm trading for tomorrow. I'm giving myself enough opportunities to be in the market.
Yep. So that's it. Let's jump back to the markets. But hopefully you guys all took something away from that, because I know I needed to hear that when I was a new trader, when I was already lost 90,000 real dollars over the course of 3 years. And I kept wanting to make, blah, 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 more. I lost 30 grand. The next year, I'm I got to make 30 grand. Then I want to be up 100 grand. So at least, and then I never did any of those. And I lost 90 grand. And then I went to a prop firm. Then I learned the importance of trading on a simulator and all that kind of good story. So that's my sob story, my baptism by fire. The whole point is I wish I would have had lowered my expectations. Every trader that I've ever talked to wants a lot, because you come into this industry screw up, man. I'm making 50 grand a year or 100 grand a year at my day job. It's boring as shit. I hate my boss. My boss is annoying. The people that work there are annoying. Let's start trading. I'm gonna make 250,000 and F everybody. You know, like that's kind of like your little like, I don't know, my subconscious is like that, even though I never worked for anybody. But like it was
new lows in NASDAQ.
Yeah. So let's get back to the markets. But the point of the story is, please, as you set those New Year's resolutions, get it to something you can achieve. I mean, if you are trying to cut weight, you don't go, I want to lose 100 pounds in a month. Even though that Ozempic or whatever that stuff is doing a hell of a job to a lot of people losing weight.
Hey, pending home sales came out at 0.0. They're looking at 1.0. Sales index for November, 71.6. Coming up in 24 minutes if you're trading natural gas. 24 minutes here. And top of the hour crude oil inventories at 10. I just want to say that. And, one of the things here, too, is Vabrisco says, hey, we got to take accountability. And that is key.
Uh-huh. Ozempic.
You got to do that.
Ozempic. Is that what that stuff is? Hey, Eddie, you know Andrew, our attorney?
Yes.
He's lost 134 pounds and he's changed his whole diet. And it's all due to that Ozempic, getting him on the right.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. He's like I'm 195. I've been 195 my entire life. Doesn't change. 194, 195. Every time I get on
your
the
metabolism is blessed.
Also, I know when I start, being a glutton and all that kind of stuff, and I pull myself back because I can see but I'm always right around there. He's down to where I am, and I'm just so impressed. So Andrew, if you're listening, hats off to you. He would be proud of the moves he's made. And now he's kind of like, so that helped him. And I think that drug's now like FDA approved. I don't even know. It's all that.
I think it is. That's something that I need. Either that or the Civil War diet. You know what the Civil War diet was? Just chop a leg off and lose 50 pounds. I know that was too soon.
I was just gonna say that too soon.
Hey, we had a poll here, 400 and 500 people. Do you currently own a home? All right, sheds do not count if your wife is kicking you out in a new shed. Yes, 54%, no, 47%. So right on the fence there.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Who's you getting long and crude? Who's really quick? Who's on polls? That was an incredible poll. Thank you. Now I want to bring the poll back to, even if they don't own or do own, what is your monthly? And then I think we can do four different things. What is your monthly rent/mortgage? I would say 1,000 something. Put four different categories, and then we'll see where everybody's kind of at on this one. This will help us all kind of understand. Well, if we just wanted to make a lifestyle play with trading and say, hey, trading, I wanted to take care of so I have no living expenses. Okay, we got 1,500s, 2,100s, 1,700s, 5,500s. Palo is constant. 18. So there's your average 2,000s. There's your 4,000 RJ sale at 3 threes. I mean, so right now, I bet you our average is 2,000. I mean, where we're at, bang, 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 4,400, 8,600. Is that 8,000? Freddie.
Somebody lives in a castle.
150K and trading size. No, I'm joking, but okay.
There it is. What's your monthly rent mortgage? I guess we're way ahead of ourselves here. We're putting in their numbers right now.
So this guy should help us understand. So the next year when you're seeing, hey, like Anthony E, you said $1,500, like technically that's only like, I don't know, $80 a day or something, like average. So guys, if you just look at this as next year, even the first half of the year, like, well, I'm not trading just to do that. Okay, well then trade the first half of the year just to do that. Not your whole trading life, just the first half of the year to do what you just told me. And Vince, you have zero, so you're already got a lot of pressure off you from having to make any money in trading. So that's always pretty good. It's good to have less pressure on you to make money. But a lot of people are going to have a monthly net.
Mr. Charts says you make money from PC. Why not travel full time? Do people do that?
The people do that now. Yeah.
You know,
Trust me, if you
thinking living on a boat. You know, what's a boat?
Speaking of boat, Eddie, we're right at settlement.
Perfect.
Nothing to do with a boat.
Nice segue right into that. I like that.
Right. We're at settlement on NASDAQ and we're at settlement on S&Ps. Tim, you seen anything?
Yeah, so crew looks like it's working its way up. My first target is at the overnight point of control at 74.08. So I got in a little bit later, 73.64. But yeah, just gonna take this long and see what happens.
Do we have his screen we're sharing, James, at all? Okay.
You know, I tell you, one of the things here too that I'm a little questionable about is usually you can sort of look at the NASDAQ, look at the S&P, and they run the same way. But today, they must have gotten a fight last night or something, because they are just, you can't superimpose anything, really.
Which one's that? S&P, NASDAQ?
S&P, NASDAQ, yeah. I mean, well, now we got some sellers in NASDAQ or S&Ps right now.
If you're looking at the 30-minute, like Eddie just said, yeah, they I don't know, mom and dad are breaking up or something, because they are. I mean, they're both that settlement, but it is definitely on how the day has gone in the last, I don't know, hour or two. They're not the same.
Mike is giving me a little. Go ahead, Tim.
How was it how was it like pit trading during the holiday season? Were guys still in the pits around Christmas, New Year's, or was it died down a bit?
People be
skeleton crew
right now. Skeleton crew, right, Eddie? People sitting on the floor.
As always, I mean, anywhere you're going to go. But yeah, I mean, the floor was open. Trading happened. Volume happened. Phone orders were put in the pit, screaming and yelling. But it wasn't that much. I mean, you know, I've said this story many times that, you know, a Christmas Eve, you know, everybody's sort of kicking around, sharing, giving gifts and stuff. And, you know, a lot of the brokers would give gifts to the phone clerks and so forth. And when I was for Chicago, one of the guys was giving us Dom Perignon bottles of Dom.
Yeah.
And, you know, we'd go downstairs and we'd sneak up a glass of OJ and we'd have mimosas. And that day, I mean, all of a sudden shit hit the fan. So it's, you know, like Hoag says, you know, anything can happen. And that's exactly what it did. And from that day, you know, I've always been very cautious. You know, don't let your guard down, because we might see something like that. You know, even though it was open outcry, I mean, it's still a market. And, you know, now we've got more people trading than ever. So, you know, who's to say you know, we're going to log on and have a big move here. So just be careful.
Yeah. And that's one thing I want to go back.
Mike's. Go ahead, Chen. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying that's one thing I definitely want to go back and look at, like the volume around the holidays this year and compared to like previous years. I'll probably, like, as far as like my own little homework, I want to take a look at that, just kind of see how it compares.
You know what? And share it with us if you could. That would be something good to know. And I imagine it's been done, but maybe an update. Get our own guy, Timmy. Mike is sharing. It looks like gold's primed for a great buy above 2090. Let me go over to gold and take a look.
Why?
Yeah, 2090. Okay, we just hit 2090. Pulled back a little bit. But yeah, if you're going to give some advice, some suggestions, some comments, exactly what Michael said. Why? You know, put a little meat behind that and share it up. All right, Tim, you are long. You're trading crude, huh?
Yes, sir.
Tim is
So
on
I had took some range extension. It's kind of working its way back to developing point of control right now. If it stays here for a little bit longer, I might even add one and just consider that pullback and look to continue my long back up to the upside.
Okay.
Well, we got the 107 quarters, the high value area that we're just kind of floating around right now. I'm talking about levels in the NASDAQ. Yeah. So what was the poll? What did the poll end up on? We ended up on what's your monthly rent mortgage? 40% of people, Eddie, said 1,000 to 2,000. You know, it's 20% below 1,000, 20% above, 30% above 2,000 if you go all the way up to 3. So majority of us here, you know, big number of us are around the 2,000, 2,500 to 3,000 range. I'd say up here we're higher than the Wall Street Journal article I read, because when you got more people up in the 2 to 3K and over 3K, so I bet you we're about 3K average here at Topstep on our monthly nut that we have to come up with here on average. Divide that by 20 days, I don't know, and then say, all right, what is that number? And then that's what you got to back into. And then try to be that, try to play ball at that game, try to play the trading game at that game or at that level.
Right.
$150 a day average. So you guys hear
Nicola has a question real quick here. Point of control, the POC. Now that's the point of control is a price level where you're seeing most trading, the highest level of trading that has already happened, and in highest liquidity and traded volume. So that's going to be a point of control. And just taking a look here, NASDAQ. We got that on the list here. What is our point of control here? NASDAQ, here we go. So we got a that's crude. NASDAQ point of control. 17,090. That's the VPOC. Okay, volume point of control. And keeping an eye on that here right now. 17,090. And that's just a little below where we are here. So we're looking right about there. And you can see a lot of it has traded at that point.
So, yeah, Paul, I'm being extra patient today, more because I've been ranting about New Year's resolution. Eddie got me going on that. And I think it's good for us all to start thinking about where we want to be next year. Yolanda, you said it. Yours is $2,500 a month. You need to make $200 a day. Vince, he talks about the math isn't that simple, but I think I don't. You may have to define it, but the math is completely simple when you think about. Yeah, of course you got property taxes, you got utilities, you got all. But just like pick one big nut, one big bill. That's mortgage or rent. Okay, so Yolanda's is $2,500. They're looking to do $200 a day. So there you go, $200 a day. Now I'm saying this because in the world of funding companies, you can do this now. You can do this more than you ever could in your entire freaking life of trading. Is you can join a funding company for $49. Please do not reset more than once every 2 weeks. If you do it, do not reset every single day. You have a problem if you do that, or you're trying to buy your way back into the move or something like that. Just don't do it. Learn discipline. $49 you get in. You get funded. You build up your XFA like Tim's doing right now. Tim, you taking a payout yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, so you build up your account. Once you get to the 5 voting days greater than $200, it's $1,000 in your account. I wouldn't take a payout yet because it still hasn't built enough cushion in your account, but to each its own. Say you built up your account, now you have $3,000 or $4,000. Take out $1,500 or $2,000. Take out that money. Take out that month's $2,500. Maybe play it from that way, and then go. This $49 got me and my performance got me all the way to, and of course, there's activation fees, so there's like $2 for it. So you get your account up, you pull out a couple $1,000, and you put it in the bank account, and you use that and you're using it to pay for rent. Somehow you do it in a way that you have to pull it out of your funded account and then put it into a bank account and then set that aside so you don't use it, so you can, and you will take pressure off, because like, man, for these funding companies are way different than my personal brokerage account. Personal brokerage account, I could lose this all today just by being stupid. And we're stupid every now and then as traders, and we'll lose it all. But the great thing about prop firms or Topstep is you get in, and if you blow it out, you're out $49. You reset, and then you go like that. That's kind of my big, like, use this opportunity to take a big nut off your life, a big bill off your life. Use it just for that, and then try to achieve that first. And that's kind of my end of the story of this whole thing. You can do $2,000. I believe in you. You should believe in yourself that you can do $2,000, but you have to demonstrate, which means you have to do it, pull it out of the markets each month. You can do that in XFL. You can take a payout literally, every five days greater than $200. So that's kind of my last point to the whole thing. You can take $2,000 out a month if you get yourself in that great position where you're growing it and all that kind of stuff. So just that's my challenge to you. The first 6 months, it's a low cost. Your risk reward is incredible. It's like a whatever to one. Like you're risking $50 or your activation fee, so you're risking a total of like $200 or $300 if you hit it your first month and you get in and you do what Tim does, is take your time. Eddie got funded twice, if you think about it, in a month, guys, in a month on a 50K. Eddie, Eddie, are you multitasking? Yes, he's doing like 10 different, 20 different things a day.
I'm spinning plates. I got balloon animals going over. I got a petting farm. I'm feeding animals and everything.
If you're like, well, Eddie's around traders all day. Well, you can be around traders all day. Listen to TopstepTV. Well, Eddie's got a day job. Well, you can have your day job too. So there's really no excuses anymore. The cost is low enough so you can get in here. You can pull that money out and you can pay, park it and put it in an escrow, put it in whatever. I'm done with this rant, but you can park $2,000 a month away to cover your rent or your mortgage if you play the markets from that angle instead of a boat or this palace in the sky or anything like that. Start with that and do it for the year of 2024.
And Mike, you said something interesting. I'm going to ask this for the XFA guys, really for the sake of discussion. You said that if I'm in my XFA and I get up like $1,000, you said don't take out the $1,000, leave yourself a bit of a cushion. Can you kind of go deeper into that? What do you mean when you say that?
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason why we have the cushion in there, I'll tell you guys all that too. You guys always want to know why we do what we do and then insider information and all tops. Like people would take like all their money out to like barely any money, and then they blow up the account. They'd be right back in the combine. We're like, why the hell are you doing that? Account management is so damn important that a lot of traders don't work on because they never get their account built up enough that you need to start working on account management. And what account management is not risk management during the day. It's how do I pull money out of the account, keep the account in a good position that if I go through a cold streak, which everybody does at some point or another, I can weather it and I can come out of that one, that cold streak, as long as I don't implode and go on tilt with my own trading and all that kind of stuff. So you want to keep a cushion in your account. That's like the minimum amount of cushion that we like. Man, you need to keep at least 50% in your account. Now, if you have 30 of these days, and take it all, take 100% out and go your merry way if you'd like. But you should always keep a cushion in your account because it's account management. We do risk management. We do all that kind of stuff as we build up our account. But then there's account management. Like at the end of each month, I would pull money out of my account. I'd always leave about 10 or 15 grand in my account. So on like hot trading months or hot trading years, I'd be like 50 grand out, 50 grand out, 50 grand out, 20 grand out. But I'd always bring at the end of the month, it would always bring my account down to 10 or 15 grand, wherever I wanted to put it. Because I knew a cold streak to me was about 5 grand. And I never wanted to put money back into my personal brokerage account, AKA go back to the trading combine because I did something in my funded account that would blow it up so badly. So keep a cushion, but pay yourself.
Would you even say that like account management is like, say for instance, I'm in my account, I make $1,000 for my day. And then if I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, maybe I have another opportunity. Would you say that account management is like, all right, how much of like the profit that I made, or even if you want to do it over the course of the week, like say over the course of the week, you're up like $2,000. Wouldn't you consider account management to be like, out of this $2,000, I'm going to only risk 1,000 of this, or maybe I'll risk like 500, and like as I get closer to like that drawdown in my profit, I'm going to scale back. That way I can keep some of my money over the course of the week, so I can have some money at the end.
I think where your head is at is talking about protecting your account and managing your account. So yes, it's account management, because then there's trade management where you manage a trade and what are you risking on the trade per trade and all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, I think where your head's at is exactly at. That's why trading is pretty difficult, because you get all that done and then you get to this point where, okay, now, well, I should be paying myself, right? Okay, well, how much should I take out? And, you want to take enough out to show that you've like fruits of your labor, but at the same time, you don't want to take it all out, because if you got a cold streak, then, then you blew up your account, and that sends your your confidence backwards, and you just feel deflated and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, account management is a big piece of the game. If Mick, if you're listening right now on Shoulder Tap, you also can you talk about account management with all of our funded traders, and how you help them manage their account by take a payout. He encourages people to take a payout, put it in your pocket, but then also enough that it feels good to keep you in that psychological good confidence zone, but not too much that again it can hurt you by all that kind of stuff. So
yeah. Just want to say, we were talking about, Michael had one of our traders here in the YouTube chat. Was talking about a level here in gold. Came back and gave a great explanation, and that's what we like to see. And I appreciate that, Michael, for doing that. Good stuff. And, that's what it's about here. We are a community. We are a team. And if we can help you when we put out levels, obviously, it goes back and forth. I'm learning from our traders. I'm learning from the YouTube channel. I mean, there's a lot of knowledge that's getting shared here. And I just want to say thank you very much. Good stuff. So,
all right.
Go ahead,
Tim,
Michael.
Tim, if you have any other questions, like this is our chance, because you're one of our funded traders. So getting you on here is really special for me and also everybody else to hear. When we get our funded traders on here, the ones that have gone through and they have a story and they have a passion for the markets and all that, we get you on here and we talk. So I'll answer any questions that you have. I'll help. I'm going to learn from you as well. So hopefully we can use some of this next hour to do some of that too, as we're talking about the markets, which so far have gone sideways since bouncing off the high of the value area, the 107 or the 107 quarters is the high of value area on your daily levels. It's kind of bounced right off of that.
And I'm glad we got a chance to talk about the account management, because just being honest about it, like I learned how to be profitable coming up through the combine. So that was like, it was a process, but it worked out. But like, as soon as I got into my XFA, I realized that I had to learn the account management. I had to learn the risk management. I had to learn how to like pay attention to my P&L. I had to learn how much was too much loss in one day. I had to learn how to like stop the bleeding in my account. Those are all things that I didn't really pick up on in the combine. Once I got into the XFA, it was kind of like a different level, and it was like different lessons that I had to learn. I really appreciate this conversation, because like I think it's all a part of like any trader's journey. Like I went from just focusing on like making a whole bunch of money to like making sure that I keep a decent amount of money. Learning how to like scale down after a profit, which like if you asked me that a year ago was like counterintuitive. Like if I made a X amount of dollars, why would I scale down? I'm hot, I need to go bigger. But I realized like, no, I need to probably maybe consider scaling down a little bit so I can keep my profits. It's like, it's not about making money, because I think I started off like the focus was making money, but then now my focus is keeping money.
Yep.
There you go. Yeah.
Have you had a conversation with Mick?
No, I never got the chance to, but I would love to talk to him. I know he's the risk manager, and just like talk risk management, account management. I'll give you guys a gem like this book here. I bought this book maybe like 2 weeks after I got into, sorry, like my shameless plug on TopstepTV.
No, it's great. I can't see the book. What's it called?
It's called Trading Risk by Ken Grant.
Okay.
And he talks about, I think he was one of Tudor Jones's risk managers, and he just talks about risk management and account management. And I found that book like 2 weeks after my XFA because I'm like, yo, I gotta adjust my mindset here a little bit. But yeah, no.
Hold on. Just so the traders that are listening, new traders that are listening, he's getting a book. He's continuing his education. He's saying that he's not even where he wants to be as a trader, even after just getting funded. That to me is humble. It's always working and all that kind of great stuff. So Tim, that type of stuff is what, that's what anybody needs to hear at times, because it shows that you're always open to learning, always open to growing. And in the trading world, in my opinion, if you don't do that, then you're going to be quickly outdated quickly.
Right. The thing is, never stop challenging yourself. If this is something that you like, look for more challenges, and they could be small little targets, small little goals. But Michael, you mentioned this word earlier, confidence. We need, that is like the juice to keep you going. You want to have confidence. You don't have confidence. Should I put this trade on? Should I not put this trade on? You're never going to challenge yourself. You got some good confidence. You're going to say, you know what? Let's try this. I'm challenging myself. So do that. I challenge you to challenge yourself.
Well, what a great time of the year to start challenging yourself, huh, Eddie?
There you go. First of the year. And do this too. Write it down. You know what? I don't do this anymore, but when I had a New Year's resolution, I would print it out on my printer, nice font, put it in a 8x10 frame and hang it on the wall where I can see it constantly. Same thing with little Post-it notes on your monitor. All right. Give it a try. Just give it a try. Question here from Solid Trader 7. I have a question. Should I take NASDAQ as a referent to trade gold? Okay, so you don't want to trade gold. You want to trade NASDAQ. I would say probably ES would probably be the best. And if you got a practice account, hell, go have fun with it. Maybe NASDAQ is your market. But I would say if you're going to sort of hit a different path, instead of NASDAQ, try ES. It'll give you a good taste of what these markets are doing.
Tim, I like crude oil too. I was a crude oil trader just for a short period of time. I think in like 2016 or 17 or something. But I couldn't be a full-time trader running and growing Topstep. But before I was a Dow trader. So Eddie just gave a lot of people great advice. If you're looking for anything, go to S&Ps. It's like going with a significant other that's like calm and stable and it's not moody and not going to freak out and all that kind of stuff. But crude oil and NASDAQ, they get a little moody. They get a little freak outs, all that kind of stuff. Wouldn't you say, Tim?
Yeah, for sure. And I started like my main. Yeah, like my bread and butter was ES, but I actually added in crude oil because I would consider it's like a bit like uncorrelated. So if there's no real opportunities for me in ES, I won't force anything. I have something else to look at. So it kind of like I'm gonna sit here anyway. I'm finding ways like keep myself busy and like having like to learn my own tendencies. So I added in crude oil just so I wouldn't force anything in ES. But one thing I did like about it was, especially like the micro crude oil, because like I'm not ashamed to trade some micros, especially starting off in my account. It's like what $1 per like a tenth. So it's like relatively small price movements. It does have some decent volatility, so it gives you opportunities. But just like with the small tick, it gives you. I feel like it gives me a good chance to minimize my risk, but it still gives me some decent opportunity just because of how volatile it can be.
I like that. All right, so I'm getting short right here. It had bounced up, came back into the range between the 35s. Well, because it's been from the 15s to the 35s. I'm short too, but I might scale back one. But Yeah, and then we had yesterday's high around right here. Yesterday's high was around 133 right here. So this will be a little short that I'm putting on. I have not found anything today. This will be the closest of something I'd want to look at.
And we got some comments here. Scott Embry, hit my daily loss limit on my XFA account a week ago. Now I'm back to positive cash in the account. It's good. All right. Never say die, never give up. Another comment here was why we don't trade the Dow. Lindar is asking why we. Well, I mean, it's to each his own. I mean, you can if you'd like trade the YM. I did last Friday, and I think I was looking at. I think I had like an $80 winner, and the markets weren't moving, but I was trading Russell and the Dow just for fun. You know, but if that's a market that you're going to friend up with and buddy up with, and it works for you. The question earlier was, you know, who trades silver? You know, you can. If you have any questions about what products you can trade here at Topstep, you go to Topstep.com and just type in products. What I'm trying to think of what that would be, and I think products will work. If you type in products, it's going to let you know what you can trade here. But right now on Topstep X, if you got it, it's semi-limited, but we've got all the bigger markets. We got crude oil, Dow, NASDAQ, gold, micro NASDAQ, micro S&P. We got the big old NASDAQ, Russell 2000, and the S&P 500.
Who said it? Wait till the VWAP. VWAP's here, right now. The initial reason why I wanted to get into that with a one lot because it's in the shoulder, edge of the shoulder. The volume nodes down here, low volume nodes.
Order filled.
Ooh, order filled.
Somebody got filled.
Yes. So then the VWAP's up here. Somebody's like, well, why? You can see my screen on the 30-minute chart right here where my crosshairs are. VWAP right here at 37. I got short around 29s and 30s, but I took one off, so I only have one on. But that's kind of it. I don't know. It's a soft short. If you want to fade it, fade it. Kobe. What are you guys seeing? I want to get guys in the chat. What are you guys seeing? We let's do a poll. Like an hour from now. What is it right now? When fast markets ends in an hour, are you? Is the market going to be higher or lower than? Let's give it a line in the sand. Than the 17-130s. How about that? 17-130s, which would be 43.36 evens in the S&P. 48.36 evens, higher or lower in the S&P in 1 hour than where we are right now, pretty much. So who's ever doing the polls? I think it's Robert Cooney. Great work so far. Whatever market to market right now, and then say we're going to be higher or lower in this price an hour from now.
You know, I think there's a question out here, which is a very good question. I just don't have it handy, but maybe somebody in the back here does have a link we can share. Maz is asking, Eddie, can you please help know the dollar value of one contract, NASDAQ, ES, YM, and RTY? What's the leverage percentage of these contracts? It would help a new beginner to choose which one to start trading. That's a very good question and very good way to see where you should start if you're a beginner. If anybody does have that link for the CME, please share that. I don't have it available right now. Maybe somebody in the back, maybe James or one of the guys back there has that, but put that link in there. Here's our poll. End of fast markets, will NASDAQ and ES be higher or lower than it is right now?
Wow, Robert Cooney, you're doing a hell of a job on these polls. These are very concise and clear. Eddie, what do you think?
You know what? I'm going to go higher.
I know.
I'm going higher.
Right. If yesterday was a trend day, a range-bound day, not a trend day, range-bound day, then odds are setting up that this one, finding any trend days, unless it's just going to keep melting up, which has been doing for, oh God, this whole year. Not really the whole year, since October.
Making a move.
This October 20, we were talking about 26 is when the low is in. And then just melt up like no other. Santa Claus came
here. We got some question. Is gold being rejected at Hoag's upper end weekly kickoff level? Let's take a look. I think it's been Goldie old lady, 2089. It seems like it's having a little hard time getting above that. I see what you're talking about. Right now we're 2089. So we're right in between the volume point of control and the value area high, 95.50. So still a little ways to go, but I think if we can see, there's a lot of play up there, and then the sellers just came in and slammed it down. We still got a nice little trek ahead of us. So we'll see where we go from there. But that's a good question. It's a good question. Keep your eyes open, Fred.
Nothing on tilt. Nothing really in these markets. It's quiet. So far, hopefully, we've filled up our think tank a little bit today. Hopefully, or lowered our expectation tank. Huh, Eddie? Do you like that one?
We're gonna get you in a dunk tank.
Those things
for
never...
4,000 likes.
Yeah,
we're gonna rent a dunk tank, fill it with Jägermeister.
Sounds dangerous.
And I'm gonna sit on that some bitch.
Yeah.
Right. Make sure it's chilled.
That definitely sounds like a project for Vegas. We should put that on the list of things to do.
JD, I love
with Jaeger.
Love where your head's at.
How do you guys feel about a couple news headlines coming up?
Hey,
let's do it. Do it,
man. What do you got, JD?
All right, James, you want to cue them up? We got it up. Number one, following up on what MP was talking about, housing prices. Home prices across the country jumped 4.8% year over year in October. Detroit and San Diego showed the largest gains. Detroit was up 8.1%, San Diego up 7.2%. On the opposite end of that spectrum, Portland, Oregon is the only major city in the U.S. to register lower home prices year over year in October. What's happening in Portland?
I don't know, Mac. Are you paying attention to this? He's our COO out of Oregon. He always talks about Oregon, so I will let him chime in if he ever wants to chime in. But yeah, there's I think there's a lot of problems in Oregon. I got a couple buddies that live there as well.
Yeah, things are getting a little too weird in the Pacific Northwest.
You know what's funny about that picture? Look at all the snow they got. They actually sold a house with all that snow. I mean, if I was to buy a home, I'd probably want to buy it to see like the yard and everything on the house and everything. That's true. Weird. I mean, you buy a house buried in snow. Okay, I'll buy this one.
Mr. Chart says I've been to Portland. I won't chime in. We have a bunch of other people talking about Portland sucks. I've heard. Let's just put it this way: I'm hearing more negative about it from folks that are either live there or live around there, or Oregon folks. And you call it JD, you call it Oregon or Oregon?
Oregon.
Yeah,
Oregoni.
Oregon. Yeah. So, all right, cool. Moving on. This is great.
All right.
So
let's go to the next one.
I always like watching home prices. Why? Because we trade the indexes, and I think the indexes are very sensitive to, of course, the whole freaking U.S. economy. If you trade the NASDAQ and the S&P, so all that kind of stuff. So home prices, as we all know, or rent or any of that kind of stuff, is our biggest, largest bill of the month for pretty much everybody.
And now on to jobless claims. Eddie mentioned this earlier this morning, but jobless claims increased a little more than expected last week. Expectations were for an increase to 210,000 from 206K the previous week. We upticked just a little bit to 218. Those jobless claims are released by the U.S. Labor Department and measure the number of filings for unemployment insurance benefits the previous week. Also, insured jobless claims rose from 14,000 to 1.875 million in the unemployment survey for the week ending December 16th. That is down from 1.925 million the previous week, or the previous month, I should say. That's it on the jobs front. Let's move on to the Santa rally if we can.
It's actually been a rally. It's JD. It's been a rally since October 27th. So unless Santa is part of the Halloween crowd, I don't know.
Oh, he's long. Santa's long. He's been long since October.
So Yale Hirsch, the founder of the Stock Traders Almanac. If you've never read the Stock Traders Almanac, I've been reading it for years. I think it's kind of kitschy. It's pretty cool. Yeah. There's some good seasonality information in there about the stock market. But Yale Hirsch, founder of the Stock Traders Almanac, originally coined the term the Santa Claus Rally in 1972. He defined the time frame as the last 5 trading days of the year and the first 2 trading days of the new year. So the Santa Rally will officially end on Wednesday, January 3rd. This rally has occurred 58 times in the last 73 years with an average gain of 1.4% in the S&P 500 over those 7 trading days. So keep that in mind going into next week.
I'm looking at the last
It's
5.
easy to grin when your ship comes in and you've got the stock market beat. But the man worthwhile is the man who can smile when his shorts are too tight in the seat.
I
used to laugh every morning when we were doing the Dan So Crude segment, and Hodgman would pop in, and Hoag would say, "What do you stand for, Danny?" I would always have to, if I had my microphone on, I would have to mute it because I just couldn't stop laughing.
He's been calling Dan. He's been saying that to Danny. And those that don't know, Caddyshack, 1 or 2? Caddyshack 1.
1.
Yeah. John Hoagland has been saying that to Danny since the day Danny started, which is probably 8 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Thank you, JD.
You got it. Yeah. Signing off. I'll check in a little bit.
Keep looking for more goodies.
You got it.
All right.
I'm still short. Somebody asked if I'm still short. Tim, are you in a trade still?
No, I got scratched out, but I'm going back long again. I'm long now at 73.38.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, I thought my day was. I put a position on earlier today, and I did the 420, make 420, lose 420, and I got stopped out. And I'm like, oh man, what a way to start a day. So just watched the market, watched a little progression here, and it turned it around. I just want to let people know, I mean, if you're in a hole, make sure that you're not hitting your daily loss limit by any means, but take a few steps back. And that's exactly what I did. I took a few steps back, reevaluated. It wasn't a revenge trade. All right. I looked for an opportunity because I wasn't going to get myself deeper in the hole. Took my time. And a couple other trades, and I'm up near almost 300. I would say 279. But the thing is, don't revenge trade. Don't let emotions take over. Take a timeout, and reevaluate.
I'm short those 30s or 29s.
Hey Eddie, do you adjust your position size for the open? Like, do you trade smaller on the open and maybe go a little bit bigger later on in the day, or you just kind of keep it the same throughout?
Well, I think anywhere from 1 lot, 3 lot, 5 lot. I'll put a 5 lot on, and see where it goes from there. But you always got to remember, the more volume you put out, the more contracts you put on, the bigger losers you can have. Now that sounds negative, but you got to trade defensive. You can't be like, yeah, let's put on there, it's going to go my way. And then what happens when it doesn't? Then you're revenge trading, then the emotions kick in, and now you're Captain Reckless. All right, and you got to be careful.
It's almost like if you might have higher reward on the trade, but that higher reward comes with like inherent higher risk, so you got to like keep risk first.
Yeah, risk first. Yeah, trade defensively. And that's why I took time before I got back in again. I mean, most people like try to get back in right away. I mean, you can if the opportunity's there, but I was, wipe my brow and say, oh my God, look, I put myself in a hole right away. But you can't think that way. You got to move on to the next trade. Okay, what's the next opportunity? I'm here to trade.
I am here to trade, Eddie.
I'm here to trade. I'm here to broadcast.
No, hold on. Oh, we should change that. I'm here to make money trading. I always use that. I've heard that line. Are you here to trade? Or are you here to make money trading? I'm like, oh God, that was a good line. I mean, it's different. It's different. There are definitely people that just like to trade, which is fine. But here to make money trading. So
that's why we're here. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a monthly mortgage or rent to cover, Eddie. I'm gonna start using that one. At least the first few months, I'm gonna try to hold myself to helping us all stay focused to lowering our expectations. Trying to be in the realm of like a doable.
I got a wife to feed.
Hey,
yesterday I was thinking about you ever hear that rhyme? Peter Pumpkin Eater had a wife and couldn't feed her. I'm like, dude, man, get a job. You can't feed your wife. WTF? I mean, that's a nasty one.
Pumpkin eater. I mean, what are you doing? Sitting around?
She should leave you. Yeah, but here's the thing: who eats pumpkins? I mean, come on. You know what? If you take a little detail on what a pumpkin pie is, there is like minimal amounts of pumpkin in that pie. It's mostly squash, right? So, Peter squash eater. I don't know. But yeah, I tell you, I mean, Peter Pumpkin Eater, get a job, dude, or she's going to leave you.
I don't know, Seriously. Peter. I thought Peter lived in Portland.
Peter Portland liver.
No, Portland.
We got another. Yeah. We got another. What do they call it? Oh yeah, poll. Will you be trading on the last day of the year? Robert is asking. First or last day of the year? Well, I guess the last day of the year is tomorrow, and the first day of the year is Tuesday. All right, because Monday we will not be here, kiddies. So the circus will leave the town. I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to trade the last day. Yeah.
Eddie, a pumpkin.
Are you looking at pumpkin? Are you looking at?
No, Ryan's saying a pumpkin. McDonald's is saying a pumpkin is a squash. Then we got. I mean, I don't know that. I just, yeah. I try to. My brain can only have so much capacity to hold certain things, and I pretty much filter out the things that are unnecessary for me to retain.
Tracy says I just ruined pie for her. Oh, sweet potato, not pumpkin. See, there you go. Sweet potato pie. Boomer has a Cinderella joke turning into a pumpkin. Let's. I'm not sure, Boomer. Remember, we're rated PG here, so be very careful.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, the pumpkin might be a squash in the squash family. Honey, did you send a Christmas card to the squash family? Yes, I did. But they're not using pumpkins. They're using a bunch of other squashes, squashettes.
All right, Tim, where are you from? Where's your what do you consider home?
Home for me is Calumet City. I'm from the south suburbs of Chicago. Yeah, I'm a Chicago guy.
Eddie, you never told me that. Now we got another guy to party with when we get the team back together in Chicago, which we typically do a couple times a year.
Yes. And hey, real quick here, I just want to remind everybody
5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes for what? How soon we forget. Crude traders, make sure we got about 4 minutes here. Crude oil inventories. If you do not want a position going into this, check, double check, triple check. CYA, cover your butt.
I got out of my my shorts. I took a 6-point loser. I'm down 160 bones.
It's nothing.
Oh, you said that's it. I'm so glad I went in light. It's just like I got no read right now. I got nothing.
If you don't have a read, don't trade. Remember, not trading is a position. So you are in a position right now.
Yes, being a trader, exactly, Eddie. Being a trader is also not trading. Being a trader is having the ability to know when not to trade.
All right, crude traders, EIA crude inventories prior 2,909,000. They're looking at 2,085,000. So a little lower. What that expectation is, we're going to find out here in about 2, 3, 4 minutes. Oh my!
Look at this. Yeah, guys, I'm probably a good fade. So when I say get out, you should stay in. When I get in, you should wait to get. You should wait to get in.
Wow, we got a big percentage here. The poll. Thank you, Robert. We'll be trading last day of the year. 63% said both. Boy, you diehards. 23% said neither. 7% said last. 7% said first. Both 63%.
Michael Kramer. Hey guys, if you could fade me every time, that's great. It's a zero-sum game in the world of futures anyway. So, Michael Kramer, I actually like listening, and people give rag on him. I mean, Kramer's better than Faber, like Carl Quintanilla, or all these guys. In my opinion, in trading or explaining the markets, or in like looking and understanding the markets, like literally understanding how the markets work. I think like Faber's like a fundamental guy. That's all he knows, and just doing interviews. And then Kramer, to me, he goes deep. House of Pain. Can't watch Bramer. Yeah, I can't really watch him, but every now and then I like turn on my YouTube TV, and then like it's right on, Mad Money, because usually I get home and it's Mad Money. And then I'm like, all right, I'll watch this for and it's informative. I mean, again, we're all our own decision makers in this great world of financial markets. So you don't have to do anything. And if anything, you think if the guy sucks so bad, like fade him. Oh, he likes getting long Boeing. Short it.
Reading group thought you were talking about Seinfeld's Kramer.
I do prefer that Kramer more. Go ahead, Tim.
I do too.
They we're talking about like fundamentals. There's a quote was like think like a fundamentalist, trade like a technician, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
Sandy, I've got buttons everywhere, sound effects, voiceovers, whatever.
Kramer ETF.
Got it all, Sandy.
Kramer. I wonder, does anybody know how much Kramer makes a year? He's like the #1 guy on CNBC, right? I mean, like that's who they hitch the pony to, is Kramer.
It's gotta be.
He's entertaining. I mean, there's tradertainment for you.
That's exactly what CNBC found out. Exactly, CNBC pretty much found out. They're like, man, we gotta jazz this stuff up, and like again, going back to the Fabers and the Quintanillas and all those guys. They're I like them. I've been following these guys forever. I sent my a resume to Art Cashin back in 1999. He never replied to me. I wanted to work for him.
Hey, 30 seconds on that crude number, folks.
Kramer gets $5 million a year as a host of Mad Money. Good for him.
I'm seeing a different number. I'm seeing Kramer has a net worth of roughly 200 million, and he earns a $12 million salary from CNBC.
A lot higher.
Oh, well, okay. That I think Cooney, you're talking about just mad money. I mean, that he's. Here we go, guys. 10 seconds.
Crude number. Go ahead. You can keep talking.
Always fade Kramer. Disgustingly overpaid. I don't know. I mean, again, guys, how many people are great to listen to all day long on the financial markets? I probably this guy's, turn the channel. But Kramer knows his stuff. In my opinion, Kramer can talk. How about that? He can talk.
Crude coming in at 6.91, so 6.9, much higher. And we do see the buyers see a nice little rally here in crude right now, back up to 73.70.
What happened, Tim?
I flattened out before the news. The little voice in me was like, just stay in it. Like my stop loss, I had a decent amount of risk. I could have lived with it. But I flattened out, and now we
got the pop going.
Now we're rallying.
Yeah, don't let it bust you up. I know how that is, missing stuff. And there's your continuation. Yeah.
Right, and also gasoline inventories 669,000. Distillates a little lower at 741,000.
Let's see.
Bill auction at 4-week and 7-year note. 10:30 here. That's going to be in a half an hour 4-week bill auction. High noon today, 7-year note auction. Central time.
So Tim, you were long from 38s, right?
Yeah, I got scratched out my first long. It pulled back down to value area low, so then I got long again at value area low at like 73, 38, I think it was.
Yeah.
I put my stop at the opposite end of the opening range, like the bottom of the opening range, and I was just sitting in it waiting for it to rally. But at the same time, it's 50-50, so it could have easily went down.
Yeah,
so
with a
I'm not
number.
gonna beat myself up too much about it.
Yep. Are you up on the day or down on the day, or were you in the money or not in the money? Because some of those things are some decide. And to me, I'm like, if you have just like a one lot on, you're up some money on the day. You have a stop down there, which you always got to assume is going to have big slippage no matter what before a number. If you want to play releases, I would always say you be in the money and you be up on the day. Two things: be in the money, be up on the day, and then size all the way down. And if you want to play that roll, the dice, people are like, well, that's gambling. I don't know. Well, you're in the money, yes or no, but it's also a little bit of risk management because you thought about I'm in the money, I'm up on the day, I'm a one lot, and I have my stop here. Like, if this thing, nobody knows what the release is going to do, and even nobody knows what the market's going to do after the release. Good news is bad news, blah, blah, blah. You've heard all that. So were you in the money and were you up on the day?
I was pretty much flat. I think I was down maybe like $40. I mean, I kind of consider that flat for the most part. But yeah, to your point, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was a good move to take it off, honestly. I mean, like, you could have quickly even, like, now you just ate a day. Now I gotta eat this day now. All of a sudden, I was just like $40 is like a scratch day. Now I got a $400 down loser day. And I'm like, what? Yeah. So.
And I think even to your point, like, even if it did rally, it could have very well like tested down and then rally. So, and that was part of my reasoning when I took it off. Even if it did, you never know what it's going to do. So, yeah, like you said, better to protect your downside.
Yeah. Unless you have those variables going, then I'm like, okay, be a trader. I mean, we all have a little bit of a risk taking. We're risk seekers typically, and we'll take more risk than others. And you just got to know how to, again, manage your risk, which means, in my opinion, you should be in the money at least. You should be up on the day at least. So one of those two things should be a factor. If you're down money, you're sized up, and you're down on the day, and you have an open position, I'm like, I would never go into that news release because that's just like a stupid gamble. And then you're an idiot. You're feeling like an idiot when it actually stops you out, and your day's even like double or triple worse than it was. So
yeah. I think you had an interesting point. Is like, and I'll be interested to get you guys' take on is like finding that balance between like managing your risk, being responsible, but also not being too skittish. Because if you're like too scary in the markets, then you kind of shoot yourself in the foot. how would you guys recommend like kind of finding that balance between like being responsible but also not being too timid, because being too timid has its own risk to it?
Well, I call it like a baseball bat. There's like the sweet spot of the baseball bat, and then like above that, you can pop up or ground out, blah blah blah. So think about it this way: the sweet spot of trading is being confident, and below that is being too timid, which scared money don't make money, and overconfident or cocky trading doesn't have longevity in it. So you always got to keep your psyche and your mentality and your like your demeanor in this confident zone, and it's hard to stay in that zone. So Tim, I think for me to answer that, like it's just like always stay in tune with the markets, be there watching, and be there ready to pounce. But at the same time, like you got to find your groove on what keeps you in that confident zone. Some people have a routine that breaks them out of the confident zones. They lose focus. Cold streaks. Some people can handle the cold streaks. Some people, after 3 losers in a row, they implode. Like you got to find. That's why screen time and PT playing time in the markets, and then journaling and trying to understand yourself more and more and more.
Right. If I can add to that, yeah, I mean, one of the things too is, I mean, question: you got a game plan? No. I mean, if you've got areas of interest and opportunity and levels that you're looking at, have it set where if we hit that level, I know what to do. I mean, don't be a deer in headlights and wait till we get to that and then try to figure it out. Know what you're going to do before you get there. And I found that helping me a lot years ago, where if, this is where I'm going to exit or this is where I'm going to enter, there's not a question. All right. It's an action. It's, if we hit it, this is what I'm doing. And the same thing goes with, I mean, if we take sports, if there's, they have set plays where, hey, in football, you're going to be running a flag pattern, or we're going to hand off, we're going to run to the right, or everybody knows what they're doing and where to go before the play starts. So have your trading like that also. I mean, this way you're not going to have, you're not going to be afraid to pull the trigger. Okay. Follow your game plan, follow your rules, know where you're going, and know what you're going to do. Don't be the deer in headlights. Otherwise you might as well just flip a coin all day. Buy, sell, buy, sell.
Yep.
Somebody put in the chat, FOFU, FOFU.
Fear of,
as opposed to FOMO.
Yeah. Okay, we got a little pullback. So right when I got out, that was a excellent time to keep your shorts in. So I got out of my shorts, 5-point loser, and then since then it is drifted lower. Dilute the power of FOMO. Dilute the power of all these things that have a power upon you is what I've always I had a trading psychologist that I worked with back when I was like 23, 4, 5, around there, after I got destroyed in the markets with my own money.
What were some of the biggest lessons that you got from your trading psychologist?
Dilute the power that emotions have over you, which means you got to control your behaviors. Like you're the one who decides when to click and to buy. Can't control your emotions. You can manage them. You can know what they're doing. They're there to protect you. They're like instinctual. They've been around since the dawn of time. Blah blah blah. And you got to understand that trading's nothing. Nobody's here built for the trading world. Like it's not like there's been a conditioning we've had for year over year over year, of generation over generation over generation, that handles this type of a daily endeavor. So there's that. Discipline was just the biggest one. The power, like everybody who is successful at something in their life that either maintains or improves something in their life has to have some level of discipline. You're like, oh, well, no. You're like, you brush your teeth every day. You're going to maintain your teeth. They're not going to fall out. It takes discipline to stop. Be like, all right, I got to put toothpaste on my teeth. I got to brush my teeth. Like do this X, Y, and Z, you know, little things, everything. So it's taking the time to put the effort into being disciplined and delaying the gratification that comes with it. A lot of people want this instant gratification. I mean, we get fed that all the time. So
I was just saying, Tim being in the military, I mean, discipline is key. I mean, otherwise, he's on a ship, and I don't know, would they throw you overboard if you're not disciplined or something like that? They up to the crow's nest, yar.
No,
I don't know.
Yeah, but not. I mean, to your point though, I think it gets down to like a matter of safety. I think for us, at the end of the day, the reason that we have like an emphasis on attention to detail and emphasis on discipline, it's to keep you safe and keep your ship base safe. And I mean, to that point, I think there's a direct correlation even with trading, like even something as small as when you open up your platform, having a bit of a checklist when you're going into the day, because I've had it where earlier on, I'm thinking I'm in a trade. I think I have like X amount of profit, but I was in sim last night. So when I opened up my platform this morning, I'm still in my sim account, like little things like that. And preventing like those small areas, like having a routine, having like having like a set discipline, like to get your day started are really important. And even to that point, I think putting the time in, like that's why I don't think you can rush certain things, because if you don't put the time in, you don't learn those little things along the way. Yeah. Yep.
That it's always great to talk to those that are passionate about trading and kind of a growth-minded individuals, to me, work out in trading because they're always open to learning and improving. And just like we talked about when you just got funded in the book that you got and things that you were doing, like always moving themselves forward in that way. Again, that takes discipline. Like anybody just be like, well, I got it. Like trading's not a science. It's not like you do this, and that output will always happen. No, it's a blend of course, a little bit of both. But trading to me is an art, but it's also understanding yourself is a big piece of that. And then you can really like find out what your swim lane is. Like I was never $1 million a year trader. I could do mid six figures, no problem. But it was like $1 million a year was too much. Like Eddie, you knew some of the guys I stood around, they were $1 million a year traders, and you wanted to be like them. But my artistic ability in the markets, if you want to say all this, like I could only express myself in a way that I could only pull out that much really out of it. And I wasn't this big time 7-figure trader. But then I found out I was okay to be in that swim lane, and then you can build and build and build on top of that, because you don't have to be the Picasso of trading. You can be this I don't even know. I'm trying to relate to an artist that's lower, that's blah, 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 blah. But the point of the story is just like find your swim lane and then keep working on yourself all the time. Be growth-minded, have a strong opinion, but also weakly held, have a flexible bias. So you're always like being a student of everything that's going on, and then having an opinion about it, but then also being open to having that be poked apart, destroyed, and then learn from, whether it's a conversation that I have with you guys here about the way in which I see things setting up, or actually get in the market and the true results happen that give you instant feedback. And then you take that instant feedback and you roll it into new learnings for yourself, which then is like a snowball, should build upon itself. And then you're always, always, always like honing your craft. That's kind of like, that to me is the exciting part about trading, but also just the never ending exhaustion part, because you never feel like you've got it mastered. I don't believe mastering the markets is even possible.
Yeah, it's never ending. I mean, Hoagland, myself, we started in the 80s. He started 83. I started in 1985. Yeah, 1985, not 1885. And there was a few years there where I was just out for the paycheck. I didn't really care what was going on. But when you get involved a little bit more, and when doors open up, and when opportunity knocks, you answer that door. And this is where you're like, you know what? I've got to be better. And I'm going to sort of go back to my challenge yourself. Take some more education. The thing is, I've always said be a sponge. All right, get
Yeah,
as
you've
much
always said
education.
that one.
You know, as much as you can. Not to say that you're going to use it always. You know, file some stuff away. Maybe that you bring it back. You know, maybe like what she said, how he's trading, what's going on over here, and then you got a webinar over here, and keep that in your Rolodex. Keep that in your files, and pull it out. And if you got that practice account, work on a new strategy or something. But I mean, there's just so much education out there, and
there is a lot of education out there, Eddie. But I think. You need to be in the markets safely and then have a good community around you. And then somebody that you look to kind of like as a little guiding light. Those three things is really good. And then you got to just get PT time, screen time, playing time, whatever, I call it. Yeah, you have to. And who said it in here? James Taylor, he said Bob Ross of trading. I mean, he was in his own swim lane, right? He was his own person. He got on there, and if there was, he was as real to himself. It seemed like I haven't watched. There's a documentary about him. I hear it's pretty good. But yeah, I think there's something to be said about finding your own artistic ability in the markets, and maybe that own artistic ability. And Tim and Eddie, to go back to everything we're talking about, maybe that own artistic ability in the markets is you can at this point in your trading journey. You can pull out $100 a day on average, and like that's Bob Ross trading, probably a little bit less. Bob Ross is $300 a day trading, something a little bit more, but like just be that. Be a 7th grade art teacher. Thank you, John. Be a 7th grade art teacher. You love art, you're good at it, and you can pull out $20,000 a year from just being an athlete of the marketplace is what I like to call it, but an artistic creator of your own. Like, I see the market setting up right now. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at that. I'm going to risk this. I'm going to do that. Blah blah blah. That's all like taking all these things and then you put it on paper. You get filled on your trade, and so there's a lot of things you can roll it back to. Musicians.
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross, yeah, sure.
Think about it too. I mean, a master, but if you ever watch one of the episodes, it's like, oh shit, I could do that. Uh-huh. And the thing is, you can, but you can't. I mean, I've tried it. Oh, I could make a tree like that. Yeah, but it's not Bob Ross. Yep. And the thing is too, it's like, oh, I can trade. But the thing is, there's just so much. There's such a big gap between somebody saying, "Oh, I can trade this. This shouldn't be a problem," and somebody that's already set and successful. There's a lot you got to fill in between. And I mean, big credit to Bob Ross. I mean, those paintings are beautiful. Actually, my mom has one in her house. Bob Ross.
She has a Bob Ross one. I wonder how much those things go for.
You know what? There is a lot of forgeries, but she had gotten this one like decades ago, decades long, probably when I was a baby. Maybe not that long.
Order filled, order entry. What are we doing over there, Tim?
No, I've rushed my entry. I'm gonna wait for this 5-minute candle to close and probably see if I can get a little. Yep, see, that's it. Pays to be patient.
Flip it over to this crude oil so we get a look at it. There's nothing happening right now, guys, in the NASDAQ and S&P after that little pullback where we were talking about making a play. Yeah, where we were talking about making a play where I got short, then I got out, and then the market kind of did a little poke higher, played off that VWAP. I guess it went pushed through the VWAP. Somebody on there talked about that. That was the NASDAQ, so now the NASDAQ's kind of trending sideways around settlement. S&P's back to settlement. Let's talk about crude right now. What do you like about crude, or what are you looking at crude right now, Tim?
So at first I was looking for some range extension, but we had got pushed back down like a couple times. So I'm gonna just take a short, see if it'll go at least back down to the developing point of control, maybe even get back down to value area low. So I guess my target would be value area low at 73.21. So yeah. Wait to see how that plays. Right now, I took a short at value area high 73.63. I got in at 73.58. I'm gonna take the short back down to 73.21 ish.
Okay.
See what happens.
All right, nice.
Next little push down with another.
Michael said he's short from 39s. 39s is that I assume that's crude. 73.
Yeah.
No.
And I think even on to your guys' point as far as looking at it as like an artistic process, I think that it kind of opens you up to give yourself a bit of a grace. I know sometimes especially for me, learning how to learning like this process, you kind of beat yourself up, right? You have these expectations and you kind of hard on yourself. But if you look at it as a process, I think it'll allow you to be patient with yourself. And that way it kind of saves a lot of that emotional pain that you go through as traders, understanding hey, I'm not the stupidest person in the world. I'm just learning, or things like that. So I feel like you gotta, especially sometimes it could be like a lonely endeavor. You gotta learn how to take care of yourself. And if you look at it as a process, it allows you to do that.
Yeah, I like what you said there, Tim. I mean, hey, I'm not stupid, but I'm here to learn. I'm give yourself credit if you're doing the homework. Bottom line, in trading, in anything such as life, if you're doing the homework, something that you want to succeed at, you have to, and don't stop doing the homework. I mean, that's a lot of people get to a point where they're like, this is good enough, and that's as good as you're going to get. There's so much more good to get if you once again challenge yourself, man.
Eddie, Eddie, ever watch the Antique Roadshow?
Yes,
Okay.
a lot.
All right, so as we're all sitting here thinking that we're artists and all that kind of stuff, maybe we are all the folks on Antique Roadshow because they are all sitting there where they have a little bit of artistic ability. They talk to these gurus that come in there and price out their tangible
fines.
thing because they're all trying to make money. And then you get these, I just found this one in the attic type deal. You get these new traders that I just found this trade. I'm just kind of looking at it from a totally different. What if we're all just like the Antique Roadshow folks right now? And because there's a little bit of art mixed in with a little bit of capitalism in that show.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey, and I mean the thing we were talking about that, and every once in a while I'll bring it up. A story will come out. Just recently, some lady had found a vase at Goodwill for like $3.99, and she sold it. I think it's worth $140,000. Now, here's the thing: she had done her homework. She had been doing her homework for years, and she spotted this, and she definitely she profited off that. And that's what I'm saying. It's like keep doing your homework.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Ryan said he saw that one, Eddie. Hey, BOV Trading, that one went out to you. Antique Roadshow, great way to pull that one in there. It's kind of funny because they're like, everybody's trying to make money and they're all like wondering what the price of anything is. We're all talking about what the price of the S&Ps are, the NASDAQ, because it's all price discovery that we're playing. Some people are new to like, I didn't know that Rolex was actually worth anything. I had it in there, like that type of, I didn't know this. So it's just kind of a little funny. If you took all traders and put us on camera and talked about all of our positions and all that, like it's our grandma's antique that we're explaining the trade setup, then you got Hoag coming there just rip it apart. And this thing's worth shit.
No, that's a forgery. No.
That was a forgery. For the last 80 years, your grandma's been lying to you. That one's a forgery. But no, you can just leave it here, put it in the junk pile. I got it right here. I'll take it off your hands.
Oh my God. Can you imagine that? And you know what? There has been. I've seen that before on the Antique Roadshow. Oh no, these are mass produced in the 50s. You can get one in, and
I do.
We had it in our. I think there's even an episode of The Simpsons that Marge has like this bottle. No, oh no, it's worth more than that. And no, they're a dime a dozen. So be careful. You found a poor Finn found $500 in a Goodwill jacket. Really?
In the jacket? Hell yeah!
Wow. That's another thing too. Is I had found $100 bill inside a book at an estate sale, and I bought the book. I bought the book for like $1, and I didn't say nothing about $100, because it was in the book, right? But I paid $1 for it, but bought some other stuff there.
Yeah.
But yeah, $100 bill, it's a bookmark. My
somebody's
goodness.
asked if Pico, who said that? Is Pico making trading? Here you go. This is Pico trading jacket. Somebody's go, does Pico make the Topstep pit trading jackets? Yeah, they made all trading jackets.
They make them, they wash them, they press them, they clean them, they give them back to you. Here you go.
Here's before Topstep. Before I started Topstep, here's my trading jacket. See this? That was the back of my jacket. Put it on every day, take it off every day, put it on every day. It ended up ripping. So
where's the blue one? That was the first one you had, that powder blue one.
Yeah, it had a little Hawaiian feel to it.
Let's see here. Dr. Dax is asking, does formal financial education help in aspects of certified courses in universities and stuff?
I don't know. I majored in economics and I had one class in commodity pricing analysis that I absolutely loved. I don't know. I don't think anything's a good enough like education unless you're in the markets, in them, safely in them. We're gonna start working. I used to speak at some, Eddie, you remember these, speak at universities, their business class and everything. Nobody's ever traded in there. You come in there and they're all like, eyes are just like wide open. But my goal is to get back, Eddie, to where we at Topstep can work with some of these financial departments in these universities and try to provide
Opportunity, education.
Opportunity, yeah, free. I would like to do it free, and they could subsidize too, because we have to pay data and licensing and blah 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 blah. And it's not like it would be hard for you.
Would you guys ever consider having a professor come on and just kind of talk shop? I think that would be cool.
Yeah, we would always consider anything.
Right.
It's just like the professors, they don't have trading. There's not very many classes in college that teach anything about trading. In my history, I graduated in 2002 from college. So I never learned anything except that commodity pricing class. We never traded. So I don't know if things are different now. But yeah, if somebody has some trading experience, but if it's just like a business or finance 501, I'm like, I don't know. I don't think anybody here is going to get, fundamentals that's going to help them. I don't know.
Well, one thing too, I mean, if we're looking to make yourself a better trader, Michael, how many people on the trading floor were just like off the street? I, for one, never went to college. I graduated on a Friday and started working on a Monday, out of high school.
Yep.
And, it was something to the effect where, a lot of people on the floor, you got to have that street smart. I tell you, more of the educated people that I think were trading like options. I mean, those are the rocket scientists. Those are the people that had big education. But there was a lot of people on the floor, just that did go to college. A lot of people, and then there was a lot of people that just sort of had that street smart, learned it as they went.
Makes a lot of sense, because I would imagine too many of the too academic type, they might not have that mental flexibility that you need in as far as as fast as markets can be.
I'm sorry, what was that again? I'm sorry, Timmy, sort of cut out on me here.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
But I would even imagine some of the academic types might lack that mental flexibility. They're like, well, I learned this in school, but the market doesn't really care what you learned in school. Something along those lines.
I mean, whatever can help. I mean, we've got psychologists that come in here, and that would. I tell you, when I was in high school, that'd probably be the last thing that. Oh, I don't need a psychologist, but I tell you, that information is gold, especially what we're doing. And I mean, like I said, once again, be a sponge. We've got a lot of people that come in here and talk. Jared Tendler, solid gold, and take it for what it's worth. Some of us might be, I don't need it. And I was the same way. until, we used to have Dr. Menaker on the Squawk radio. And all of a sudden he'd say something and be like, oh, wow. Yeah, I can relate to that. And then you'd be sucked in, but in a good way. You'd be totally involved in listening to what they have to say. And it goes for any educator, really, that, has a good running stance. And, obviously there's a lot out there that are selling snake oil, but, stick to Topstep. We'll make sure we're not selling you snake oil.
No, we'll sell you olive oil, though. My wife has some great olive oil that she subscribes to clubs.
Really?
Yeah,
olive oil, avocado oil.
Yeah,
avocado.
Do not do canola. She's like, do not do with sunflower or whatever, or do not do canola oil. She's like, quit eating that. It's a Paul Newman's Italian dressing. I really like it. And she's like, you know how much canola? It's all canola oil. I'm like, what's wrong with canola? She's like, it's the shittiest oil out there. So
yeah, in case she would know.
She's know. Yeah. She keeps her figure much better than I. There you go. Hey Eddie, we're rolling out. Tim.
Well, hey, we got 10:30 already. My God.
Oh, I know.
Yes. I had a blast.
I had a blast too. Tim, I had a good time with you on. You still got that position on, or did we out?
No, it hit my target, so I'm out. I'm done for the day.
Yeah.
We're done for the time being, rather. I'll see what I can pick up.
Well, buddy, it was good to have you on here. I love the fact that when we back traders, they come with your mindset, they come with your passion, they come with your growth-minded direction that you're pushing yourself on, and you have to push yourself on that. As you know, you don't have to do anything. You got your funded account. You can sit back and do nothing. But you chose to get a book. You chose to say, I'm not done and I'm not finished. I'm going to keep going. Call that whatever your past experiences and military experiences that helped get you there. I don't know, but I think you're on the right path, my friend.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
definitely, I appreciate Topstep for sure. And I'm not just saying it because I'm on here. I really do appreciate the opportunity that you give guys. You kind of you set it up so you can learn how to manage your risk. You fund individuals. You don't have to go through all you have to do is prove you can manage risk, prove you can trade. So yeah, shout out to Topstep.
And then last thing, you were Navy, right?
Yep.
Okay, everybody in the chat, do Tim a favor. Can we say go Navy? Like a big, long
anchors
chat.
Away, man.
Take it
away.
Go
Navy.
Go Navy. Go Navy, even if you're from a different country. So go Navy. It would be awesome, Tim. Tim, appreciate your
pleasure.
Yeah, appreciate your service.
Total respect, my friend.
I'll let you take it, Eddie.
Promise us that you will be back again, and then we'll figure this out. We'll get you hardwired. We'll get your charts up. But it's honestly been a pleasure having you here with us, my friend.
Thank you, guys. I hope to see you guys soon.
See you.
All right. Have a great New Year's, and we'll see you next year, huh?
All right, for sure. Take it easy, guys.
All right, we're going to take a time out here. We're going to get to fast markets. Yeah, we're going to do it again. Shoulder tap with the master of the mustache, Mick. We'll be right back. Shoulder Tap by TopstepTV. And we've got Mick. Mick, how are you today?
What's up, Eddie? I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. It is Thursday here, another couple days of trading, and we're looking into 2024. And let me ask you, has this year gone by quick for you?
It's probably been the fastest year of my life. As I get older, it seems like things go more quickly. Work's been busy. Baby, she's 10 months old now. So, yeah, time's flying by. I can't believe we're already, coming up next week. I'll see you next year, Eddie, after tomorrow.
That's what my grandfather used to say. I didn't quite understand it. I'll see you next year. Well, wait, Papa. What do you mean next year?
Not in a year, but in the next year.
Next year, right.
Yeah.
I get it now. But you got some goodies for us. You got some players. You got some good stats. You got some cards ready to go.
I got some good stuff.
Okay. Well, let's light the wick.
Let's dive in. Before I get into the good stuff, it's been a quiet week. I said it over the last couple days. Typically, this is what we see: quiet week. I'm not seeing a lot of trading out of our live traders. I'm not seeing a lot of P&Ls. High P&Ls, big winners, big losers. Most of our live traders seem to be taking the week off. We do have people in the markets, but the markets aren't giving us too much this week, and to be expected. Lack of participation around the holidays, end of year stuff. Most of the business has already been done. But I do have a shout out. While I say there's not big numbers, big shout out to Kyle K. He's one of our traders who has been on Power Players before on multiple occasions. He made 10 grand in his live account yesterday, so I'm really happy for him. It's kind of hard to eke out 5 figures out of the markets when we don't have big ranges. So big shout out there. With that, I want to dive into, I've got 4 trading cards for traders that we called up from XFA to live this week. One of them, our first one I want to pull up, Amr, got called up back on Tuesday. We just didn't have a chance to get to that trader yesterday. So if we could, I'd like to pull up trading card for Amr. Amr is going XFA to live.
Nice. All right, trading card number 1 coming up here.
Yep, trading out of Houston, Texas. Been with us since this summer, trading equity indices. I don't have too much to share here on Amr, but 100% winning days on 53% winning trades. I really, really like this a lot. They were only in this account for 10 days. I'll be upfront about that. So they're 10 for 10 on the winning days. 10 days is relatively a short time to get called up from XFA to live, but we've called up people in as little as 5 days, and I've got a couple more people we'll talk about that had actually traded in their XFAs for quite some time. So this is a 10-day win streak from Amr, averaging $1,181 a day. Very, very nice stuff there. We talk about the math and the statistics. 53% winning trades. They're only right half the time, but when they are right, They're making 3 times as much as they're risking on those trades. So the math plays out very, very nicely for this person. Amer's got fantastic hold times, good hold times, I should say. Actually, it's pretty fantastic. Short time frame trading, but they're holding their trades for 15 minutes. They're winning trades for 15 minutes on average, while only staying in their losing trades for 8 minutes. So they are twice as patient with their winners than they are as they are impatient with their losers. So that's really good. Traders that are listening, if you're not looking at how long you spend in your winning trades and how long you spend in your losing trades, I highly encourage you to look at those, because, you know, as traders look at their metrics, and this is on your trade reports, I'm sure everybody knows that who's listening that's in our program, you want to be impatient with your losing trades. It serves you very, very well. The best traders out there are quick to say, I was wrong on the direction. It doesn't look good. My trade location might not have been great. It's going against me. I'm losing money. This shouldn't be happening. You know, get out of those losers quick, and then be patient with the winners as the market is going in your favor, telling you that you're right. Have a little comfort in being right, whether you know, move a stop up to break even, you trail a stop, you leave it wiggle room to, you know, fluctuate back and forth as it continues going in your favor. Do be patient with your winning trades. Be impatient with your losing trades. I cannot stress that enough. And, you know, I don't have much else to say on Amer here. Not a lot of areas for improvement, at least nothing worth noting here on this the segment, this trading card. So,
yeah, I mean, it's nice. And another thing too, we saw this yesterday. Somebody trading NASDAQ and ES. You know, sometimes there's time to gear down, slow things down. Still want to. I like the movement that it's having. So maybe from NASDAQ to ES, or maybe ES is run a little slow, go back to NASDAQ. I like that a lot. I like that when you can diversify.
Yeah, definitely. And when it comes down to the talking about the movement of the markets with the S&Ps and the NQ, do keep in mind that, you know, while NASDAQ seems like it's flying around, which it does, you know, it's $5 a tick. S&P's $12.50 a tick. So, you know, it's the S&P contract is more than twice as large as the NQ contract. So, you know, that kind of explains the smoothed out movement in a way, but it's also trading at, you know, lower values or prices than the NASDAQ, obviously. So there's a little bit to attribute there. Personally, I like looking at net change as a percent on the day, almost more than, you know, how many points up or down these markets are on a day, because the percentage change usually smooths all of that, you know, points up or down on the day out, the actual net change. I like looking at the net change as a percentage. There's a lot of traders out there too that will do the leaders and laggards play, where you take your quote board and you basically filter it by, or not filter it, you assign it by, you know, what's the strongest market on the board? That's going to be at the top of your leaderboard. What's the weakest market on the board? And you can also, you know, do leader and laggard plays on that. You know, traditionally speaking, you want to be long things that are strong, and you want to be short things that are weak. So for any of you out there looking for a trading strategy, or, you know, adding a trading strategy, something to keep in mind. That's kind of a basic 101 thing. You know, pick something that looks strong, where you see area for continuation to the upside, and go long it. And for something that's weak, where you see there could be continuation to the downside, maybe there's an opportunity to short that market. So just a little something to share there.
There's a good share.
Thank you. Let's move on to our next trader, Walker M. Walker M, trading out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. They got called up to live yesterday.
Nice. Walker.
We really like Walker because what we're seeing on the trading here is slow and steady, small and steady. Average daily P&L just under $700. 87% winning days, 71% winning trades. You know, there's a high correlation. I talk about it. I'm going to continue talking about it. There's a high correlation with these lower average daily P&Ls and high win rates and high winning days. you can kind of think of, I'd like everybody to think about that. It tells me that the people that are trading smaller are performing better overall. And the nice thing about that, and I'll get into it a little bit more when I talk about some of these traders that have really good winning trade percentages and winning day percentages. If you're doing that and you're trading small and you're consistently profitable, that's something that you can scale. So if you're averaging 677 a day on your P&L, trading ones and twos, and you basically continue implementing that strategy as long as it's working in the current market environment, what happens to that P&L when you go to twos and fours? That, you know, that 700 average daily P&L turns into 1400. And then, you know, we talk about extrapolation. Extrapolate it. When you got something that works on a small scale, you can scale it. A lot of the times when you're, you know, we talk about these big swingers a lot because they can put up good numbers, but, you know, the bigger you are, the bigger trading size that you're swinging around, the harder it is to scale, because you can put yourself in a situation where, like Hoag's father would say, you know, when I was right, I never had enough on, and when I was wrong, I had too much on. And, you know, it can, as you trade and have, you know, profitable days and weeks, a lot of us know and have found out the hard way that it's pretty easy to wipe out a lot of good hard work, you know, on that one losing day. But fortunately for our traders here, we've got the daily loss limits that serve as speed bumps, and you know, we do help you protect that downside risk. So they've been doing really well. In addition to the high percent winning trades, you know, averaging 8 trades a day, it's not a ton of trades per day, especially for someone who's intraday trading on the S&P's relatively shorter time frame. You know, they're holding their winners for 25 minutes. They're holding their losers for 41 minutes, which leads me to an area for improvement that's listed here. Improve the holding times. I just talked about it with Amr. You want to be spending more time in your winners than in your losers. So that's something to consider. The risk reward is also about 1-to-1 here, which, as we continue talking about, you know, math on your side, you know, if you're you know, risking like Walker is, you know, $238 to make 229. It's about a 1-to-1 risk reward. You're going to have to maintain a high percentage of winning trades. If that winning trade percentage was only 50% and you had a 1-to-1 risk reward, we wouldn't be talking about Walker right now. That average daily P&L would be about 0. They'd be at a scratch and they wouldn't be getting called up to live. So, you know, a couple areas for Walker, if you're listening, a couple areas to improve on, but keep doing what you're doing right now. And, you know, when I talk about these areas to improve, everybody out there, including the good people that we feature here, and any of you who are profitable out there that aren't getting featured on here, always be looking to improve. There's always room for improvement, always room to learn, and always areas to get better. Even if I say I can't find anything based off your current trade report. So with that, that was Walker, small and steady. I want to pull up Mauricio N, another one we called up to live, and Mauricio is even smaller and steadier than Walker. We're pumped about this. Take a look at this trading card. Look at these metrics. Average daily P&L, it's not much. It's 345. That's pretty easy. Easy to make or lose trading 1 lots. They are trading 1 lots and 2 lots, and they have 80% winning trades. And that makes 90% winning days. They're only taking 5 trades per day on average. So for someone, again, trade the NASDAQ, one of these equity indices, the fewer trades they're making correlate to the higher percent winning trades and winning days. I'm not embarrassed to continue talking about this and featuring it when I go into these trading cards, because I believe so strongly in being selective on the day leads to you know, better performance, and then scalable performance. You know, I talked about it on the last card. You know, if they're trading 1s and 2s, taking down 345, if they're comfortable doing it, you know, going to 2s and 4s, that average daily P&L increases. But think about yourselves when you're trading. Not everybody needs to grow to be a big trader. Some people psychologically are just that much more comfortable trading smaller than they can, scooping up a couple extra bucks as secondary income here and there. But if you're someone who's determined to be a professional, make this a full-time job, you have to think about scalability, similar to anybody thinking about, a business. Trading is a business. It shouldn't be a hobby. It's not gambling. I see a lot of traders treat it as such. They're far less likely to go anywhere in their trading careers or their trading hobbies or their gambling habits. Treat it as a business. Mauricio, trade in your comfort zone. Everybody trade in your comfort zone. But if you want to make this a business where you can, put up over the course of a year, over the course of 5-10 years, good numbers, make a good living, think about scaling, and keep doing what you do. But always think about growing the business. So I really like what I see out of Mauricio. And, the best thing he's got going for him here with these metrics is that he can scale it if he wants to. Mauricio, if you're listening, I'd love to see you try scaling this in the live account that you're getting called up to. You'll be starting in the beginning of the year, and I'd love to work with you on ways to smartly and safely scale this because, no doubt we're going to be giving some shout outs to Mauricio. Might not be for 5-figure winning days, but it sure as hell is going to be for winning streaks because this is good stuff here.
He's got the 100K XFA, daily P&L 345. He is taking it slow, and this is how we should all be approaching the trading combine to get funded. It's not in a one big swing of the bat. I like what he's doing, and you guys said you're very stoked about it, and this is a trader that we should all be taking lessons from. Somebody that can actually say, hey, you know what, 345, 300, 400, 500 a day, I'm happy with that, and keep it at that. I think the greed factor is an account killer for too many traders. They want to see that $1,000, $2,000 a day. They want to hit that home run. I like what I see here. Good stuff, Mick.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on the greed factor being a killer. For those of you that have seen the movie Wall Street, I think some of us nowadays, with our viewers and stuff and the traders that we work with, a lot of younger cats out there with ambition, may or may not have seen Wall Street, but like Gordon Gekko said, bulls can make money, bears can make money, and pigs get slaughtered. So if you're a greedy pig, it doesn't really work out too well for you in the end. Before we move on to our next trader, Paula, something about Mauricio I forgot to mention is these statistics for the 80% winning trades and 90% winning days, and this is important, those statistics come from 29 days in an express funded account. They've traded in the XFA for 29 days. I am really, really impressed with that. That's a long time to be trading and maintaining those high winning days. So that breaks down as such, only 3 losing days in that express funded account. I will say, and this is on the areas for improvement, limit the losses. While they are averaging 345 a day, it's a small P&L, and they're not putting up the biggest winning days. They're in a 100K account, and on those 3 losing days, they just so happen to hit their $2,000 daily loss limit on their only 3 losing days. That's something else for everybody out there to consider. Now, if you can maintain metrics like this, I'll say it's okay to, have your biggest losing days bigger than your biggest winning days. But typically, and this applies to 99% of us, including myself, we've got no business risking more on any given trading day than our average winning day. So, unless you're maintaining 80% winning trades and 90% winning days, we can't be risking $2,000 on a losing day when we're only on average putting up 345. So for 99% of us out there, including myself, if I'm only averaging $350 a day on my winning days, I probably don't have any business risking more than $350. That's how you stay safe. That's how you stay in an account. That's how you grow an account. So with that, Eddie, before we move to the next one, I was putting these cards together this morning, and I saw the stats for Paula, who we're going to pull up, and I'm going to say we're going to play a little game, or I'm going to play a little game of Never Have I Ever when we pull up this card for Paula. So let's cue up the card. Yeah, Never Have I Ever, and I'm going to go to one statistic that we're showing up here.
Right. Never have I ever, and
well, let's cue the card, and we'll go to it. 94% winning trades. Never have I ever talked about that on this segment. I've never seen anybody with 94% winning trades on a trade report. And to make it even sweeter, this was over the course of 26 trading days in their XFA. 94% winning trades.
That's crazy.
Translates. Yeah, go ahead.
They didn't make our list though for consecutive winning days.
Yeah, I'm working to do some data validation on some of these reports that are generating that information. I don't want to get into that right now, but we are starting to very closely vet some of that. But most of the stuff that we do share is vetted. It's just some of our sources need to get cleaned up a little bit. But Paula, 94% winning trades on 26 trading days, which translates to 88% winning days. Now, it's exceptional stuff, those metrics. I will say, though, that Paula's very quick to scoop up a buck that, is found on the sidewalk because and I think that's what kind of makes these winning trades 94%. They're quick to take profits. Risk reward here is very askew. They're risking $206 on average per trade to make $35. So they're not looking to take a lot out of the market when they take risk. I do think this is going to be hard to sustain, this 94% winning trades. As a reminder, I wish Andre were on here right now to talk about this because, Andre and I talk about always aiming for 100% winning trades. When he was back at the prop firm, they told him to aim for 90% winning trades, but aim for 100% winning trades. You're not going to hit 100% winning trades over 26 days. I challenge you to do so. But if you're aiming for a high win percentage, when you don't make it, you're going to still be that much closer to it, as opposed to setting a looser goal. And if you set loose goals, you're going to get loose results. If you set strict, high and difficult to attain goals, you're gonna do better. I promise you that. So 94% winning trades. Never have I ever seen that. I can't really understand the risk reward here on Paula. Risking 200 and only trying to take out $35 out of the market. But again, everybody's trading different strategies on different time frames out there. And I think that, this is a little point and click trading, on the dome and the NASDAQ. It goes in her favor, boom, picks up the dollar on the sidewalk, goes against her. And, the NASDAQ can easily go against you $200 in a fraction of a second. But I think she's doing some point and click stuff and it's working, and I hope it continues to work in the live account because that's where she's going to be.
Okay. I don't know, JD, if you saw this one. Here's a question.
Let's move to the questions.
How do you calculate average daily P&L, Mick?
Well, average daily P&L, you look at, let's say I have 10 trading days. You take the P&L for each one of those days and you divide it by 10, the number of trading days. So it's just simple math, like you'd look at averages on anything else. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I wanted you to answer because I probably would have tripped over myself. I hate math.
Eddie, speaking of math, working down on the floor when you're doing numbers and manually, doing the addition and subtraction and stuff like that, I've noticed, after being how many years removed, a decade, removed from the trading floor, actually longer than a decade. I'm not as acute, or quick with the numbers as I used to be. It used, you could throw out 3 numbers or something, and since I, had big positions to keep track of, it was always, you were very, very sharp with the math, and I'm definitely not as sharp with the math. I got, a little calculator on my keyboard on the computer that I use for everything now. Have you noticed the same thing with yourself?
Well, one thing is I had a problem with math just in school.
Okay.
And I promised myself, you know what? Like I said, I graduated on a Friday, started working on a Monday. I am not going anywhere near numbers. And what do you do? What happens? I mean, my dad wanted me to go to carpentry school, be a carpenter, be a carpenter, and that didn't pan out. But you go into a business where anywhere you look, on the trading floor too, it was like just numbers. And the thing is, when I was a clerk in the pit, and somebody'd say like buy 200, and you tell your broker, hey, buy 200. And he'd be buying them, and he'd be like, 7, 17, and you got 5, you got 27, you got 30, and then he'd give you the card, and he'd go add it up. And you'd be like, oh my God. You would hope that his math was much better than yours. But we got it done. There was always a way, an easier way to add like all these numbers up. And one day I'll explain it, but you'd group numbers together to make easier addition. That's how I got by, but don't let him know.
Yeah, that's what trade checkers are for, and clerks that hey, get somebody's attention. Hey, I want to check. We sold you 50 at a half, and they look down at the card. Yeah, we paid a half for 50. That kind of thing. Yeah, but it was always impressive with the brokers when someone's got a bunch to do on the close, market on close, or any time there was some size, and they got to sell just. Let's say, for example, you got to sell 200 wheat or something like that, and it's like 20, 20, 20, 20, 50, 100, kind of thing.
That's easy. Yeah, okay,
that was always impressive, but it had to be boom, 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 because the guys are standing there like, did I get it? Did I get it? How much did I get?
Right. And some of that time, it was like you only got a minute to do it. You said, market on close.
The market on close during the rolls were freaking crazy. Crazy.
Yeah. It's when some of the fastest times you had to react.
Yeah,
definitely.
I said it yesterday, the most primal form of buying and selling, and it's everything's so freaking urgent because you're talking about big size. But hey, I digress. It's easy to get caught up talking about the old floor and stuff like that because it was a cool experience. But let's go to some more questions. I know we got a few ready and waiting for us.
All right, JD, you got some for us?
Hey, right here. Thanks for everyone for submitting your questions to the form we posted in the chat. We're trying out a new process here. We'll see how it works. Also, if you look in there right now, there's a group coaching form. So if you have any questions for Coach Robert up at noon, throw them in there right now.
Hey,
but let's get started.
JD, really quickly before we get to the questions, you've been so busy this morning, and so have I. I forgot to mention I brought a 2-pound ham, and it's sitting in the mini fridge right now.
I love a good emergency ham in the fridge.
What?
It's kind of a running joke, everybody. JD and I are in the office together, and I've over the last couple months, I've made sure that we've got a supply of ham to have for breakfast because we're so busy we don't have time to go out and grab breakfast.
You bring eggs and some Grey Poupon?
I've been meaning to make some hard-boiled eggs at home, but I've not done that. We'll see. I might bring an electric wok into the office, and we'll get really creative here.
I'm going to be catching that train downtown and eating lunch with you guys.
I miss you. It'd be great to see you.
I'm getting hot. I'm getting tired of Hot Pockets.
Yeah, coming in for a Friday ham sandwich. We're doing it.
Yeah. What do you got, JD?
All right. Question number the first.
Of the first.
This is from an anonymous source. I am continuously struggling with over trading. I often have days where I make $500 to $1,000 and continue to trade. This seems to be my biggest area of concern. Sounds like someone is having a trouble quitting while they're ahead.
Okay, well, this is a great question. Thank you, Anonymous, for submitting that. to find yourself up $500 to $1,000 a day on a regular basis is a really good thing. And over trading is a problem that, you know, a lot of people deal with. I used to do it myself. So I've been in your shoes before. There is nothing wrong with being up $500 or $1,000 and continuing to trade if you see trade setups. So I would encourage you, as long as you're seeing trading opportunities, continue trading. But the best thing, and I tell this to every single trader I talk to about over trading, when they say they're up money, it's a little bit hard if you find yourself down money and you're over trading. During those scenarios, you got to be able to call a losing day, and psychologically that's extremely difficult. But when you're up $500 to $1,000, let's take the up 1,000 on a day as an example. Well, let's start with 500 and then we'll go to 1,000. If you're up $500 on a day and or $1,000 on the day, and if you're submitting a question like this, it's probably meaning that like $500 is a good trading day for you. I would agree. Making $500 a day is nothing to scoff at. If you're up $500 on the day, you don't want to turn that in for you personally, Anonymous, you don't want to turn a $500 winning day into a losing day. So you better cut it off at zero, you know, at a scratch on the day. But 500, like I'm assuming, is probably a good day. So something you may want to think about is if you've traded in the morning and your P&L tells you that you've been calling things properly on the day, you're right, you're winning. If you get back to $200 on the day, call it a day. If you get back to $250, just call it a day. Lock in 50% of that $500 winning day and walk away, and you have to be at peace with saying, I came in and I made some money today. Remember, it's our job to have more money, and we're trying to have more money in our account than we did the previous day. You're going to have losing days during the week, so it's really your job to have more money in your account at the end of the week prior to the previous week. So if you're up 500 and you go back to 250 or 200, it's not a bad thing to walk away with. You know, there's, I think at $200 a day, you're, you know, if you do that over the year, you're above the medium income. If you're up $1,000 on the day, and this is again geared at Anonymous, everybody's got different, and I say geared at Anonymous who submitted the question, everybody's got a different idea of what a significant profits on the day are. I think $1,000 are significant profits. You have to keep at least half of that $1,000. So if you continue trading and you get back to 500, call it a good frickin' day and walk away. Right. You're never, it's an unrealistic expectation to think you're going to walk away at your P&L high, unless you're one of those people that puts a trade on, it's a winner, and you walk away to, you know, go do whatever with your day. But if you're going to continue watching the markets and be looking for additional trades, you're probably only going to walk away at your P&L high a small percentage of the time. So you take that $1,000 significant profit, make sure that you're walking away with at least 500, keep half. And I talk about it on this segment with, you know, when we get questions or with other traders. Talk about it with a lot of our live traders that I talk to. As your profits become more significant, so if 1,000 is on the high significant profit side for this trader in particular, think about keeping more than 50%. Start thinking about, hey, I'm going to keep 2/3 of this. So that means you're going to take another trade opportunity that you see, walk away with $750. That is really, really important for people to think about when it comes to money management. This business is called trading. We call ourselves traders, but what we really are is money managers, and this is the money management business. We're assuming risk, we're managing our money, and if you have good profits, it's your freaking job to walk away with a good percentage of those on significant days.
You know, Mick, I like that, and if I can add to that,
please.
You know, we all should have a personal loss limit, all right? And what sort of got me going forward in trading was a buddy saying, hey, you know what, you need that personal loss limit, you need a personal gain target also, where if you do hit it, you've won the day, all right? You've hit your goal, you've hit your target. I mean, you know, when you type out something in your GPS, and it says, you know, you've reached your destination on the right-hand side, do you keep going? No, you stop. That's it. I got to it, you know, and this is where I need to be. This is where my plans were. This is my target, my goal. I'm here. sometimes once again, that greed factor comes in that we got more. But the thing is, I mean, if you're having a real good day and you're seeing the market very nicely, I can't say stop trading, but whatever you're going to do, let's say you're up 700. All right. I was 500 by 500. So what I would say is, okay, you know what? I'm going to take 500 home. I'm not going to touch that, but I got 200 to trade. And if I can make money off that 200, fine. If I lose the 200, I'm not going to be angry at all. I got my goal, my target of 500. I'm done for the day. And try to play it like that so you're not getting too greedy. But make sure, like Mick says, that you are taking something home. The worst thing you can do is be up $1,000 early morning. And I've seen so many trade reports, end of the day, they're down 1,200. It's like, what did you do? So you don't want to do that.
Yeah. That's probably the simple, Eddie, thank you for elaborating and adding, really great add-on. The example I gave for this $500,000 lock in those profits, it's the simplest thing you could really do, in my opinion, for preventing any trading. But you got to have the discipline to say, this is where I got to stop, and actually stop and walk away. If you got to physically remove yourself from your house or your office, do it. But I hear a lot of, I knew I should have done this, I should have done that, and you didn't do it because you didn't have the discipline. So, discipline, I'll say it again, and I'll say it 100 more times on this, segment. People underestimate how disciplined you have to be in this industry to be successful. So work on your discipline. If you make exceptions, even one exception, you're not disciplined. So don't make any exceptions. Stick to your plan.
Right. Exactly. You got it, Mick. Nailed it.
Next question, please.
Nice job, guys. The next one, Matt P. has a scenario for us in the live account. He would like to know if he comes to you with a well-thought-out idea for a trade which may be outside of the set parameters, be it either an increase of size for a statistically high probability trade or holding a position overnight, etc. Is that something you would ever consider accommodating for a live funded trader?
So two-part question. Yes, if it's a reasonable request on the size, I think I talked about it earlier this week. We can, if your account balance and your trading, look safe and okay, and you want to get an increase in size, be it, an account that's capped at 5 contracts or 10 contracts or 15 contracts. I've given people larger size than their account, than the scaling plan calls for. No problem. If it makes sense. I don't want to put anybody in a position where, they could hang themselves. So yes, we can expand position sizing. I'm open to expanding loss limits. Those are risk parameters that I'm open to if the shoe fits. As far as the overnight trading goes, no, I'm not open to that. The market, I don't want people with risk exposure on when the markets are closed. Now, typically, equities and other markets, you got to get flat at 310. Market opens up somewhere relatively close at 5 p.m. Central Time to where it was trading before, maybe a little higher, maybe a little lower. We all know that there's gaps on the open, but I don't want people with positions on when they can't get out of the positions. And going back to what I was saying about, if you have a longer time frame bias, you can work a long time frame bias. If your bias is long, close out your longs at the end of the day, put them back on at 5 p.m. Central when the markets are open, and you can actually get in and out, and there's liquidity. So yes to the adjusted risk parameters, no to keeping positions on when you can't get out of them. That's a risk I'm not really willing to let our traders take. There's my answer. Next question.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good question.
Right. This might be, we're running a little short on time, so I'll keep the next one a little short. Okay. Joe wants to know, with a 50K XFA, at what point would you take your first payout, and how much would you take from that account?
It's not a one-size-fits-all question. It's a good question. So when you're taking a payout, and I am a huge advocate for paying yourself. If you've watched this segment, you'll hear me talk about taking regular payouts helps you with money management because it makes the money tangible. It's not just a number on a computer screen. And that's what we're here for, taking money out of the markets and pocketing it for personal use or, storing your nuts for a rainy day. So payouts are great. Take them as often as possible. When you're taking a payout and a 50K, you have to think about what kind of cushion you want to maintain, because the number one goal here in trading or money management, as I was saying earlier, is capital preservation. So you've got to protect your capital, because your capital is your greatest tool in continuing to be able to take advantage of opportunities with your trading. If you don't maintain a high enough account balance, you might not have an account to continue trading on. So look at what you risk on a daily basis. If you're someone who doesn't risk a lot of money on a daily basis or a weekly basis or a monthly basis, you might not have to maintain a certain account balance that someone who, could have 3 losing days of $3,000 in a row and they're down $9,000 in 3 days. Those traders are going to need to keep a larger cushion. So it's not a one-size-fits-all answer, but it's a great question. And everybody, this question that this person submitted, think about it for yourself, because I'm always an advocate for having a plan. Don't react. Have a plan. Know what your account balance maintenance level is based off of the size you trade, the risk you take, what your loss limit might be, and you better be ensuring that you can weather a lot of losing days in a row. That's the way I like to think about it. If I have a $10,000 account and I'm risking $1,000 a day, that gives me 10 swings at the plate before I go bust. Now, chances are you're not going to have 10 losing days in a row, but what if? And what if you have a few of those and then you get caught in the NASDAQ on some number and you get, you got a $1,000 loss limit, but you just lost $3,000 due to slippage. It could happen. I saw someone the other week lose $6,000 with a $3,000 loss limit because of slippage. It's not out of the ordinary. So, plan for the worst when it comes to thinking about what you need to maintain in your account, because I promise you want to keep that account to take advantage of trading opportunities. Awesome question. Thanks for sending that one in.
Thanks, Mick, and thanks everyone for submitting your questions. We do apologize if we didn't get to your question today. Maybe we'll be able to get to it tomorrow. But stay tuned and come back for another episode of the Shoulder Tap tomorrow with Ask Your Risk Manager anything, because he is here to answer.
Yep. I love these questions. This is a ton of fun. Keep them coming, please. Try and stump me too.
Wow. Stump the risk manager. Oh, I'm going to submit a question.
A new segment. Okay, Eddie. Bring it on. Bring it on. Let's see do your worst.
I would never try to stump you.
I'll admit when I don't know something. I don't know everything. I certainly don't.
And here's the thing, same thing with all of us here. And if we don't, we'll definitely point you in the right direction, and you can count on that. All right, so Mick, thank you very much for being with us here. Coming up next, Power Player with some guy named Eddie, Martin and Andrew. So who's this Eddie guy? We'll find out. But take a little break, and we'll be right back. And we're back as promised. And yes, welcome to Power Players. And we got our good friend Martin with us. Martin, how are you?
Doing well, Eddie. How about you?
Long time no see. I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine getting through the week here, our last week of 2023, and just trying to find some opportunity and putting some trades on. And talking to some cool people and reading some comments in the YouTube chat, and really nice to see that we've got some people here that are hanging around. We've got a little under 2,000, but hey, if you like what's going on here, hit that thumbs up button, like button. Let's see if we can get it up to 1,000 at least. That would be nice, and we'll go from there. And if you have not subscribed, by all means, please do. So let's get that number up. But Martin, have you been trading today, my friend?
Yeah, so I took one trade in my personal account today at about 10:20 Eastern time, and got my $504 out of the market and called it quits. So the rest of the day I'm going to be working on my Topstep X combine and kind of looking for a short to open up here.
That's your number, 500, right?
I try to keep between 500 and 1,000 a day. I've found that if I try to push beyond that, especially this time of year, it's just, it's a recipe for disaster. I like 3 trades a day and I'm done.
I honestly, and I'll be honest here, I love your consistency. Very well managed. You manage your trades, your accounts, yourself very well. And it's a good representation of how we should trade. And I know that you have you're trading with the ICT method.
No, I'm not. So I just use simple stuff.
My bad.
I like the MACD and RSI, and
that's right.
And I like to make sure that my shorter time frame, which is the 3 minute, is aligning up with longer time frames, and I just really try and be patient. I recall a long time ago hearing something from Linda Rasky saying, to make a living doing this, you need 1 setup a day. And so for me, I honed in on what that 1 setup was, and I just patiently wait for it each day.
See, that's one thing, I'm working on, and I know I'm getting better, because that is my focus for today. I got a little Post-it note over here: patience, patience, patience.
Yep.
And today, for an example, is I put an order on earlier before we started the opening call, and I got stopped out. And I tell you, boy, my hand wanted to go on that mouse to move that stop, to open it up a little bit more. And the thing is, I probably would have lost just a little more than I did. I got stopped out, but what I did is I'm like, okay, good. You're working on your patience. You let that play out. And then I got up, took a step back, reevaluated, waited for the next opportunity, and got that back, and plus a little more. And I tell you, I was patting myself on the ass. I was like, you're working very well with your patience. So this is something, I think we all have something that we have to work on. And if that's something you got to work on, keep focusing on that. Keep focusing on reminding yourself, discipline, or, hey, I gotta manage this account a little bit better. I got to cut my losers a little sooner. And things are going to start working out, and it's going to be a normal thing for you then. So good stuff.
Yeah. And that's a really good point. Going back to the idea that what Mick was saying earlier, like it's something that I struggled with a long time ago, was keeping those losers in check, as far as, total wise, what they are in conjunction with what is the average target that I want to hit per day. If I'm averaging 750 a day, I shouldn't be racking up $1,500 a day losses. And that's the key to longevity. You're going to have red days. It happens, but keeping those in check, as far as how they compare to your winning days, is what's important.
Right. And always keep that. And I know that we used to have a big thing on our wall: trade for tomorrow. And keep that, in the back of your mindset, that, I need to trade for tomorrow. I can't bet the farm. I can't risk everything here, even though things do look good. That's something that you have to remind yourself, how much can I afford to lose today?
Yeah.
And if you keep that question in your head throughout the day, you're going to be trading tomorrow. You're going to be trading the next day. And you're not going to be resetting. You're not going to be blowing your account. You're going to keep everything in line, like Martin is. Martin, we got some questions here. David wants to know about your trading strategy, and High Karmic wants to know about your 920 EMA.
Yeah. So my strategy, and I don't know if we can get my charts up here.
Yeah, I've got mine here. Do we have his, they're up? Okay.
There we go. Perfect. So the one trade today, just to kind of, loosely go over, the one setup that I look for is, like I mentioned yesterday, I use MACD. I change it up a little bit since I use Thinkorswim. I like using the Wilder setting. It really smooths out the MACD. And if you don't have Thinkorswim, most brokers don't have Wilders. You can just double the values of your MACD. But we got somebody at the door.
We got somebody at the door. Hey, There we go.
Back
Andrew.
again.
Sorry. Martin was just talking about his strategy. We wanted to let you in. Thanks for ringing the doorbell. But Martin, if you can continue, then we'll get on to Andrew.
Yeah. So back to the question about the one setup a day that I look for. That is, for me, it's the 3-minute crossover. I like to get in just before it. You'll see the 8 and the 21 EMA there as these kind of start to close in and the MACD lines start to curl and get closer to one another. Almost 9 times out of 10, you're guaranteed a decently violent move. And this works on everything. But, in this case, I got in, about 10:20 here. And, I traded 2 contracts, took it for about 13 handles and called it a day. If you want to talk a little bit about lining it up with the longer time frame. So, in this case, if we go to like a 15-minute chart, for example, what was the 15-minute chart telling us first thing this morning? If you wanted to take that opening trade, for me, it is showing that it's pretty bearish overall. And so I go back to my 3-minute chart, knowing that my 15 is lining up as bearish. What am I looking for here? So at 9:30 my time, I'm looking for this breakdown essentially. And so if I would have traded first thing this morning, which I didn't, I really would have been looking at this candle here at 9:33. So second candle of the morning to take that short. And so it's real easy. You just, the safest play is making sure that your shorter time frame is aligned with the longer time frame overall. If you're trading on a 1 or a 3-minute, you should be looking at a 15-minute. If you're trading on a 5-minute, you should be looking at a 15 or 30-minute. If you're trading off the 15-minute, you should be looking at an hour, 2-hour chart. And it's pretty simple.
I appreciate that. And of course, thank you, Martin. And I hope that answered your questions. Just remember, here in trading, as far as we go, nothing is guaranteed. And that's for sure. And that's why we're here. We're here to learn the best routes to success. And it's a climb uphill. It's a climb up a big mountain. And we're here to help. But we got Andrew back here. Andrew, how are you, sir?
I am doing wonderful. Had a great morning. Took just a single trade, just like Martin did as well. And this market is just, it's so thin, it's so choppy that if I get one good trade in, I'm really happy. Right about market open, a few minutes after market open, I took a nice short on that open and took out $350 for the day. And just said, that's enough, and it's probably going to be enough for the entire year. I don't think I'm going to trade it all tomorrow, but just super excited about the way this year went, and I don't want to go out with a red day if I can get away with it. So
if you can get away with it, well, it's smart. And I'm only up 279 on the day, and I squeaked out of that. Having that losing first trade. And just getting stopped out. I mean, the mindset through the experience that I have, it was a little dent in my fender. Nothing big, a little scratch, I should say. But turn things around. Don't let it affect you. Don't let the revenge trading. Don't let the emotions hijack. And remember that too. I mean, you tell yourself, what, not going to revenge trade, not going to let the emotions, not going to trade just to trade. We'll wait for the next opportunity. And the thing is too, I'm glad that you guys got some winners off first thing. And now you're sitting on your hands. But the thing is, losing is part of this game, folks. All right. It is part. And some of the questions that were coming up here in the YouTube chat, this is part of the game. I remember one time when we were doing the broadcast on the trading floor, one of the traders sort of leaning against my desk there, and overheard him. He's on his phone. He's like, yeah, we lost, I don't know, 36. I'm down $36,000 or 38 or something like that. But it was around there. And he said it just, it wasn't like, oh my God, we're down 38,000. Like, yeah, I'm down 38,000 today. Obviously he had a bad day. Okay. But the thing is, we have to understand that losing is part of the game. Don't get yourself down. Don't harp on yourself. Start small again if you have to. Build that confidence back up. Don't let it wipe you out. And Arthur, it's something that it might be a good thing for a lot of us to say that, you know what, hey, I'm up nice today. Martin's up nice today. Maybe that's it for the year. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'll just sort of sit back and let Topstep have a little tradertainment and just listen and see what's going on there. But good choices for both of you guys.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm for sure taking tomorrow off. I just don't see it being a good day. I've had a good week prior to Christmas, and so I really don't see a point in trading tomorrow, honestly.
Yeah, but you're going to tune into TopstepTV, aren't you? Wink, wink.
Of course. Every day.
We're going to check and see if you're there. Are you here?
I'm off tomorrow, and I will still be tuning in. So
there you go. Cool. But we've got a lot of traders here with us today, and I like the numbers that we're seeing. How many people right now? Can we get a poll in here right now? How many people have a position on right now? I think that should be a yes or no sort of poll. Let's see who is sitting back and just sort of absorbing the education, and let's see who's actually got their foot in the water. So we'll get a poll up here and find that out if we can. There it is. Do you have a position on right now? I'm checking, double check. I'm going to have to say no. I think I might be in the boat with you guys. I think that we'll see here. I know that we've got Power Hour coming up, and that sort of stokes the fire a little bit. Maybe we put a one lot on. Let's use the poll here. Did we got the poll? What happened? It just disappeared? Oh, okay. I guess it disappeared. But no, yes. Flat, no, yes. NASDAQ 18 quarter, anonymous.
Yeah, it looks like the NASDAQ is kind of breaking out of that little range it's been in for the past hour.
Yeah, we got that up to here right now, 128.75. And, I see here, always look left. All right. So we were at these levels here or in the overnight trade. Right. Market came back up, sort of the little curve here coming back down. I'd like to see if we can recover that. Now, that was one of my votes. We did have a poll earlier. Do you think the NASDAQ is going to close higher or lower? You think the ES is going to close higher or lower? And I put my vote for the NASDAQ. I think we still got a little bit, but don't take my word for it. I'm like John says, like Hoag says, the market makes me a liar. So be careful. But while I got you guys on here, you're not going to be trading anymore, so I'm not gonna force you to. But Martin, do you have any New Year's resolutions outside of trading and inside of trading?
Yeah, so outside of trading is really just gonna kind of try and be more present in family time. I think I've always been guilty of, at the end of the day in the evening, like I really like my me time, and it's easy to zone out looking at your phone or reading news or something, and I really want to limit that in my personal life. But as far as New Year's resolutions for trading, I kind of want to keep this good little patient streak that I have going alive, and just be selective. When I put on a trade, like I want to be able to, if I have to explain that trade, I want to be able to have a good reason why I took it. Nice.
Okay. So family time. I mean, that's one we should all have coming up this 2024. It's a time where they're always going to be there for you. Okay. Family is always there, and we need to focus on that a little bit more. Andrew, how about you? Your New Year's resolution outside the markets and inside the markets?
Inside the markets, my plan is to really trade a lot harder than I have been. I've been
now you say real quick, you say harder. What do you mean? Harder on yourself, or
no,
look for more opportunities?
Yeah, a little bit more focused on improving the. I'm very consistent in the $200 to $400 range in profit for the day. This coming up year, I really want to push myself as far as developing that to where I've scaled up, but I've scaled up in a smart way to where it's not going to end up blowing my XFAs or keeping me out of moving into a live account. That is one of my goals for 2024 is to trade well enough that Mick and Brett and the rest of the folks in the risk management team look at it and go, you know what, Andrew's ready for a live account. And that's going to be the major goal for me this year in my trading. Now, outside of trading, I've had a lifelong dream of owning a little bit of land and having and building a small homestead to basically grow some of my own food, those kinds of things. I don't know if that's a Southern thing or if a lot of folks just like to do that. A lot of the history in the back of our family was all around farming, and I don't want a 500 acre piece of land, 4, 5, 6 acres somewhere along in there where I can grow a nice garden and maybe raise some chickens, those kinds of things. That is the goal. Hopefully by March or April, I'll be able to make a purchase on some land that I've been looking at. So it's pretty awesome to be at that point.
I'm with you too. I mean, I've lived in the suburbs my whole life, right outside of Chicago. And, I tell you, I like to dream. I like to go on YouTube and these people that buy a piece of land, whether it be in Alaska or Wyoming or up in Canada, and they build themselves like a neat little log cabin, and I guess they call it off the grid. That's something that I'd like to do. I've told my wife that, and she goes, well, as long as you buy me a house in Arizona, you can do whatever you want. So she wants to pool with the AstroTurf grass. And I'm like out in the boonies, fighting off bears and fishing for dinner and lunch. But that's fine. No, it's fine. Hopefully one day we can do that, and at least I'll have somewhere to go in Arizona. But otherwise, let's see here. Did we have that poll? Did we have oh, here it is. Okay. So we did have, wow, that filled up pretty quick. Thank you, JD. Do you have a position on right now? 60% said no, 40%, which I think is pretty high, said yes. Okay, so people's be trading here. Some neat stuff. Now, before we move on here, I know for those, we do have Top Quiz coming up. Yes, indeed. But there was a question coming from Angie, was asking, trying Andrew's range bars today, loving them. So far, similar to the Unirenko. What's your take on that, Andrew?
Yeah, it does have a lot of the same characteristics of Unirenko. I actually used to have Unirenko charts up when I was trading with NinjaTrader, and there were a lot of similarities. I'm not a big fan of just the standard Renko bricks because they're just about impossible to kind of back test and figure out exactly what was happening at that moment.
What's the difference? Because I've never used those, and educate me.
Yeah, so Renko bricks will you won't see the wick on either side of it. It's always going to be exactly however you have it set up, but there won't be a wick, and you can't really tell whether if the wick is not there, you won't be able to tell whether price went beyond that point and came back. So you actually only see what the closing portion of that is. With Unirenko, it leaves the wick in place and you can actually see it. And that makes it a little bit easier for you to see, especially when you're back testing and doing your weekend chart time kind of stuff. You're actually able to look at it and go, oh, okay, price actually moved to this point before it reversed, and it makes it a lot nicer. It's not a standard indicator within NinjaTrader, but there's free versions of it out there everywhere. So you can definitely do that.
Right. All right, cool. Yeah, there you go. I learn something new every day. But gentlemen, I appreciate you being here with us. I know that we've got our top quiz getting lined up, and don't want to hold up top quiz by any means. But Martin, really respect your outside of trading, family first. You know, I tell you that goes with anything. I'm going to work on that also. And Andrew, I tell you, you get your homestead, man. I will please save me a spot in the corner where I can just open up a sleeping bag. And
come on down. You're always welcome.
I know, brother. All right. So you gentlemen, hey, Happy New Year. All the best to your families. And I guess we'll catch you guys next year, huh?
Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
All right.
Happy New Year. Thanks for having us.
All right, guys. All right, we're going to take a break. Yes, as promised, Top Quiz is on the table, and we're going to get that ready to pass out. So we'll be right back. Stick around.
Hello, I'm back. I read your fan mail and I loved it and I wanted more. Welcome to Top Quiz. My name is James. You know that. You love me. And I'm joined today by Vanessa. Vanessa, how are you?
I didn't have fan mail, but I'm good.
It's
I'm
okay.
also back. So
My fan mail was great. They're very kind, patient, understanding. I love them. I love my fans.
Did anyone talk about their top quiz underwear? I put mine on again today. That was the thing last time.
I got mine turned on inside out and backwards. That's how you get a snow day, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It worked in high
checks out.
school. In Chicago, it snows all the time, so I must have them on underwear inside out, backwards constantly. Welcome to Top Quiz, the game show where you can win a free reset. Today, we're going to give out 30 resets if you get 3 or more questions right. Before we begin, I do want to point out we do have the group coaching Q&A form posted in our chat. If you have a question for Coach Robert, he's on right after this segment. So please get your questions in. Robert knows a lot. He'd love to help you. He'd love to talk about it. So group coaching coming up soon. But this isn't about group coaching. This is about Top Quiz. And again, 3 or more questions right, you are then entered to win a raffle. You're going to see some scores populate. This is your first time. These are just for bragging rights. Getting first place in the quiz does not automatically guarantee you a reset, but it sure is cool. I play trivia once a week at a bar in Chicago, and we come in last every time. So if you see your name on the first or top quiz, feel good about it. Cool. So we're already running over. Vanessa, do you want to get started?
Sure. I've got my squeezy ball. I'm ready.
Hey, last time you got them like all pretty right, and like people in the chat were asking for you to pick their lotto numbers. So
yeah,
all
we'll
right.
see how many guesses I get right. You can't be lucky twice. Like, we'll see. We'll see. I'm ready.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we'll let some people trickle in. They got some good names. Simon Trades. All right. GGFD. That's you can do better. Tony. And we're gonna go in 3, 2, 1. Click again. Kahoot at work. Top Quiz, December 28th, 2023. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Question 1. Deanna will join us for Power Players tomorrow. What is the name of her trading education company? Is it Market Makers, Market Minders, Market Stalkers, or Market Geckos?
Market Minders. Diamond.
Diamond? Well, you know, that's a good one. It's definitely Market something. Can you imagine? Can you believe? It's actually Market Stalkers. And you can tell. You can see her in the chat, Market Stalker D. She likes to join our chats. If you see her, say hello to your favorite crude oil trader. But yes, looks like the majority of you know that. So the majority of you are watching TopstepTV. Moving on. Scoreboard. Again, I should say if this is your first time watching, there is a 6-second delay between what you see on YouTube and what we're doing. So please play on your device as soon as you see the question. Billy Ray, Hoop, WV Trader, Santa Forgot Me too, and Big Wick Energy. All right, question 2. Where will the 2024 Summer Olympics be held? Will they be held in Athens, Paris, Rome, or Berlin? I honestly have no idea.
I'm gonna go with Berlin.
Berlin. All right, let's find out. Oh, Paris. Everybody apparently knew that. Oh my God.
That's my first choice. Dang it.
I am so out of the loop on every Olympics ever. You just tell me that they start and I'll say, cool. All right, Paris. Very cool. Who knew that? Billy Ray knew that. Who knew that? Wait, no, you and I are in the same boat. It's okay. I can't wait to get down to Paris, Texas. All right, question 3. How many days of skiing is Michael trying to get in this season? Is it 50, 75, 100, or 125?
I'm gonna go with something in the middle. Circle 100.
Going with 100. Okay.
I feel like he goes big though, but I'm gonna stick with circle.
You know, I do think that you are absolutely correct. Michael is trying to go for 100 days of trading and 100 days of skiing.
Lovely. Yes.
I think he's doing a pretty good job at it too.
He's
Yep.
so amazing. Like I fangirl over him so hard.
I tell you, the last time I went skiing, I lost a single ski on the ski lift up, and they teach you to click them together to knock the snow off if you have some on. So I looked down and I was like, oh, there's some snow, and I clicked them, and one fell down, and I had to walk down under the ski lift all the way down to pick it up, and it was cool. I love it.
I don't know.
love the
Cool
attention.
is the right word that you would use. I have like this big fear of breaking my legs, and so I don't go skiing. I'm so scared of it.
I guess, yeah, that's a good point. If you're afraid of breaking bones, maybe that's not the one for you.
Pass.
Pass. Hoop. Stand strong. Max Pro, Billy Ray, Velvet Thunder, and Jazz Corner Robert. Here we go. Moving on. Question 4. Michael is going hella skiing. Would you do it? Hella yes. Or I'll be at the ski lodge if you need me. To give you a heads up, I didn't write this one, chat. So if you, although it is on me, I should have read them over beforehand. But this is why we have 5 questions. I'm assuming this one is somewhat of a bonus. Apparently the answer is hella yes. Vanessa, would you
I
go
have a
hella
fear
skiing?
of breaking my legs. We just covered this.
You don't want to. What is? Do they
How
just
do you get that
helicopter
wrong,
you?
though?
Do they helicopter you to the top of the mountain and then you get out and go down? Is that what that is?
Yeah. Maybe
It's called Catch Me in the Hot Tub at the bottom of the mountain.
Yes.
All right, Max Pro, hella yeah. Billy Ray, Cody YW, Hoop fell to 4th. You can do it, Hoop, and Velvet Thunder. All right, final question for all the marbles. What is the largest city in the world according to Wikipedia? Is it Tokyo, Delhi, Shanghai, or Sao Paulo?
I'm gonna go with Shanghai.
It's a good guess.
Damn it.
I mean, I honestly don't know. It's Tokyo.
Oh.
Look at that. If I wrote these, it might be more engaging. But no, Tokyo, apparently, according to Wikipedia, my favorite source of information, is the largest city in the world. So it looks like some of you knew that.
0. Not even the like, would you do this? 0 correct.
I love that. I love that record. It's a good record to have. So you were like one of our best, and now one of the zeros. It's fine. But for bragging rights, 3rd place, Bingo Boy. 2nd place, Billy Ray. Love your daughter. And 1st place, my best friend, Max Pro 930. We go way back. Anyways, Vanessa, thank you so much for playing again with us. I hope to have you back again, and I hope to maybe write some. I think I'm going to be writing the quiz for tomorrow, so we'll see. Yes, please join us again tomorrow. I believe I am joined by Alyssa, so it'll be a good time. Vanessa, what are you doing for New Year's?
It's, I don't know if I'm supposed to say where I am. I'll be in Vegas, so we'll see.
All right. Well, I hope you have a good time. Hope you have a safe, happy New Year's. And if I don't talk to you then, I will see you next year. It's our favorite joke to say today.
Toodles.
All right. Well, thanks for playing, everybody. Stick around. Group coaching is next, and we'll be right back with more must-see Topstep TV. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to group coaching. I'm JD. I'll be behind the mask today. Robert's is sitting in front of you. He's going to be answering all your questions. What's up, Robert? How are you today?
I'm doing good. We have the penultimate trading day of the year today, and the last day of the trading year is tomorrow.
That is correct. And if you're following the Santa Claus rally, we mentioned it earlier, then you will want to be taking a look at this rally going into next Wednesday. According to the Stock Traders Almanac, the Santa Claus rally is the last 5 trading days of the year and the first 2 trading days of the new year. Got that information right from Investopedia, courtesy of the Stock Traders Almanac. But anyway, let's dive into a couple questions. Thanks again for submitting your questions to the forum. We got about 8 or 9 today, so there's a chance we might dip into the chat if anybody wants to ask another question if we finish up a little early.
We throw that in. JD, before we jump into the questions, sorry, we always stop what we're doing on these segments and jump into the markets if they're moving. I'm going to throw a twister here for the back end to share the charts that I've replanned here. These are the ones from this morning. We can see all of the markets. I hate to call it a sell-off, but at least a bit of a dump going on right now. On your screen on the top left is ES. It's a little hard to see. I'll expand them as I talk about them, but there's a watermark on the top right of each one of these charts. So the left chart ES and Q on the right, bottom left is gold or GC, and the bottom right is oil, CL. Just happened to notice that as you were coming on here, got a little dinger that happened, and we can see this line right here, dotted line. Let me pull up one to make it easier to see, and then we'll get right into a few things here. So what I have here is I have the all-time high marked off, and that actually turned in from overnight last night. Typically, we will see the overnight highs taken out. Today is not the case, at least not at this point, but we all know how things can turn out. This right here marked down, this is just part of TradingView. That's a closing price of the previous day. There's not the settlement price. It's the difference between settlement and closing price. So 48.33 half is what is marked here on the TradingView platform, and that's what I get a notification on. As soon as it dropped down here, it actually happened to be the opening range low as well. Again, we're looking at ES on the 5-minute chart. I just wanted to make sure we were noticed about that, and I'm not a huge trend person, but we can kind of clearly see we have a trend line break right there. Oop, and another trend line break right here. Just like that, and technically if we go the other direction, we have this one right here on the upside. So it's pretty interesting how these things work out sometimes, where it's builds, and then it just, once the bottom caves out, it just takes right off on there. It is noontime Central Time. I didn't see anything on the economic calendar, I don't believe, for today at noon. Actually, there's a 7-year note auction had come out. I honestly don't think that had anything to do with it. It's not that big of a mover. 3:30 today, we have the Fed balance sheet. That's more of a mover as it goes right there. But I wanted to stop and take a second, at least to show what these markets are moving. NQ up here did the same thing. Oil wasn't exactly a dump off. It's been slowly grinding down all day long. But the 3 indices here, the ESNQ and gold all kind of took a little bit of a dump going on right there. We'll get a little bit more into that as we go, but I want to make sure that we did highlight those markets.
Thanks,
JD,
Robert. Yeah, we just had a 7-year bond auction come out at the top of the hour, and that's when the movement kind of started. I haven't seen anything come across my news feed yet as to what the state of the auction is, but we got movement in all 4 markets that we're tracking: S&P, NASDAQ, crude, and gold, all made a run for the lows as that information came out. So we'll keep you posted on that throughout this segment. But what do you say we start diving into a couple questions?
First of all, get our disclaimer up here. We have to put up our obligatory CFTC disclaimer that trading and investing is risky. The substantial risk. You can lose more than you really want to. Do not trade with any money that you cannot lose. It's up on your screen now. And what we're talking about here is not trading advice of any way, shape, or form, or investment advice. It is simply the opinion of, since I'm speaking, opinion of myself as a coach, answering generically questions that are given in from our traders. So without further ado, let's take a look at it. JD, go ahead and fire some off. Let's see what we have.
Sure thing. Here we go. This is from Bob. Bob asks, in the case that you're always all in, all out in a trade, is there a good reason to trade 1 NQ rather than 10 MNQ, or the opposite?
All in, all out. That simply means if you're going to trade 1 contract, it's 1-1. If you're going to trade 5, you're 5 in on your position and then 5 out on your position, regardless of the type, either NQ or MNQ. So yeah, if you're doing all in, all out, and if you are trading 1 of the mini contracts, that makes a heck of a lot more sense than trading 10 of the micro contracts. Now, by rights, they are equal in types of value, point value, but you're paying commissions on each one of those contracts. And if you try to put 10 on, you may get 7 or 8 of them around the same price and some slippage on the other ones, because they do end up, although it's 1 order, they still have to be processed individually because it's just a block order of 10 positions. So in that particular scenario, if you're always looking at all in, all out, and you're trying to decide of 1 NQ or 10 micro NQs, it's far better, in my opinion, to just do the 1 NQ and call it a day.
Couldn't agree with you more. Those commissions will rack up trading the micros, and yeah, if you're all in, all out in every trade, it makes no sense to load up on micros. Micros are good for scaling into levels, scaling out of levels for small position traders, in my opinion. Moving on to Ben. What sessions should I usually include in market profile during slow markets, in particular the ES, crude oil, and gold contracts?
I'm not sure which session.
I believe, for my humble opinion, I believe he's saying, should he include the overnight sessions or just the day sessions on his market profiles during slow market periods?
I think it's good. Okay, thanks for clearing that up. It's I wouldn't change it whether it's a slow market or fast market. For one, you want to just, if you have it on your chart one way, keep it on your chart. You'll see if it's a slow or fast at that point. That said, there are different opinions as to what you should have on your chart on the market profile, which session you're looking at. I'll give you a perfect example. Hoagland and I go back and forth on this all the time. He has the volume profile. Just looking at the charts that are in front of you, let me clean up that ES, get rid of those lines. He asked to have the volume profile set up on the US or New York session only. When I trade the markets, regardless of which session I'm trading, I have the entire day. It is strictly a personal preference. Now, that being said, the start of the US market, you're talking the first 10 or 15 minutes, volume-wise, pretty much covers more volume than the entire overnight combined. That said, if you're coming into the market, the US session right off the bat and trying to trade those beginnings, I think it would be a good idea to know what happened on the overnight. You can at least get a better idea. Let's just have that big P-shaped profile with that it dropped really quickly and then built out a point of control going all the way across at the market at the US Open. I just think that it's really good information to have the entire picture in mind. Now that if you're trading the US market and you're only waiting an hour or so to let everything get settled, well, you might not necessarily need the overnight. So regardless whether it's, to reiterate, fast or slow, however you're going to have your trade and have your setup, I believe it should be the same way regardless. Now, fast or slow, let's qualify that. If you're talking about volatility wise, the amount of movements up and down for point spreads, that's just pricing, right? That's the level that we're trading. So let me throw something out as an example. Let's say you're looking for 10 points, arbitrary number, arbitrary market. You're looking for 10 points and your stop is 5 points, 2-to-1 ratio, very simple. Doesn't matter if you place your trade, and as long as it hits your target before your stop, if it took 5 seconds, 5 minutes, or 5 hours, right? That would be the question. So therefore, looking at the markets of if they're, quote, fast or slow, I don't know. We trade price. We don't necessarily trade time. How long you are in that trade. As long as you put your trade on, it fits your criteria, and it hits your target first, you win the trade regardless. Now, that being said, if the market is moving on and that trade doesn't look like it's as viable anymore because potentially moved into another session, or maybe something changed in the way your setup is, close your trade and go with your new one. But as long as you're hitting your target before you stop, whether it's fast, whether it's slow, whether it's overnight, whether it's US session, makes no difference. You won that trade. Oh, and of course, if you hit your stop, you get stopped out of that trade, and there's always another one coming around the road. Like Eddie says, there's always the next bus coming around the corner.
Yeah, and I would not recommend trying to manipulate your indicators just to validate your opinions, you know? Like Hoag says, if you want to find consistency in the markets, then you need to bring consistency to the markets. So stick to a session, make sure you're studying it in depth before you change anything up. Test it, back test it, then test it again, back test it again. And if it's not working, then find a new solution.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jim Mayo. What's up, Jim Mayo? I was wondering about the term scaling and that it can mean different types of strategies. I would like to understand that terminology, even if it's just related to Topstep. Thanks.
So for scaling, the way I understand it is that you're adding or removing your positions into your positions. So let's just say you start with one contract and the market's going your direction, and let's say it crosses into another level that is better for your position, and you enter another contract or another position. You just scaled into another contract. Now you're running 2 positions. And if it keeps going your way, and you get into another one, but then it starts to fade off a little bit and you pull one off. That's your scaling in, you're adding to your position, and scaling out as you reach either 1, targets, or 2, if it's going against you too far, too fast, you say, I think I'm right. I still think I'm right. I'm not all the way down, not always losing. I'm just going to take 1 or 2 off of this position that lets you have 5 on. So you enter it in, and it's not going your way, so you pull a few out, and it starts coming back your way again. You can add a few back in. That's my interpretation of scaling and the way that it works. JD, before we get into another one, I just want to take a quick look at oil. This is still falling. That bond that came out at 12 o'clock, I saw somebody put in the chat that it was 100% the bond. It's very possible. It was a big, pretty much dump sell off. And I mean, what is big these days, the way the market's moving? That was 7 points or 6 points in ES, and looks like to be about 20 or so on NQ. That's not necessarily a huge move, but possibly did have an effect. That said, I'm going to pull up oil, and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger on the screen here on the chart. It has definitely dropped off and continuing to go down based on that. I'm not sure what with those bond auctions, it was a 7-year. I'm not sure how that influences oil, or if it even did influence oil, but it's still definitely dropping off. Let's zoom this back. I'm going to go to 30-minute chart so we have an overview and see where we are in the grand scheme of things here. We always like to stop and show we're below everything, below settlement. We have taken out, we were talking about those naked point of controls. I'm going to back up a little bit. I'm going to do a quick little drawing line. This is visually, I'm going back, looks like 1, 2, 3 days. I'm going to take this naked point of control that was hanging out there. And there it is, that blue line right there. I'll make this a little bigger so we can see. Next point of control is right here. Kind of visualize across. Took that naked point of control out. Where else was the previous one? Right here. They're all stacked up. Look at these levels. They are pretty much all tied up right in that same area. And we have a couple more. Yeah, the point of controls are here. Here's the next one. Next one down. So I'm just marking off. This is on the fly that we're doing this. This is your next point of control. I'm really curious to see if this comes down. I'm going to mouse over, get it pretty close. It's around 71.90. We're currently trading at 72.28. Still definitely has some room to go. We are breaking off all of these previous support areas like here, like here, like here. So let's just see. Let's keep an eye on this and see if we're able to take that point of control out. As a matter of fact, let me go and while we're looking at the next question here, I'm going to put a line on the chart, an alert here on my chart right here. I'm going to put add an alert. It's simply going to just show if it price crosses that level. Make sure we're on popping up. Notifications, show a pop-up. So there we go. There, so we will be notified. I have an alert on the chart right now. If we end up crossing that 71.90 in oil, it's going to pop up right on the screen so we can stop what we're doing and take a look at it. Hopefully that answered the scaling question. It's merely adding to or removing from your open positions.
That's correct. And there is a subtle difference between scaling in and out of a position and cannonballing a position. When you're scaling, you're adding to a position at different points of your entry area or level. You have a predetermined exit strategy. Stops are all set before you get into the position. You're just adding on to your position at an area that you want to be in at. Cannonballing, on the other hand, is just arbitrarily adding to a losing position without a set exit strategy and kind of hoping for a quick pop or something to scratch a trade. That is no way to make a living. Back to the crude oil, a couple levels that we're looking at real quick. Last Tuesday's low at 72.14 is coming up next, and last week's low at 70.99. Does that sound right? Let me pull up the Topstep daily levels here. That is correct. Last week's low at 70.99. All right. Let me throw.
We do get those weekly kickoff levels out to you in your email. Hoag does a great job working on those diligently with his setup, with his rules and his technical analysis on the weekend. Puts a lot of time into those and just sends them out for the benefit of all the traders.
That is correct. I just threw the link to our Topstep daily levels in the chat. I'm pin it real quick for everybody so you don't miss
Beautiful.
them.
Yeah, I was just gonna look for that. Awesome. Not look for it, but paste it in there. You beat me to it. Good job, JD.
I'm on it.
On the ball. When you're playing God, I guess you should be on it.
All right, let's see where we left off. All right, next from Tommy. In a winning trade, how do you manage emotions to possibly hold a winner longer?
Oh, that's a great question. It's going to go along with winning and losing. Emotions are to and through and all day, every day, throughout your trading and all night long. How do you handle them in a winning trade? Well, the first thing, and I actually talked about this yesterday, we don't know that it's going to continue being a winning trade. There's only three things that happen, right? There's only three positions. We have not positions, but we know what our entry is going to be because we added it. We took the trade. So we know that 100%. We know what our risk is going to be because we have our rule set. I'm risking $100, $200. I'm risking 30 points. We don't know. We can speculate, assume, guess, find our probabilities, whatever you want to call it, where we think the market is going to go and where we intend to take our profits. That is the unknown. So how do you manage your emotion? Depending on your style of trading, it's going to be a little different. If you're in a longer term trader and you have a large drawdown you're willing to play with and you're just scaled down and you have a lot of leeway, a lot of room for movement and it's going your direction but kind of stalls out a little bit, that may be an opportunity to say, I was planning on this. It's going to take a while. I've only been in this trade 15 minutes and my trades are usually 4 or 5 hours. That emotional aspect is a little bit different. Okay, because you're expecting that. You're saying, I know this thing is going to, flop around a little bit. It's not going to go directly to my target. So I'm just going to calm down. I'm just going to go for a walk or check another market or watch TopstepTV or something, because you know that's all part of it. However, if you are a shorter term trader and let's say, I don't want to say scalping, but just say like say 5 minutes or so instead of several hours, and you're in a trade and it starts moving to your position and you're getting close to it, moving to your position is moving to your target, we don't know if it's going to hit. So if it's close enough, why not take it and take another trade? Typically, if you're a shorter term trader, you're going to have more trades. There's not too many traders that are trading 5 or so minutes on average and taking 2 trades a day. Generally not the case. Generally, you see those traders taking 10, 15, 20, even 30 trades a day, myself included. If you see a trader that takes trades that are 4 or 5 hours a day, they might take 2, they might take 3. Possibly you get into one and say, oh, nope, I was too early. That was the wrong way. I'm going to get out of it. And that might only be a couple minutes, but then it finally does what you want. Hold on to that thing the whole time. So the emotional aspect related to this question is going to vary depending on the type of trade you're taking. The third part of this emotional aspect is if you're long or short, if you're a bull or a bear. And the reason I say this is we've heard this term staircase up, elevator down. It is so true. When I first started trading, I heard that term, like, get out of here. It's just another cliche. But it is so true. It takes so long to go up for a while. And then when panic sets in and sellers are dropping, it just takes the stops out. The bears jump on there. It just drives it down. Usually fear overtakes it. Yeah, I'm just going to hold on to this a little longer. It's going up. I'm still making a little more money. I'm going to hold it. Well, I'm going to see what I can get out of it. But as soon as it starts going against you, you're like, hell no, get me out of this thing. And that's what everybody else thinks. Stairs up, elevator down. There was a great display on that. I want to say it was this morning that I did this during fast markets where we looked at gold, the way it was up and down, the way oil went all the way up. And it just took a long time to go before it dropped, So emotional aspect, going to your profits, follow your plan, get your patience, but also know that just because it is your target does not mean the market thinks it's your target. We only know our entry and our risk. We do not know our target. We know what it is, but we don't know if it's going to get there.
Thanks, Robert. And just to add to that, sometimes you'll find that the trades that really terrify you the most when you put them on turn out to be the best setups of the day. MP talks about this quite a bit when he's looking at the tilt. So when the tilt reaches a certain level, say 80% long or 80% short, something like that, he'll go with the minority of traders because he believes that the trade that's harder to take has a higher probability of being successful. He's not fading one side. He's going with the side that is taking a little bit more risk to get a little bit bigger of a payoff. So you take a little more heat doing something like that? Yeah, sure. Will it make you sweat? Of course. But as long as you have an exit strategy and you manage your risk right, you should be able to hold on and take some nice winners out of those types of scenarios. Just throwing that out there.
No, that's a great addition there, JD. That's the way we keep you around, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I have my moments.
Exactly. Somebody put in the chat, I'm not able to look at them not able to look at the chat too often because I'm really focused on here, but I just got tagged on something. J-Man wants to know how to get an office like mine. No, that's a green screen behind me, so don't let it fake you out.
I'm sitting in a real office and it looks nothing like Robert's background.
No, that is really something. If we play it, I'm gonna shut it off for a second. It's just a little black screen, no big deal. Nothing to see here.
All right, let's move on. This one is from Anonymous. There are days when all the trade setups I see miss my limits by 1 or 2 points, and the trades run and hit what would be my take profit, while all the trades I get filled on end up hitting my stop loss. This makes me feel highly frustrated and sometimes leads to taking impulsive trades to not miss the moves. How can I deal with this feeling?
That was entered by Anonymous, and I think we can change the name Anonymous to every trader who ever traded ever, because we all go through that scenario and it still happens. It is hard, folks. Trading is hard. It's not easy. If you find yourself like this trader getting into trades and it ticks them out and goes, the only thing I can say, that I've said this before, and I do this myself, probably more now than than previously. So I just, let me share this. I'm going to go through my strategy, and I think I'm going to go long at X price level. Let's call it 100, and I'm going to have my stop at 80. Well, you know what? I'm now going to put my entry at 80 and my stop at 60. It just seems to play out a little bit better that way. Think of it this way. If the market came down and filled you, you make that adjustment. Your entry is now where your stop was going to be. Let's make that one adjustment. I'm very analytical with these things. What happens? Well, the market has to come technically against you further, has to come a little lower if we're long, and you get entered. If it continues to drop, you will be stopped out, which means you would have been stopped out anyway. So you didn't lose anything there. The worst case scenario is it doesn't come down far enough to fill your order. That is the worst case scenario, but it's not really the worst because there's another trade coming. If you are originally in that position, what if it stopped? If it didn't reach it, that's okay. There's another trade coming. Was there something about emotions in that, JD, also? At the end of that question about how you handle that, that's part of trading.
Yes.
You know, yeah.
Sometimes makes me feel frustrated. Sometimes lead to impulsive trades to not miss the moves. How can I deal with this feeling? That was
okay.
The second part. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, it's going to make you impulsive. Yes, it's going to make you want to take trades. I'm going to just strongly encourage you to. Do you have in your trading plan written down that if I lose this trade, I am going to now become an impulsive trader and just happen to take trades? If that is not in your plan, which I will 99% sure that you do not have that line written in your plan, then follow the plan. Is it easy? Hell no. But it can be done. There's always another trade coming along. If you feel yourself getting impatient and not getting that, maybe scale down a little bit. Look at another instrument. If you're constantly in that fray of kind of like, I gotta get in, I have to get in, that, yeah, it's a hard place to be. And I feel for you, really. I know it's anonymous, but as I said, it's every trader in the world who ever traded ever. We all deal with that. That's the emotional part. That's the hardest part of trading. And I wish there was a solid answer to say, oh yeah, just do this, because it's different for every person. Okay, I personally handle those just like I jump and scream for but 12 seconds. That's my emotional thing. I'm just like, dang it, and then like, okay, when's the next trade? Where some traders may take that to heart and it shuts them down for the day. Those are just two different animals, two different ways, two different methods that you need to get over those. I don't have the specific answer. If I did, that'd be the end all be all, but everybody is so different. Going back to what I said, the very first step logically is if you continue to get your trade, get stopped out, and then it goes to your target, just enter your trade, wait a little bit longer, a little more patient. The very easy to do that is make your stop your entry and just try that out and go from there. Oil leveled out before we move on. It did level out. It did not trigger. Our weekly kickoff low was actually 69.5. We're currently trading 72.33 on oil. I'm sorry, where is it? 72? Yeah, 72.33. And my alert was 71.90. So we'll see if it still happens, but oil did level off a little bit. We did bottom out here. What does that mean? Could just be stopping for a moment, little pullback and continuation. I have no idea. So we'll see what happens.
Awesome. And just circling back to that last question, we do understand, we're all traders here at Topstep, and we understand that FOMO is a tough thing to battle sometimes. So if you really feel compelled to chase the market when you miss a trade, at least consider scaling back on your size just to stay within your risk parameters for that trade. Scrolling through the chat, Ryu says they can't stop you out if you don't have a stop, and that's 100% correct. It's also not a loser until you get out, right? But if you're disciplined enough to use a mental stop and actually stick to it, more power to you. Go with it. Next.
On the mental stop, though, there, JD, it's a good quality. Just still have a stop on there, because even if you have a mental stop and you go, this has gone against me far enough, I think I'm gonna get out of this trade, and you start clicking and your Wi-Fi's down or your internet's down, or have a hard stop on there anyway. Even if it's a little further, it's just a fail-safe. Throw it on the chart. It means nothing if it's out of the way and it doesn't get hit. You can always cancel it. Just the mental stop is good as well. I was, again, strongly encourage you to have a hard stop on there, even if it's out of the way, because you never know what's going to happen these days.
Excellent. Thanks, Robert. All right. Kevin C. has shown up with a scenario for us. When in a combine, you make too much money. 50% rule. Question: does it create a bad habit to purposely lose money in order to achieve the 50%, or should one just plan on trading the next few days to get the additional profit needed? And why does it seem so hard to lose money when you have to, and so easy to lose money when you don't want to? Does that make sense?
It does. I wanted to have these questions on the screen for me. These long scenario-based. They're multifaceted, so I think I got it all. Step number one, at the very beginning, if you're there and you go over your 50%, the target consistency, my very first question is say, why'd you do that? You know the rule, you know the answer, you know what that's going to be. So that's part of trading, is understanding your environment. That's step number one. If you know what you need to make to not break that, it's, write it down, put a sticky note, put a alert on your chart, something. That's step number one. It's like, your loss limit, not to hit it. Well, now you have a target limit. And the target limit is that consistency rule is there. And it was really funny because I thought the same thing prior to Topstep, and then joining Topstep, I got the full answer saying, what the hell? I'm a trader. I'm trying to make money here. Why are you guys limiting my profits? And this is when we had the multi-days. It was a very, very simple answer, and it makes all the sense in the world. We just don't want to have a trader jumping in there, throwing 15 contracts at the market open, getting lucky and saying, I'm a good trader, I made my profit. It's literally that easy. It's going to keep you under dibs. It's going to stop and help the YOLO. It's going to help the gambler mindset. That's what we want to do. I know traders are looking at this as like, well, you're limiting me, you're restricting me. No. It's only that one little piece. Make 50% one day, 50% the next day. You're funded. Deal with that. It's 2 days. So put that rule on your chart. Put it on it. Like, you have a stop loss rule. You have a max loss limit rule. You now have a max target rule for 2 days. Okay. I know it may even come across a little strong, but that's just kind of how it is. You have it one way. Why not have it the other way? Now let me go into that. Let's say you accidentally do it, because I want to make sure I address the full amount of this scenario. Let's say you do that and you go over your rule, the 50% rule. I would not intentionally try to lose money. That's gaming the system, gambling at it, going against your rules, going against your trading. I would not do that. I would say, okay, I need to make a little bit more. And now that I know I went over it, because you get that nice email from us and you have it on your dashboard that says you went over it, you need to make X amount of dollars more. You have all that information. It's just new information. That's all it is. So it's like, okay, I went over it, and I guess I have to make a little more. And it might take you one more day to do it, depending on how far you went over. That's okay. If you were trying to get funded in 2 and now it took you 3, that's okay, great. Congratulations. It's not that big of a deal. So my suggestion would be, in this particular scenario where the trader just forgot about it and went, oh man, I just made that market took off. I wasn't ready for it. And I made too much money and it moved my target out. Trade tomorrow, trade your plan, and you might have to trade an extra day maybe to make your goal, that new goal that shifted up there. It's not a diss. We're not trying to limit you and try to make you lose money. Remember, this is experiential learning. If you're in the combine, it's not to see how much money you can make on day one with a boatload of contracts. That is not the case. If you want to do that, you can certainly open an account and just throw a bunch of money at it. It's your choice. It's your money. What we're looking for are slow, easy, consistent traders. Mick talked about that earlier today. Look at these traders. He had something with micros, right? They're just adding up day after day after day. That is the best way to do it. That is the optimal scenario throughout Topstep, is so what we look for. That's the reason for that consistency.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah.
We just have ES popping up. It just had that drop off after that bond announcement, but ES just went up. We are heading towards all-time highs again. And what did I say when we first started this? We have no idea what's going to happen. It was dropping off. The all-time high was up there from the overnight. Looks like it's at 48.41.5. And we just reached on this candle with the high. We just reached 48.39.75. We're not too far away. So let's see. Maybe when I'm off of the screen here, I'll put a poll in there that sees if we're going to make the all-time high today or not. So JD, you want to add?
Yeah. You think there's some stops hovering above all-time highs?
I think there are.
But back to that question. Yeah, I think it's funny. It's really funny how traders we've heard this story 1,000 times here. You know, traders seem to make the most money when they really don't need it or need to, and they lose the most when that feeling of desperation starts to set in. So yeah, again, to find consistency, bring the consistency. That's the best we can offer you there. All right. Next, another anonymous. Why do people tend to lean toward trading NQ and ES and not the YM? That would be why are people trading NASDAQ and S&P and not the Dow?
Yeah, good translation there for the symbol to the actual market. I think it's a pretty simple answer, just that they're the most popular. That's what you see a lot of, and they gravitate to one of those top two. Most of the traders in Topstep are trading the NQ. Why? It's fun. It's the right trade. Well, a lot of traders are. MP trades during the day. Hoag likes the ES. So be it. It's what fits your personality. To answer the question, though, that's the top two. They're the most popular. The Dow I actually think is pretty cool also, and I have worked on the Dow, which is YM. 30 stocks in it, where the NQ has 100 and the ES has 500. And if we go one more, we go to the Russell, 2,000 stocks it follows. So the Dow has a little whippy also, but it's $5 a point, and there's no ticks. They're just straight points. There's no 0.25. 0.50, 0.75. There's no ticks in between the straight points, and it's $5 per point. It's actually not too bad. And if you're used to the NQ and saying, man, this thing is too whippy for me, and you go to the ES because they're the most popular, and you can look at that and say, nah, this is like watching paint dry. I can't do this. The Dow may be a good area for you to take a look at, that and RTY. RTY tends to trend a little more. It's a thicker market, 2,000 stocks, small cap. They're the small cap stocks. It tends to trend a little more. You can hold on a little bit longer, and it just, you don't have those big giant spikes and big drops and dumps and like you do on NQ. So NQ, ES, most popular. Of those two, NQ is significantly more popular. I want to say by 70%, 75%. However, the Dow is not a bad choice, and I would encourage any trader to take a look around and check it out. Check out the Dow, check out other instruments as well. You never know what you might see. There's a practice account. There's on Topstep.com in the help center, you can click on search for products, just the word products. It'll be the first in the list, and it has a list of all the instruments that you can trade in your Topstep combine and funded accounts. Run through them. We get a long weekend coming up. Load some data, run through them, put your strategy on, or look at one and say, wow, really, this is really cool. Ultra Bonds is super steady. Not simple, nothing simple, but super steady. UB is a nice one. I think Jack likes to trade ZB. So UB, it's $31, 31.25 a tick on those. But what's interesting about UB is you put it on a higher time frame, higher meaning 15-minute, 30-minute, and you'll see those support and resistance areas pretty clearly. It's not too bad. Maybe when we're on later on, we can take a look at that. I'll pull up a chart. We'll pull up some of these odd instruments and take a look at them. But once those find a level, the bond markets, they tend to hold pretty good. And then once they break that level and hold it, they tend to keep on going in that same direction. Always, nope, but they're pretty steady. So back to the original one, ES and Q, most popular, but absolutely strongly encouraged. Take a look at YM also, the Dow.
Sure. Just a quick note on liquidity and slippage. The Dow does move pretty fast. I've traded the Dow quite a bit over the years. It's a little thinner than a NASDAQ. It moves just like it, but you are risking a bit of slippage and a little less liquidity. Volume is significantly lower than what you would find in the S&P or the NASDAQ. So it moves fast, and you might take a little extra heat trying to exit positions. So keep that in mind too. But it is a great product to trade. If you like things that move fast, give it a shot. Why not? But yeah, I would recommend also practicing in your practice account first, just to get a feel for it. All right. Last question we have in the doc. If external factors such as having a very sick loved one can influence our emotions and reflect on charts, what should traders do to be able to focus and not let personal stress impact our trading performance?
First of all, I'm sorry to hear if you do have that very sick loved one. We don't sorry, I have somebody sick in my family. Try not to, it's super hard. There's a word that comes to mind called compartmentalization. It's it sounds weird, it sounds hard, but it means forgetting about them for a little while. And obviously I don't mean that in the bad sense, but at the same time, just you need to remove yourself at least for a little time. If you're used to being in the market all day long and you're feeling bad about that, not being with that your loved one there, maybe cut that time down a little bit and see if you can find something else that's a little more beneficial for you, where you can trade a little less duration of hours, and then spend some more time with that person. I'm sorry you're going through that. It's I hear you. I feel you. It's it's not fun. Okay. You can also take a break, or have specific days. Let's just I arbitrary throw out. Let's say they have treatment on Mondays and Thursdays. Well, don't trade those days. Okay. That's I'm not certainly not a doctor or professor on the psychologist on any of this stuff, but yeah, it's hard. Scale it down. Get rid of the expectations. Family is far more important than the markets. So.
Yeah, and if you come into the markets and you're not completely focused, if you can't sit there and put the time in and dedicate that time to your trading, if there's external factors affecting your emotions, then you should just take that time off. Don't even bother. The market will be there tomorrow. Don't go and try and force an issue when you're just not into it. So. That was it for our. Oh wait, we do have one more emailed in question, or one more form submission from Asai. How can you find a new solution? I'm really struggling to find a new solution. Sounds like Asai's strategy isn't working out, and they're kind of looking for some guidance or advice on how to go about finding a new strategy or testing new strategies. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Asai, for sending it in there. I appreciate it. Last minute coming in. Thank you very much. One place is obviously it's some YouTube. You can listen to us on TopstepTV. Discord. Topstep has an amazing Discord. Tens of thousands of traders are in there. There's a whole section of coaches that are in that can help with that. There's a channel in there to find a buddy. Go in there and talk and see what other traders are talking about. There's a section in there about strategies, multiple strategies that are, ICT stuff, Wyckoff, TPO, volume profile. It's a market profile. There's a whole section in there for those. Spread your wings. You have a practice account. Don't forget about that. We just talked about maybe taking a look at another market, looking at the ultra bonds, looking at YM, look at something out of the ordinary. Maybe go to I'm just throwing this out there, but the currencies. Look at the futures US Euro. Look at that. Look at something that's moving slower as a possibility. Now, I'm not saying because it's moving slower, but it's just different than what you have. If you're really finding something and struggling with a solution, maybe it's not you. Maybe it's not your strategy. Maybe it's the market you're trading. And let's say, just to cover the angles, you don't want to trade a different market. There are so many different ways to trade the market. Throw an entirely different chart. This is something I did in a coaching session maybe 2 months ago, where we pulled up a chart and we said, okay, we're going to take this particular trade. We marked it out on the chart. Everybody in the room, it's like 100 traders listening to the webinar, said, do we agree, not right or wrong, but is this the trade we want to take a look at? Just, yeah, okay, this is a really good one. And all we did was click through different charts. We clicked to a TPO. We put in a Heikin-Ashi on a fast chart, slow chart. We picked a tick chart. We chose different levels of ticks, 100 ticks, 500 ticks, 1,000 ticks. We put it on a range bar chart. When I'm going to think of it, my favorite chart. We put on a range bar chart, and then we took time charts and we put it on different ones. We put it on Renko charts. The same trade was highlighted for that instrument on that chart at that time, and we just literally just clicked through all the different setups and scenarios, different levels, different structures, and we said, hey, I really like the way this looks. I don't like that over there. And then we tried to modify. So, all right, well, we agreed on let's use this type of a chart on this type of time frame. So let's look for some more trades based on our criteria. Well, we had to modify that criteria slightly due to the type of chart we were looking at. That would be a great thing to do, Asai, is if you're having trouble with new solutions, go through them all. There are so many traders, so many ways to trade. Nothing's right or wrong. And hopefully you find one. Hopefully I see you in Discord. All the coaches have channels in there, dedicated rooms. Jump in there. We're here for you. It's free. we're there all the time, and if we're not there when you get there, leave a message, and we certainly will be there. Hey, I need to jump off onto this oil again. Crude oil is almost, we're making new lows. So it looks like when we first pulled that, I'm on a 5-minute chart if you're looking at it. Once we broke down, it looks like we stabilized a little bit, and now we're pushing down even further. We're at 71.9. We just hit, my alert popped up 71.90. And as a reference, we have Hoag's weekly kickoff low at 69.50. Maybe I'll throw a couple polls in there when I'm done with this. Is oil going to hit the weekly kickoff low? And is NQ and ES going to make new all-time highs? We'll see how that goes, either today or tomorrow. But this is very interesting. Hopefully, Deanna's super good at trading these, so hopefully she get into this and it was holding on to that I don't want to call it a sell-off, but at least that dump of the oil and that drop of the oil. Look at this thing. It's gone so far back. That's incredible.
Yeah, it looks like gold is looking for a little range extension lower right now. Also, we found acceptance below yesterday's value area low at 2085.10, trading at 2082 right now. Next stop below is yesterday's low at 2072.80. So we're keeping an eye on gold also.
That's a ways to go on gold. I don't know if gold will make it down there, but it's certainly, you're absolutely right, JD. I just pulled up the chart. It is, yeah, all those lows bounce, and let's see if it holds or if it gets rejected.
Yep.
Anything can happen.
Circling back to a size question, if you're testing a strategy and you accumulate more than 30 losses in a row, just flip your charts upside down and give it a shot. I believe that was one of Dan Hodgman's wise pieces of advice. Don't actually do that. That was more of a joke than anything.
Right. Somebody asked me to put UB on the screen. I think I will do that just temporarily. I'll throw UB up there so they can see what it looks like.
Excellent. So a question in the chat, T-Bo's asks, I've been trading and watching the charts for approximately 14 hours today and journaling moves in the market. Is there a limit for staying clear in the head during those watchful hours? 14 hours seems like a long time. Scientifically, is there, I'm not expecting you to know the answer to this, but scientifically, is there a point where you start losing focus after watching the market for a certain amount of time? I would say that there is, yeah. 14 hours seems excessive to me to be sitting in front of the screen. You need some time away. What do you think, Robert?
Yeah, I agree with you. 14 hours is a significant long time to sit in front of the screen. I'm not scientific on this either, but one of the scientific things that I do, I shouldn't say I do know, I have heard, this is from Andrew Huberman, one of his podcasts. I love that guy. I've listened to his stuff all the time. Brilliant. One of the things that I learned from either he or one of his guests was that if you're involved in something and you're watching it, you're locked in, and then you get distracted from that phone call, question, text, looking at something else, and then coming back to it, it takes approximately 20 minutes to regain the focus you had 1 minute earlier. So to be locked in that mode for 14 hours without distractions and losing 20 minutes every time you turn around, that's a hard pill to swallow. I think 14 hours is a significantly long time. The second thing of that, and this is logistics based, if you're in front of the chart for 14 hours, you're trading across 3 different markets. You have to be. So they're almost 3 markets, depending on when you started. So you would be trading those differently, right? Your Asian session, London session, US session, they trade differently. So hopefully if you are trading across those markets, you're at least changing and adapting your strategy to work with those markets. So that's a great question, and I know we're going to bounce off here, but I did want to put JD, anything else to add on that before I take a look at this UB, and then we'll move on to the next segment.
Sure. Personally, my trading screen setup, I have 2 screens with 6 windows in each screen, and I find it hard to maintain focus on everything for more than, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes at a time before I have to just turn around and kind of reset my brain a little bit. So I would keep that in mind also. That's just me personally. But that's how I deal with it.
Excellent. That's great. I'm looking at the UB chart. I see James. Thank you for sharing that. If he's there, or JD, maybe you're doing it as well. But I'm going to take one thing off of my chart here on the UB. This is the Ultra Bond 15-minute chart. I'm going to remove those SMAs only because it's a personal preference of mine, but I guess of mine, that the way the UB runs and on a 15-minute chart, it's kind of hard to see a 200 moving average on a 15-minute. You're looking days back. So this is just a straight up 15-minute UB chart with volume profile on it. So what I alluded to earlier was to see these levels. If I'm going to put a line on here, horizontal line, here's a level. We can see these little structures in here that once they break out of them, we have a little consolidation, but once it breaks out of it, it's just continue to go. The same thing, and these are smaller time frame here. Not small time frame, smaller section, but right here, a little bit of consolidation, but then once it moves, it continues to move. And look how solid these lines are. Look at that one line I just put at the top. It's at a 134.25. Bounce, 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 bounce. Once it broke, it continued to move, tried to get through, and it only, once it had a little bit of poke up, it's only when it got above it that it pushed it again. And where did it go? Right back to where it was pretty much the close of the previous day. So this is what I just wanted to show on the ultra bonds. They take a while. They move slow. So if you see a consolidation area, do what I did with the oil. Throw an alert in your chart above and below that area, and go out and play. You get those alerts, jump up, okay, UB's moving again. It doesn't move fast, but it does move significantly in a direction once it gets out of a consolidation area. Okay, so hopefully that's something you can take a look at. Expand your horizons, give yourself something else. When the market's slow or on the weekend, doing some back tests on it.
Keep an eye on those correlations between bond markets and the stock markets also. They usually move inverted. The S&P is the benchmark index, but everything follows the bond market. The bonds are king.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm taking a look at the chat right now. You see anything?
I think we get time for like one more question. I wasn't really watching it because we were going through here, but thank you for everybody for these questions. And while you're looking, JD, thank you for joining this session. I'm only in here for this week. Hoag's being on vacation this week. I don't know if it is vacation, but at least he's off this week, doing his own thing, getting prepared for 2024, getting all of his rally sweaters, or I don't know what he uses for the downside, but he said he's getting all his rally sweaters going, getting the rest and recuperation that he needs. Strong 2024 on TopstepTV. We thank you all so far for being along with us. We have one more trading day, and tomorrow we have a few more out, taking that last day off of the year. So I'm sorry you're gonna have to look at my for my mug over here for most of the day tomorrow, along with other traders. So thank you for joining us, for joining everybody. The production crew is amazing. MP for putting all this together and the time and the resources involved. That guy is a beast. He just does not stop. He's got a great vision. And most importantly, thank you for the traders for being along with us, for joining in. We 2024, the Bell to Bell Club is going to rock it. We are going to get it. We have a lot of stuff coming up, a lot of good things. We appreciate you all. And if we have a question, cool. If we're out of time, we're out of time. But thank you, everybody.
Yep, we're running short. Thanks, Robert. That was awesome. Thanks, everybody, for sticking around with us. And stay tuned. Next, we have Back to the Futures. It's going to be a coach's takeover. Coach Ray, Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, they're all going to join Eddie for a full hour. We're going to get some trades in. We're going to talk shop, and it's going to be a whole lot of tradertainment coming your way. So stay tuned. Coming up next, Back to the Markets.
And Power Hour at 2 o'clock with myself, with Eddie, and with a funded trader, Joey Morgan. Hope you stick around the rest of the day. We'll be waiting for you.
Thanks a lot, everybody. Stick around.
And we are back to the futures.
All right, all right, all right.
And look who we have here today. We got Coach Ray, Coach Dakota, Coach Jay. Oh my goodness, I am not worthy. I am not worthy. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, guys. Jay, how are you?
I'm doing good, Eddie. How are you?
I am fine. Dakota, how are you, my friend?
I am just waking up. As always, you can see the bags under my eyes. Had a long night. Made some money on Nation Session, though.
All right, we're going to talk about that. And, of course, Coach Ray, haven't seen you in a while.
Yes.
Nice to see you, my friend.
Good to
so
be back.
you got this week off, right?
I do. And next week.
And
next week.
You are the teacher of teachers. So that's
I am.
That's why you got the time off.
Yes.
But welcome here, gentlemen, back to the futures. And this is a first. This is a first having you three coaches here. I think if we had more room, we'd add more coaches. But for now, this is something I hope we can continue. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the markets. And I tell you earlier, this crude is just moving south side. And
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
South side, yes. How low can you go? Well, how low can you go? I don't know, but we are on the lows right now, 71.80. And any of you guys trading crude?
I'm trading crude. I'm in long crude right now. I've built a position. Do we want to show it on TV? 71.86 is my long.
Okay, so you were long. You mentioned it a little. 71.86. We're just about right there right now. What you got an exit for us?
I'm going to trail this one.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
So you're going to ride it into the sunset.
Yeah, I'm in 4 contracts now. I've built up a position. I like to close out 2 or 3 and then let one ride.
I thought you said you were going to let one fly. I was going to be, hold on a second. Let me open a window. But, good. Okay, you got a position on, and we got Coach Jay. You're flat right now, right?
Yeah, I'm flat right now. I took a couple of trades in crude earlier, a couple of short, a couple of long trades, short expectations on those. And then when the market turned, I haven't taken a trade yet. Looking for an opportunity here. It's moving better than the equities right now. I see 90 lots sitting at 71.65. Curious at how we react to that.
You're good at that.
Yeah.
See, you're looking ahead, and that's what we talk about. Look ahead, see what's down the road. That's a good thing. So you're seeing some size there. Okay. And is it Coach Ray?
Yeah.
You got anything?
Looking at the 4-hour chart, and we're starting to see some indecision coming in to the downside. Looking to see maybe we can get some conviction candles that will indicate that indeed this is going to be an area for people to participate or buyers to participate. Participated in a couple of trades earlier today. One on the long side, I just after the report in crude oil, and another one to the long side in gold that I actually kind of have to reverse to the downside. So,
okay, so all 3 of you guys are trading crude, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, we could trade the equities, but we might fall asleep.
Yeah, equities.
It's a little more volatile right now.
Yeah, equities looks like it needs some sort of what do you call those things? Shock treatment or something to get it going.
You know what? I mean, if you need something like that, I mean, I do have the cattle prod. Ow. Ow. Wake up.
Okay. Real quick, Eddie. I see that we're at 870 likes. If we could get that to 1,000, I want to show you something.
Uh-oh. Did you get a tattoo I didn't know about, Dakota?
Maybe a tramp stamp, something like that. Only if we could get to 1,000. I don't know if you guys could do it. We'll see.
Dakota, you mentioned that earlier. Come on, let's get this likes. Hit that thumbs up button. No, not the heart on the right-hand side. Hit the thumbs up button. I see 884. Let me refresh.
I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna like it myself.
938.
I need to be better at liking Top Step's YouTubes.
Well, of course you should. You know, and then don't forget to subscribe too, Dakota. You know,
I'm already subscribed because I like every time we have a class, I rewatch it and I just see how can I improve in front of the camera, in front of everything. Because I got a new setup, I got a new camera, I got a new pretty much everything. Because I'm trying to invest my money, spend all my tax write-offs before January 1st, so I don't have to pay as much in taxes.
Yeah, and you're living in Utah, right?
Yeah, I'm in Utah.
I wonder if that tax bracket's any different than Chicago. I imagine. Well, here in Chicago, I'm in Cook County, and I think we're the highest taxes in the nation. It's lunacy, honestly. You know, it's crazy. A lot of people bitching about that. But anyway, taxes. But well, let's take a look here. You know, I'm going to just take a look around while you guys are looking at crude. I want to check out this NASDAQ. NASDAQ right now back on the bull here, 17,126.50. And I'd like to really see it get out of this funk. I think if we can get above these 137s, I think we might see some room to move. But I was wrong. There was a poll out today thinking that will the NASDAQ end up higher? So far, right now, I am sitting in mud. So 50%, I think, said that they were going.
That was fast. Are we already at 100? Already at 1,000 likes? Is that what I'm seeing right now?
We are. You know what? If you refresh, I know that my YouTube's been a little slow, but if you refresh it, and let's see here, do we have 1,000 already? There it is, 1K.
Oh my! That was too quick. That was too quick.
Okay.
So last time I was on TopstepTV, Eddie was showing me the Victor rookie cards, and I had a. Let me see if I could get a light here. My lighting's not too great, so I could show it, and it looks a little decent. But here's a Jason Tatum signed card. It's the absolute memorabilia. This is the one I was telling you that I need to go in and get graded. And so I have this one, and then I also have let's see my zoom.
Oh, okay.
Jason Tatum one, and then I also have my beautiful GOAT card. You guys could see who this GOAT is of the NBA for LeBron James, and he's still active.
Wait! Stop! GOAT, go! LeBron, who?
We're gonna start an argument.
We're gonna start this argument early.
Thank you very much for being with us here, Dakota.
What's that?
LeBron James is your GOAT. Yeah, that's fine. You can have a GOAT. But being here in Chicago, that's sacrilege.
It is. It is.
I'm sorry, but no, that's cool. It's a nice card there. Look, he's wearing his Sunday whites. Nice.
Sunday whites, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Going to church.
I need to go send him off to get graded.
Oh yeah, do that. You know, I tell you, that's I was just talking about going through going through storage earlier, and pulling out a box that said sports cards, and I open the box up and I pull. The first card I see is a Mickey Mantle 1960 All-Star card. I'm like, oh wow, I didn't even know I had this one. So I, went on eBay. Usually eBay is where you check to see where value is, and it's not graded, not PSA graded, but it was like almost $400, and a PSA graded one was like $1,300. So I'm like, oh my goodness, good thing I didn't sort of give this box to my wife for the garage sale. That was, you know what though, honestly, I had some Hot Wheels, and if you're a collector of Hot Wheels, the Hot Wheels with the red rim around the wheels, those are the big collector money Hot Wheels, because those are the older ones. She accidentally sold like 6 of those on me for like, I think $5 a piece. And I after I woke up in the hospital, I was okay. They had to bring me back to life, but things
How much are they
happen.
worth, Eddie? Well, how much could you sell?
I mean, it really depends. I mean, which car it is. It's like markets,
Yeah.
you know.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, makes sense.
But if you ever go to garage sale, you look in Hot Wheels and you see those with the red ring around the wheels. Those are the bigger collectibles. The bigger collectibles. So, but anyway, back to our charts here.
So I see something in gold. Gold coming into an ADR, average daily range level here. Could be a potential area for reversal. Always, I'm waiting for some sort of conviction bar to go the other direction, but it's coming into a level that I pay attention to.
New low here, 2079, and levels that we do have for our gold here. Let's see here real quick. 2079. Looking on our list here, 2072, yesterday's low. If we're looking anything above here, 2085.10 value area low. So WKO low is 2037. A little ways to go before we see that. But new lows on here. And that would have been another mistake, trading gold here. I thought that we would, move a little higher due to the fact that they were talking about, earlier in the news this morning. They talked about, let me see if I could find it here. US dollar retreated to a fresh 5-month low today, on course for an annual loss of just under 3%, snapping a 2 straight year of strong gains. So what's that tell you? I don't know. Sort of threw me off a little bit, but those are some of the levels that we have. But any of you gentlemen have trades already? Any P&L that we can share?
Not right now. This is my first trade. I'm looking at NASDAQ. It's just been choppy. If anything, I might be a little bit bullish NASDAQ. This is not power hour. This isn't the morning. We're kind of in the middle, right? Just after lunch. So I think we're going to be chopping around today on the NASDAQ. And usually when we start to consolidate, I pull up my playbook and I say buy highs or buy the lows, sell the highs, and look for that range bound trade. So that's what I'm looking at for this next hour.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. P&L wise, I just a couple of scalp trades that I took in both CL was a scalp trade to the upside back to initial balance edge for about 20 ticks. And then a losing trade. Actually, I was thinking more long side like you, Eddie, and got caught up there a little bit. But so probably about even, I would say, for the day.
Okay. All right. Then Coach Jay.
I'm up about 200 on the day. Same thing. Took a couple scalps in CL. I'm looking to take a long now, but Coach Ray, the volume at 2:30, right? Floor close for crude is at 2:30 Eastern time, right? 1:30 Central. So I'm expecting some volume to come in there. But outside of that, I took a NASDAQ long. That was a losing trade. Looked like it was going to break out. And it didn't because it's the second to last day of the trading year and there's really no volume right now. So not a lot of follow through on these movements.
Right.
Keep an eye on that. Now, since I got you guys together, I wanted to put some topics out there. Now, you guys are coaching, and I know that we've got At the Buzzer every day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. And then, of course, we've got Coach Dakota at night and Coach Ray. I think you do your 7 o'clocks question answer.
A standard 7 o'clock session. Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about those. But now that I've got you guys all in the car with me, I'm locking the doors. And what I like to do is do like a little round robin. I'm going to give you a trader enemy. And if I was somebody in your Discord channel and I said, hey, Coach, I got a problem with this. I would like to hear your remedy. So let's start with Coach Ray and that wonderful Topstep hat he's got on. He's looking good there, I tell you, man. Dude is looking good.
Thank you.
All right. Coach, I'm having problems with FOMO. How could you help me with the fear of missing out?
Okay. Well, FOMO could be a result of not having a really clear plan on your trades. planned for the session. So I would probably, a remedy for that is I would probably want to see some sort of set of hypos that you have for the day and ensure that you have a plan going in the locations. I find that a lot of the times the FOMO is a result of lack of preparation. So my remedy would be to, list out some hypos, list out some reference levels that I can take a look at and see if we're in alignment on good location. And I think with good location and a good plan, oftentimes FOMO goes away.
Now you say hypo. What's a hypo?
Hypo is a hypothesis. You're basically saying, saying, hey, I'm looking at this reference level, this price level, because this is the demand, or it's a 4-hour demand, or it's an IB edge, value area high, whatever the reference level is. So you have a hypo with some justification and reasoning for why you might think the price might reverse at that level. So,
all right. Well, thank you, Coach.
Yeah.
No all right. Let's go with Coach Dakota. Coach Dakota, I'm having a problem here, and I seem to every time I got a losing trade, I'm off to revenge. What can you help me with revenge trading?
I mean, it's case by case, right? Where there's some general blanket answers that I give over that, but then there's more specific, right? Where if you're revenge trading based off whether you're just taking a loss or whether you gave back profit, right? Or maybe you're increasing your size. But overall, my first one is just shut it down, go for a jog, come back the next day. That's always the best answer that I give my traders, where when you shut down the computer, you take a walk, you could think, you could reflect, you could whatever you want to do, right? Go eat, clear your mind. The next one is if you feel like you need to trade, either go to a demo account, simulated account, build your confidence back up, follow your rules, and scale it back. We were talking right before we joined where we're just joking, right? We're just saying, let's go 15 contracts. Let's go 15 contracts max. And if you have that urge to go 15 contracts, maybe just go to instead of doing 15 contracts on a mini, go to a micro. Then you could do 15 contracts in a micro, and you get that urge out, whether it's a demo account, whatever it is, just to release some of your emotions. And you're not blowing up account. You're not risking too big. That's my best advice. Shut it down. I like to shut my computer down, place trades, shut my computer down, even if I take losses. I mean, here on Topstep, I mean, sometimes I will feel frustrated. I mean, we're in front of 1,300 traders, and if I take some losses, I'm going to feel a little frustrated. Maybe get that urgency to revenge trade to show a positive P&L. It's best just to shut it down, just defer, watch the other traders trade, maybe go watch TopstepTV and listen to you guys.
That's it. There you go, Topstep. And hey, we're making some newer lows here in gold, Coach Ray.
Yeah.
You put a position on, or are we just watching it?
No, I'm actually. I mean, it's coming into a level of demand for me on the ADR side, average daily range. So if I'm going to sell, I'd like to sell strength rather than sell retail.
Okay. All right. There you go. Take a look at here. Let's take a look at our crude. How you doing in that, Coach Dakota?
I'm doing good. I'm sitting here in a long, like I said, I'm just trading can be really boring, guys. That's the honest truth. Where you're trading, you don't have to always be doing something. You place your trade, you let it work out. You can see on my charts, I built up 4 contracts long. And I'm just gonna sit here. If this consolidates and it continues to consolidate, it's going to be boring. We're going to be sitting here for a boring hour. I do that during slow markets. Everyone thinks I'm crazy for trading during the Asian session because it is so slow. I'll always pull up like Netflix or watch something and just sit here. And true consistent trading is boring because it's the same thing over and over and over again. If you want excitement, if you want to fix, go to Las Vegas, go gamble, go do something that gets your adrenaline going.
Bring your laptop into a casino and trade while you're.
I do. I've done that before.
Slots.
Over at the Bellagio, they do allow laptops, and then they bring you free drinks, and they'll even serve you dinner if you sit there long enough. And make sure you tip your waitress, right?
Man, and I tell you, I was there for like 3 days in a row. I didn't even get a piece of toast. Jeez, you know somebody I don't. So I'm gonna next time we go. Maybe I'll get a piece of toast. But the Bellagio, there you go, a little the kick for the Bellagio.
Yes.
But I didn't know that. They let you have laptops, huh?
That's
amazing
for me as well.
I actually got in this long crude with Coach Dakota. I'm in at 86 as well. Stop is at 71.65. Not looking for too much, to be honest. Looking for us to get maybe back to 72 and see if we get some volume, some buying to come in there. But I do like this long trade here.
Yeah, we did touch 72 for just a moment and ripped right back down into the 71.90s, 71.80s.
Well, Coach Jay, since I've got you here, if you can help me out, I'm a trader, and you know what? I tell you, I got a big problem. I think it's greed. I just want to make so much more than I make in a day, and then I find out that, now I'm trading bad, now I'm negative. But can you help me out with sort of controlling this greed factor?
Yeah, I think there's a few things we can look at, Eddie. Determining what you're looking for out of the markets, right? I think a lot of traders come to the market with kind of false expectations for what is real. Whether you see other traders online. So try to understand where that greed stems from. And then you can, plan around it. I know a lot of times we have traders say, oh, I only made 500. I only made $1,000 on the day. I think change the way we talk about money. Because it can feel like just clicking buttons and just numbers moving around on the screen. But there is potential to make some serious income from here if we approach it the right way.
Right. Okay.
If traders are over trading, I think forget about the money, right? Understand that there's potential to make money from trading, but then you don't want to have it front of mind while you're doing it, right? Just like a basketball player, any kind of athlete, if I'm looking at the scoreboard while I'm playing the game, I can't focus on making the next play, right? I'm focusing on what the scoreboard says. If you play the game the way you're supposed to, you look up at the scoreboard at the end of the day, and it's going to show you what you want.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you, Coach. And you guys are trading crude here. Our good friend Taurus Trader is watching our tilt, and 72% looking long, looking for a little bounce here. And I think 28 were on the other end of that. So we're watching that from the tilt. We do have a poll in the YouTube chat. And thank you, Robert. Will the ES make a new all-time high? ATH, 48.41.50 today. Current is 43.38.50. So will the ES make a new all-time high? Yes or no? Get your vote in, and we'll see what's going on.
48.41.50. We're not far from it.
Not far from it. I can smell it from here.
It might happen in the last 5 minutes of the day. It feels like the type of day, right, where we just consolidate and then there's this random spike of volume. It's like, how do you trade that?
There you go. Chris George, full disclosure. Oh, he's full disclosure. I tend to overtrade when I'm alone. TopstepTV helps me distract me from taking emotional trades. I wait for the price to come to me. Yes, let the market come to you, right? And otherwise, you're chasing markets, you're being reckless, and you look silly running around like that. So there you go. Shahab has a question for Coach Jay. Coach Jay, gold moves differently. What do you recommend in terms of setup and psychology? If someone's interested in trading gold, are there resources on Topstep that you can find helpful?
So what I would say, each market has its own personality, right? Each one is going to move a little differently. But I think ultimately find what type of analysis you want to bring to the market, right? For me, I'm understanding that I'm reading order flow and I can read order flow for any market, right? So understand what you're looking for as far as setups goes. Like Coach Ray was talking about ADR exhaustions, right? You can apply that analysis on any market. So start with that and then understand the movements of the market that you're trading, right? Does gold, do you normally see nice follow through on gold, right? Does it take longer for moves to play out than others? I don't really trade gold too often. I think Coach Vince probably trades it a little bit more than me. But ask questions to gold traders, right? Eddie, you trade gold. And I know you started trading it recently on TopstepTV. What do you think about it?
Well, you know what the thing is, I am still a rookie noob, and you know what I'm looking for is patterns. I'm looking for momentum. You know, the thing that I read earlier about the dollar, you know, versus gold. I mean, those are markets that you need to sort of watch to reflect each other, and it just is not doing that right now. So, you know, sitting on the hands. But I mean, as far as gold goes, it's treated me nicely. You know, I'm not looking to take out anything big. I am a base hit trader, and if I can pull out $100 on a trade, 200, I am very happy. So, you know, and that's how you should proceed. I mean, don't be looking for the home run. They will happen. All right, you'll be shooting for a base hit, and before you know it, the market runs for you, and you're on second base, you're on third base, and now you're coach at third saying go go go, and you got yourself a nice runner. Mike R is saying, how to see the tilt on the screen? Well, Mike, it's not going to be on Thinkorswim. Okay. If you want to see it here at Topstep, well, no, he's on Thinkorswim.
Okay.
Take a look up top. See that scrolling bunch of numbers and so forth. If you look in the gray boxes are the markets. For example, right now I'm seeing NASDAQ March. Okay. Next is the ES March. Average entry. Now this is the average. Let's just look at the ES 48.36.23. Well, out of our traders here at Topstep, those that have positions on 47% are short, 52% are long. So basically that's sort of on the fence. Ones you really want to look at, like that crude. If we can see crude here, it comes crude right now. 36% short, 63% long. So just a little earlier, I mentioned it was 72% long. So we've got some change of heart as we speak.
Man, what do you guys trade? Are you guys into trades, Ray and Jay? I'm just sitting here on my hands. Like, this is just chop.
Yeah, nothing.
Nasdaq's starting to sell off a little bit. I might look to buy it if we drop down towards like closer to 100, 17,100. But
I'm still in that crude long, 71.86. My stop is 71.65. So still got about 10 ticks or so. That floor close that I was talking about, the volume spike that came in last 3-minute candle, we got a $5,000 contract volume candle. Outside of that, I don't know if I'm looking for too much more. So I might just close this trade if I'm not seeing anything.
You're talking about oil?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it sort of died here on the low 70.
Yeah, we're starting to sell off a little bit here on Nasdaq. We're getting near the lows of this consolidation, right around 17,110, low 17,100 zone. I might look for a long around there. Like I said, we're consolidating. The best consolidating chop strategy is to sell the highs and buy the lows. That's it. That's all I'm looking at right now, unless something changes. This is definitely not that 100-point move that we were able to catch last time I was on TopstepTV. This is the opposite, where we're going to squeeze out, small points here or there.
Yeah, base hits.
Base hits. Well, our poll came in. ES all-time high. 55% said sure, and 44% said get out of here. No, 44% said no. That was on 220 votes. We have that. All right.
I got a question for you guys. On times like this where the markets are slower, we have less volume. If you're going to trade, do you do anything as far as changing your expectations for the outcomes of your trades, right? Smaller profit targets, maybe tighter stops or things like that? Or are you looking for the same setups? Because Dakota, like you said, right, that 100-point move, we actually had volume that was trading the market then. So we could expect, maybe you don't expect 100 points, but you expect a bigger move. Do you lower your expectations on days like this?
It depends. It really depends. It depends on what the market's doing, how it's reacting, and what strategy I'm using. For example, today I'm using a consolidation strategy on the NASDAQ. And if we have, say, a 10-point range, then I'm not going to expect to get 20, 30 points, right? I'm going to be happy with getting half that consolidation range. If I'm doing a breakout strategy and say the volatility and average true range, depending on how volatile the market is maybe 15, 20 handles, then sure, I'll be okay with getting anywhere close to 10, 15. I like to use multiple contracts and where I'll scale into a position. For example, I'm still long oil. I got into another one. I'm in 5 contracts oil, and we've started to slow down. Like we had that huge sell-off for today. We're down almost 3%, and I might take some profit around 72, and then leave one contract to run and see where we're at the end of the day. And just like last week, I was not expecting to make 100 points off that trade. I was happy with 10 to 15. And I scaled out, I closed out 3 or 4 of my contracts, and then I just trailed it. And then the market just started to sell off, and then it started to, like a snowball, right? When you roll a snowball down a hill, it starts to gain momentum, and it keeps going and dropping and dropping, dropping. Next thing you know, you're in profit 100 points when you're happy with 10 or 15. So there's different ways to take advantage of the market. I talk about my slow market class all the time, where during the Asian session, we're happy if we move 2 or 3 points. But then if you position yourself to take advantage of when we do move, and then you could take advantage of it if we do get a big spike in volatility, and you position yourself and you're able to catch that type of a move.
So I'd like to add to that. I would say that, once I'm a big VWAP guy. So, once we get too far on VWAP's volume weighted average price, and once we get price, extended, it's kind of like a rubber band. Once we get to a certain point, it tends to get to a point where it wants to recoil back. So I often use VWAP as targets once we get too far away from it. These kind of end of day kind of trades, if I do participate in them, I use VWAP as that target because it kind of acts like settlement price sometimes, or point of control. It kind of acts as like this magnet to price,
Right.
Because so I look to that, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so guys. I know that you're in a position, but I want to sort of swing back to coaching opportunities and things that a lot of us have issues with, problems with, speed bumps, walls to get by. Let's go. Let's start with Coach Jay this time. Coach Jay, what's a good way? See, I come in, I log in, I see the market, I start trading, and then I lose all focus. Somebody mentioned this thing called game plan, trading plan. What is this, and how? What's the best way you think that I can establish a trading plan before I start trading?
Yeah, so I think, we're all students of the market. Eddie, you said it, you're looking for patterns. I think it's all pattern recognition at the end of the day. So understand what patterns you're looking for, write them out. I have, and Coach Dakota has it as well, I have typed up examples of what I'm looking for trades. So I'm not surprised when I see something happen, right? Of course, each trade is going to be different. But if you have an idea of what you're looking for, then you can kind of lean on that game plan, right? That helps you set expectations for your trades. That helps you set expectations for what the market's going to do. And then you can run that play, right? Just, again, we use sports analogies all the time, but your favorite NFL team doesn't just like show up to the field on Sunday and say, we'll figure it out today, right? They have an idea of what their opponents are going to do. They have an idea of how they're going to respond. And so a trading game plan should work the same way. Right. I'm going to do a class later today about market personality. That should be somewhere in your game plan as well. Right. If I'm trading the NASDAQ every day, on a day like today, I should have expectations for what the market could potentially do. Right. We're coming to the end of the year, volume's lower, all these other things. So that should guide my trades, in my opinion. Right. I shouldn't just show up and say, hey, I'm going to look for that big trade that I got because the market might not present that opportunity. So
all right. So then thank you, Coach.
Write out what you're looking for. Yeah, no problem. Man. Yeah. No problem.
No, it makes sense too. I mean, any competitive sport or event or anything, you're always going to try to figure out your best entry or your best approach to beating the opponent. Walking out of there with a winning day. And I mean, if you don't have a game plan, and then, you know, sometimes you'll put a lot of time in a game plan, get it together, and you're ready to go, and you're excited, positive mental attitude, good PMA, and your first trade's a loser, second trade a loser, third trade, and then you're saying, okay, wait a minute, you know, this is not what I had in mind. Now, real quick, Coach Jay, I want to ask you if that's the case. I know some people have a plan B, but let's just say I don't have a plan B. I did all the homework, Coach Jay, but you know, things just aren't working. What should I do?
I think we all have to accept that we're going to be wrong, right? And I think that's probably the most important part of a plan. How does it look when you lose? Because it's going to happen for all of us, right? And if we don't plan what it looks like, then you know we'll be surprised for what it is, right? So for some traders, it might be in your plan that, hey, if I'm you know losing trades in a row, I'm going to shut it down. You plan what your losing looks like, and then when it happens, you're not surprised. For me, I had a pretty good day yesterday trading. Took some time away from the screens, went away for about an hour and a half, came back. In my trading plan, I have, hey, if you're up on the day and you continue to trade because you see a setup, if that trade is a loser, you have to stop, right? Because I know for myself, tilt is right around the corner if I continue to trade. So know what it is, know what it looks like for you, and then kind of go from there. And you know, even if you have a game plan, right? You have a trade set up, and you know it's a high probability. Nothing's 100% in trading, so just accept that even if it looks like the perfect setup, it might not turn out to be a winning trade, but that doesn't make it a bad trade.
Right. Okay. Well, hey, thank you very much. I'm going to try that tomorrow when I start trading. Thank you, Coach Jay. Hey, real quick, I'm going to just take a little pause here right now. Dante had a question for me. Said, Eddie, you said you're a base hit trader. Yes, I am. And like to take about 100 to 200 on your trades. It's about average, maybe a little bit more if I can. Do you move your stop once above your profit target, or do you exit based on the change in market condition? Well, I'm going to say most of the time, if I've got a market running in my direction, I'll move my stop to break even. This way, I'm one to say that I like to keep confidence above the watermark, meaning I would rather get stopped out at break even than get stopped out with a negative. But the thing is, if that's to be, I'm okay with that, and that's my trading style. Once you're above your profit target, do you exit? Yes. You know what the thing is. I will probably the majority of the time take what the market has given me and be happy with it. And one thing that I am not is if that market continues the direction that I could have made more, I'm happy with what I've got. I try to stay away from the woulda, coulda, shoulda. I mean, that's you know, you're copping out. I should have did that. I would have did that. I could have did that. But hey, you got a winning trade. All right, let's look at the winners. And I mentioned this earlier today, you know, first place team, you're not going off of how many goals you score or how many touchdowns you make. You're going off how many wins you have. And that's going to determine a first place team versus a last place team. So if it's a winning trade, it's a winning trade in my book, whether it be $50, like Hoag says, $50 in Brookfield is $50 in Brookfield. All right. Put it into perspective. All right. It's 50. I mean, you're walking down the street with your buddy and you see a $50 bill on the ground. Are you going to walk over it? No, I'm going to push him in the bush and I'm going to grab that 50 and say, oh, I'm sorry. You okay? And maybe buy him a beer a little later. I'm grabbing that 50.
Eddie, to that point about finding money on the ground, I used to ask traders this when we were doing one-on-ones all the time, because traders would say, you know, hey, I made money, but I want to continue going. Just to continue your analogy, right? If you find that $50 on the floor, are you going to continue looking for more? Right, let's say you're walking next to the highway. Are you going to keep looking for more money? If you find 50,
you know, I tell you, I might look around for a little bit. True story. Right. True story. Going to high school, I used to walk to my friend's house, and his dad would drive us to school. I'm walking through the alley. It was frozen. It was wintertime. And I swear to God, there was a $20 bill in a puddle, but the puddle was frozen. I saw this $20 bill, and I'm looking at it, oh my God, that's 20. And, you know, back when I was in high school, I mean, $20 was like 50. And, you know, and so I was like, you know, with my hands, warming my hands and getting it. And we were late for school, but I was $20 richer. But I just, you know, it was a good excuse. Hey, look, I found a 20 in a frozen puddle. But yeah, pick up you see money on the ground, pick it up. It's yours. It's yours.
And just to finish that analogy, if while you're looking for more, that $50, let's say you lost 20 of it and it blew onto the highway, are you going to go chase it? You're not, right? So that's a lot of times that's what happens with our trading. We're up on the day, we start taking some losses, which is fine. But then when we lose the money, we want to go chase the money again, right? It's not yours anymore. That money blew onto the highway. You're not going to go chase it because the risk reward is not there for you.
Right, the risk reward. Consider it a loss. Yes. Somebody else will get it somewhere else. Real quick, we had a poll here. Robert Cooney, Mr. Cooney. What do you think is more important in your trading? POC, the VWAP, moving averages, support resistant levels, and 10% see the point of control.
We needed risk management in that poll. Risk management's the most important. No indicators.
Okay. All right.
That's what we needed there.
We'll have another one soon. VWAP, 27% moving averages, 10% on support resistant levels, and that was a good 53%. So we got room for more, Dakota. We got room for more, my friend.
Yeah, let's add that on there. Whoever doesn't put risk management, then just kick them out. Can we kick people out of the YouTube chat?
Not at all. No, not at all. No, they're friendly. We got a good group in there, Dakota.
You know, I got my hand slapped by someone behind the scenes. So I was scrolling through YouTube, and I accidentally deleted someone's message. And I'm like, oh, no, I didn't want to do that. I fat fingered it on my phone. And then immediately I get a message like, hey, you know, don't delete this guy. Like, well, you know, maybe. I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta be safe with that. These markets are slow. I came in here with a consolidation. We're not even having enough, you know, range to make any money on the NASDAQ. I'm still long oil. I'm in 5 contracts. I'm in now 71, 77. I did get stopped out of a couple of them, but so far net, I'm up $200. I'm up 600 on this current trade. See if we could push up around 72. But I believe we might just see the market's dead. We have 12 more minutes left until power hour. What are you guys' thoughts? I'm still long oil. If we could push up around 72, I'll be good. We're starting to
getting close.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. On NASDAQ, there was, and going off of the different strategies, this is a NASDAQ, and if I would have just followed what I was going in here, if I was watching it, where it was sell the highs, buy the lows, I probably could have made a decent amount of money. I didn't do it. I was just a little hesitant, and it's just a really small range. You can see the highs around, you know, 17,126. The lows is around 17,000, you know, say 15. And if you would have just sold the highs, bought the lows, you could have made a decent amount of money while we're consolidating. I didn't do it. I should have, even though I came into this class or this Back to the Futures hour with that mentality. We'll see. If we get back up here, I'll take a sell and do exactly what I preached. But
yeah, I would say that CL is probably looking the best right now. You know, as far as firming up at these levels, looks like GC is also trying to make an attempt here to reverse, developing a little bit of a doji candle here on the 50-minute. But yeah, out of all the markets that I'm looking at, that I look at, NASDAQ, GC, and CL is probably the best.
Yeah, good. I like that poll. That's my favorite poll. Fundamental analysis, technical analysis, risk management, or emotional control. Dang, that's a tough one. That is a tough one.
Hey, Coach Ray. I was going to ask. I got a hard time trading here, holding on to losers too long. You know, I tell you, I keep my fingers crossed, my toes crossed, hoping the market goes my way. You know, I pray to the almighty trading God, and nothing happens. What's a good way to cut losers before they get too big, before you dig that hole too deep? What would you suggest?
Well, first of all, you need to get off of hopium.
Okay, I won't be putting that in my bog anymore. No,
no hopium in your bong or whatever it is that you use.
Right, whatever you use, whatever, I don't know.
But
paper roll and aluminum foil.
One thing that I kind of try to hammer in to the folks that I work with is that we need to have some sort of market event, and I'm a big believer of channels, right? So if we're in a trend and we're getting close to a target, well, or if we're in a trend and I see that the trade is breaking my trend that I was in this position that I was in, then I have a market event that is telling me that it's time for me to get out, right? And so, because the thing is, I can't trust that what's between my ears is always going to do the thing correctly, right? We're filled with hope. Nobody wants to accept the loser, anything along those lines. But if I set an objective set, whether it's a trend line, whether it's a channel, whatever it is, you say, hey, if it crosses this line and closes, I'm out, because I have this area is telling me that whatever direction I thought the market will go has been invalidated, right? So I think the key to address that is that you need to come up with some objective criteria. I use channels, okay? I stay in the trade as long as it stays in the channel. The moment I get a break of the channel close, that is a signal for me to exit.
Yep. I agree with that 100%. Once we place a trade, we do not get any smarter. The exact opposite.
You're right. And the thing is, it's like we can enter anywhere, but it's the question is, the winners know when to exit.
Right. Right. And like I said, I think the key to anything, I think, is coming up, whatever resonates with you, whatever is going to cause you to take execution, a decision that's objective, right? Don't rely on what's between your ears to consistently do the right thing. Come up with an objective criteria that will allow you to exit, and then honor it. Have the discipline to honor it, because I talk myself out of things as well, just like anybody else.
All the time.
Right. Right. Well, gentlemen, we are coming to the end of Back to the Futures, and I just want to say thank you very much for a wonderful year. You guys have been fantastic. I tell you, all the positive feedback our coaches get. I'm like a proud father. I mean, the thing was, I was like the only coach at one point, and we sort of tallied off that. And we grew into a, something that is helping many. And I tell you, this is an all-star crew, guys. You guys are all-stars. Before we go here, closing comments, real quick. New Year's resolution for the markets and your New Year's resolution outside the markets. Let's go with Coach Ray. Coach Ray, what's your New Year's resolution outside trading?
I would say that you want to do something nice for yourselves. I mean, I think we work at trading, hard. And I think as we come into the end of the year and we're going into the new year, I think it's important to reward yourself, to do something good for yourself, because we do spend a lot of time on the markets and we beat ourselves up. I think we're obviously our worst critics. So do something nice for yourself, maybe for your family. I would say would be my New Year's resolution.
It's beautiful for your family. I like that. How about trading?
As I know this is a topic that gets hammered out a lot in TopstepTV, but sit down, do a reflection on your trading, adjust where you need to adjust, come up with a solid plan going forward, back test, do the homework, and get yourself in a position to start the new year right. I would say is probably the best thing, New Year's resolution that I would give folks.
Beautiful, beautiful. Hey, Coach Jay, how about your New Year's resolution outside of trading?
Outside of trading, it's for me, it's to get back to working out as consistently as I did when I was coaching basketball more. I think with sitting at the desk, trading and coaching and doing some of these things, gotten a little bit out of shape from where I was. So just a little bit of that. I actually had one of my one of my guys that I coach come back from college and he wanted to work out, and I was guarding him like I've been doing for the last 3 years now. And then after the workout, I couldn't walk up the stairs, and I'm like, oh man, that's
You're
that's
getting old.
Yeah, I'm not that old yet, so I need to get back in shape.
All right, now how about trading resolution?
With trading, I try not to make like year-long resolutions for trading because we understand like how up and down it is. So for me, it's consistently stay with a plan day to day, right? And then at the end of the year, I'll look up at it. But for me, it's stick to your plan daily, and to probably take a few more days off of the charts this year. I think it'll help my results.
Nice, thank you, sir. And Coach Dakota, your 72's hit.
Yeah, my 72. Sorry, I've been paying attention to the charts, so I appreciate your guys' new. I'll have to find out what they were when I rewatch this.
It's okay. Okay, yeah, your resolution outside of trading.
So I want to box more. I'm a boxer, Eddie.
They're hiring at UPS, Amazon.
Where's the?
No, sorry. Sorry, that was one of my routines as a stand-up comedian. Very bad.
Dang, you just threw me off my whole thing.
Sorry. Okay, your resolution for outside of trading.
Yeah, I wanted.
You want to buy?
So I've been trying to get into amateur competition.
Okay.
I've been struggling to make weight. If you, that's what happens when you're sitting in front of a computer. When you're, as your full-time job is, I'm a trader. That's my primary income. Is how the heck do you make weight? So I would definitely say at least get into a couple matches this year.
All right, but don't let them beat up that good-looking face of yours.
There's some comments. I get this a lot. You can see I have the chart in the background. This is the NASDAQ going up.
I thought that was my pulse. Okay, go ahead.
I should hook it up to my pulse so when I get into a trade. Anyway, real quick, I practice what I preach. That's what I'm trying to do. If it comes to my trading, you'd see I just got into a long on NASDAQ because we did sell off. We sold off to the bottom of this consolidation. I got into a long exactly. I should have been doing it, for this whole entire hour. That's okay. It's spilt milk. But I think for my New Year's resolution, continue to practice what I preach. Because sometimes I catch myself while I'll be sitting here and saying, risk management, do this, do this, do this. And sometimes I don't follow it 100%. Very similar to like a father, right? Do as I say, not as I do. But I want to make sure that I do it also as I say, and lead by example. We have an amazing community here at Topstep, and that's what we really need to do. Is we're here in front of you guys. We have 1,400, 1,500 traders. So I want to be able to do that. Just practice as I preach. Go in with a strategy. Show you guys. Talk about risk management. Help us out as traders. And go from there. But yeah, I'm going to close out of this NASDAQ. And then here on oil, I'm just going to let it run into the close. You can see we just rallied up $1,200. I might close out a couple, see if we can break up, and I'll be done for the day.
All right. Well done. Well done. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us here. And for sure, we got to do this again.
Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of fun.
I don't want to say guaranteed, but I want to get you guys back here. This is a great session. I think it was. And if you think it was, let us know here in the chat. We're going to take a little time out. We're coming back here very soon. And we're going to have Joey, Morgan, Robert, and JD is going to join us here for Power Hour. Gentlemen, all the best. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
2024. Let's have the best year yet.
Yeah. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year,
guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New
Love
Year,
everyone. I will catch you all tonight and another day.
All right. We'll be right back. ready to rumble for Power Hour. Oh, I love reverb. I love reverb. Hey, we got Joey. We got Joey Morgan. We got Professor Robert, and me again. Hope you're not tired of hearing me, but Joey, hello. Robert, hello. Joey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. It's a pleasure to be back. Love seeing your faces.
Thanks, man. You know, I tell you, when I was looking over the week schedule, I'm going over names. I'm like, Joey. Hey, Joey. And I was really happy that you're back with us here, and wanted to sort of pique or actually question your methodology. And I know that last time we talked, we did talk about that, but that's been a little while ago. Yeah. And of course, Coach Robert, I'm not sure if you want to share your strategies. I know that you like to trade overnight, but let's say hi to Coach Robert. Robert, how are you?
I am doing well. We're hanging in there. It's a lot of us doing multiple duties back here. Eddie, you're on all day, and this production crew has been absolutely killing it. I'm so happy to be a part of it, seeing everybody work so hard. But I am doing just well. Thank you very much, Joey. Glad to finally meet you and at least see you, greet you here face to face. I'm looking forward to getting through the power hour. Just slow markets, so we'll do the best we can with it. Yeah.
Yeah, Robert, just a little hot there. You move that mic away a little bit, be better.
Absolutely.
But Joey, tell us about yourself. Who are you? And why are you here?
I am here because, one, I got to say, I'm a big fan of Topstep. Just starting off here, I love everything about what you guys do here. And it provides a big opportunity for a lot of people. And so I am here trading futures with Topstep and enjoying and loving every bit of the journey. I'm primarily a NASDAQ trader. I know I'm a psycho. I think us NASDAQ traders are a bunch of psychos because it can be quite volatile. But I like the movement. I like the speed of it. And that's where I live. NASDAQ is that's where I live at, man.
NASDAQ, speed, volume, the high life. Just like Miller High Life, champagne of beers. There you go.
Love going just full speed ahead, man. NASDAQ just provides that. Granted, it can give you a lot of head fakes and give you a little bit more stress in the ES, but it's just what I'm used to trading, what I've always traded, and so that's where I live.
How about a little bio about you outside of trading?
Sure. Well, I'm 33. I live in Missouri, here in Springfield. I just became a dad.
God bless.
This month. How about that? Yeah.
Boy, girl, both.
Boy. Yeah. Boy just became a dad. He was born on the 2nd of this month.
Wow.
And, so that's been quite the journey. Pretty awesome to experience, and being involved in the dad life now, it's absolutely a joy, and it's a cool journey to be on. So super pumped for that. But outside of that, that's really been my main focus, man, is just focusing on my son and trading, and that's really it, man.
Well, is he a Joey Jr.?
He is.
He is
a Joey Jr. He's my twin. It's quite it's pretty awesome to be staring back at my own reflection, you know. So
yeah, I tell you,
definitely my twin.
That's a blessing, a Christmas blessing. All the best to you. I tell you, you got a lot of work ahead of you, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So now, real quick here, let's have they trained you how to change a diaper?
They have, yes. Jessica, my lady, she has trained me. I have a stepdaughter as well, and so I got some practice in with my stepdaughter there, and so that kind of transitioned, and everything I learned from her is gone to Easton. So I kind of got ahead of the game a little bit before Easton got here.
There you go. You got a wonderful family now. It's everything that's looking forward for you. So all the best, and
appreciate that.
Appreciate you. Coach Robert, how about a little bio on you, buddy?
Yeah, I'll run that off real quick. But Joey, first, congratulations for being a new dad. I am not a dad. I don't know what that is like, but I hear it's quite the trip. So congratulations from me there.
He's my new cousin, buddy.
I'm sure it's gonna be one of those. Do I cry once, long, cry twice, short, right?
Right.
Yeah, just me. I started out trading in 2017. I've been a like investment person. My background's in IT, so I've always been interested in numbers and math and markets with some investments. But trading is 2017 when Bitcoin went from like 1,000 to 19,000 in a year, and the whole craze happened. So I jumped on the penny stock and low cap bandwagon of trying to trade the market open with 1 million shares, and it got destroyed for about 8 months doing that. And some kind gentleman whom I still don't even know his real name, didn't ask for $1, was in a chat room and said, man, I think you're doing good. You understand trading and stuff. I just think you're trading the wrong stuff, and you should probably take a look at futures. So right around 2018, the beginning, I switched to futures. Took about 2 months to learn what worked for me. About 3 months later, I recovered everything I lost in 2017, and it's been fun ever since. And here we are in almost 2024. It's been a blast. I love it. I absolutely love it. Topstep for about 2 years now. Started in support. And then when we brought into the individual one-on-one coaching, and then into the group coaching, and now TopstepTV, working production and getting a little bit of screen time, filling in for some folks who are on vacation, taking some time off, getting ready for 2024. Glad to be here. I am so happy to see we have several thousand traders following us on YouTube for TopstepTV, bell to bell, every day during the slow time, during the holidays, and watching the paint on these candles dry right along with us. So appreciate everybody that's still sticking around. We enjoy it. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Robert. And thank you, Joey. Well, the thing is, obviously, we're watching paint dry here. But once we get back into the beginning of the year and everybody puts everything in gear, we're going to have a good time. There's going to be a lot of opportunity, and I think everybody's going to be very focused on their trading. So just to give you a little reminder, this is what happens. But anyway, Joey, you got any trades on today? You trading today at all?
I took a few trades earlier today. Wasn't too happy with how I trade today. I am scratch on the day. I'm not really down or up. I'm down like $20, I think, on the day. So pretty much a scratch day for me. It was a lot of ups and downs, slow movement, low volatility, I felt like. Right now, just watching paint dry, like you said. And we're kind of in that weird in-between, where it's like we just got past Christmas and then the New Year's coming up. And so we're in this weird little in-between area until we get past the New Year. So not really looking to trade too aggressively right now until after the New Year, just kind of sitting on my hands and trying to be patient for things that I see coming up,
All right. So we don't want to force you to trade. That's the worst thing we can do.
Yeah.
But if you see any market movement, by all means, let us know. And the thing is too, is at this point of the year, whether you're down, whether you're up, whether you're a scratch trader. And I tell you, scratch is the second best trade.
It is.
And we used to say that on the trading floor, obviously you want a winning trade, but if you can scratch, it's much better than a losing trade. So if you 100%. I was there this morning. First thing I did was dig a big hole for me this morning. And, then I sort of reevaluated, took a look, didn't rush into it, and chipped away and put myself a little positive. Not much today, but I think I'm willing to risk my $279 to put some trades on here today. So we'll see. We'll see what we've got going on. And Robert, you were trading today too, weren't you?
Yeah, it's an experimental thing here for me. I would absolutely be not trading today or this week whatsoever. I did not live. But what I did do today is I knew I was going to be on this particular segment. So I fired a quant tower and threw a bot on there, and I actually started at about noontime.
Take a real quick here. Let's take a look at NASDAQ here. NASDAQ pushing some more lows here. New low for NASDAQ here. We're looking at 17,090 half, and is that one of our Hoagie numbers? Let me take a look here real quick. 17,090, the volume point of control. 17,090. So that was the low of the day. We hit the VPOC, and we'll see where we go from there. What's above that? I think next value area highs, 107s. I think I'm seeing here, but we'll keep an eye on that NASDAQ. So NASDAQ's given us some opportunity, on that. But go ahead, Robert. I'm sorry.
No, definitely the market's moving and drop it. I hit Hoag's weekly kickoff high is 17,050. I don't know if we'll make it down there, but these markets, I'm going to drop this screen here. I see my charts being shared now. That's good. Definitely jump in there. I'm not sure where this market is going to go, but if you can see what I had on the Quant Tower screen, it's a very simple layout. There is literally almost no strategy to this. I just wanted to have something ready. So what I did on there is I used kind of that fair value gap everyone talks about, and it's literally nothing but a 3-bar candle, three candles in a row, where it gaps down. So you might have the low, let's go 3 candles back, it drops down, and then you have candle number 2, it'll go further, and then candle number 1 drops again. So the high of that first candle back is lower than the low of the third candle back, and that makes a little gap. So all I did was I made this little bot that said, well, trade through that gap. Next time you come around, just go long right through that gap. Now, I know it's not the right way to do it, the way everybody's following ICT and stuff. It's not the right way, but I wanted to do something automated, and so I threw it on there, and that's what's running on the chart now. And
Well,
he was still taking a dive.
I just took a short there, and now my P&L is 367. So I put on a couple bucks there. Looking for this low here once again. Here now we got the 89s are the low.
Yep.
But that was a quicker than I expected. Fill. So it took a jab to the downside. That's where I had it 89. I got filled. Usually, if that's a low and you've got your exit at a low or a high, it usually trades there for a while and says, not yet, and moves the other direction. So I got lucky on that one. Quick trade, a little quicker than I expected.
Well, it worked out, right? I don't know if Joey got in on that either. There was just simply no gaps there. No,
I did not know. I am kind of letting this move play out right now. I'm interested in some levels a little bit lower than where we are. I'm looking kind of more so in the range of about the low down to about 71. I'm interested in kind of about this little consolidation area where we had a little bit of pent up demand, and we caught some buyers in that area yesterday. So I'm kind of watching that area, seeing if sellers can continue to push us lower. And then if we can catch a little bit of buying momentum where buyers kind of step up here in this general range, I might look to take us long. But right now, I'm just kind of letting this move play out, letting the shorts take control for a moment and see what happens down in this range.
Well, it's something, if you got levels and you're looking for certain areas of interest, patience.
Trying to be very picky. On days like today, I'm trying to just be very, have a lot of intent on what trades I take, and just be
frugal, be cheap, be an Ebenezer. Yes, exactly. 'Tis the season. Yeah, I mean, the thing is too. I mean, I used to tell traders that, if you have a real good day, coming in the next day, don't be in such a hurry to give that money back. Be frugal, be stingy, be picky, and you want to build on that. You don't want to give that back. And that's one thing that I stress is, and I try to practice, practice what I preach. Is if that market is good to you one day, be careful the next. It's like an ex-girlfriend or an ex-boyfriend. Be very careful. They're there for you. But boy, they got on the bull here right quick. Tag that bottom 089. Now we're all the way up to 102, 102.50, 104.
Buyers giving us a little bit of a push here.
Yeah, did we get in here? I don't know. Look at this run.
It is running. Yeah, it is running. We might, for me personally, if I do enter this, I want to see it come back down a little bit again. I'm trying to be very picky. I don't want to chase or get FOMO on a move that's
right. FOMO
playing out. So
right. You see something like this. Good point, Joey. I mean, oh gosh, I got to get in. It's moving. I want to jump in. I saw it running that way too, and my hands are folded. I'm not even near my mouse. And I don't want to do a woulda, coulda, shoulda. You know, I mean, I could have, would have, should. No, and I took my small profit and just watched this sort of reverse itself.
Yep. And it's okay, right? It's okay if we miss the move, right? There's going to be other opportunities, whether it's today,
Certainly,
tomorrow, or after the New Year's. So it's okay
well
if we
said.
miss a move.
Well said. Rob, how's your trades going? You got what do you got working right now?
Well, there's nothing on. There's no trade on right now. So,
Okay.
There are a few of us that are using these range charts, and I thought while it's slow, unless something pops up, I can explain a little bit about what they are. You know, pulling it up on the chart right here. It is set. This is NQ, and it's set this particular one on called a 40 range chart. 40 stands for 40 ticks. That's not ticks of throughput in any type of volume. It's the height of the bar. So 40 ticks in NQ is 10 points. So when you're looking at the chart, if you see a white candle, and I'll zoom in a little bit so we can see it a little more clearly. If you see a white candle that's completed, it simply means it's 40 ticks from high to low, top to bottom. And the black one next to it is 40 ticks from high to low. It's just that it opened higher and closed lower. So versus green and red. So the black ones are down, white ones are up. What this means is that it takes time out of the picture and it only works on price. So this candle we're looking at right now in real and live time, it has not completed 40 ticks or 10 points of movement from top to bottom yet. And it might not for 30 seconds and it might not for 2 hours. It's just not going to plot another candle until we go 10 points and a tick, and then it will close either white or black. The next candle will start. I just like them because to me, it really shows me what happens in the market. It gives me a great idea of the levels. And you've heard the term barcoding. What's really good is you can seriously see the barcoding. I'm going to shut this indicator off just for a moment and you'll see what I'm talking about. And this is nothing. It's just a simple gap plotting indicator. And you can pretty much see what it looks like. You can see the barcodes and then you take the plays after it. So if I start barcoding in an area, I personally do not know, nor do I care if it's going up or down. And I also know, there's not many guarantees in the market, but one of them is it's going to go up or down. It's not going to stay there forever. So when I see these stacking up next to each other, I know that the market is simply ranging by just over 10 points. This whole little section on the side, it's just a range there. So is it going to go up or is it going to go down? I have no clue. But if it does, I'm going to go up with it and take 10, 15 points, or I'm going to go down with it and take 10, 15 points. And because they're range candles that are 10 points in height, it's extremely clear to see where my target, where my stop should be. It's easy. Look back. It's at a candle in height. It's 10 points. That's my stop loss. Is it 10 points in my direction? That's my profit. And it's very, very simple. I just love the way that it looks. This is I'll look at the entire day. There's the entire day. This blue line on the left-hand side. When I say entire day, that's the market open last night.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So it just shows to me very, very clearly that what happened throughout the market. You can clearly see, my opinion, where the levels are, where the highs are, the supports are, and where the resistances are. You just draw a line right across. It's very, very straightforward for me. So we're looking at that candle. It hasn't done anything yet. We can see, is that a pullback? It's going to keep going. I'm not doing anything until we get under that break there, which is around 1789-ish. And I'm not really going to do anything around the point of control, which is around 17,121. So I'm with you guys. It's a sit on the hands until something happens, and I'm not going to bet the farm on anything at this point.
Joey, we're seeing the pullback here.
We are. I did take a long position. I'm long at 101. So
okay, so you're in the money right now.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of a pullback here to see if buyers can continue higher. I'm not gonna let this thing run too much against me. I won't hold this to the lows. I'm thinking I'll probably hold this probably down to 92, 93 as a stop loss on this.
Oh, here we go. We're moving your way here in the money. It's
and
nice.
Because I don't want this thing to go take out the lows and run the wicks on me.
Right.
So I'm gonna have a stop loss right below or right above the lows down there, just in case we do decide to continue the move down.
Well said. Well said. Hey, Robert. David's got a question for you. Would you use a range chart on UB or just longer minute charts?
Oh, on UB, no, it doesn't operate the same, and that's something that I think Coach Jay is going to talk about tonight about
tell us
market
about UB.
personalities. Yeah, UB is the ultra bonds, and they do show different levels. I honestly don't trade UB very often, and I would not use a range chart on UB. Higher time frames, they don't. It's not like NQ or YM or ES where a lot is happening throughout the day. Throw it on a 50 and 30-minute chart. You can clearly see the levels there. The reason I use the range charts on something like this NQ is because it whips all over the place and it takes those spikiness and that flying around volatility out of the picture. It takes time out of the picture. You don't need to do that with UB, the ultra bonds. They show the levels. In my opinion, they show them more clearly. So you don't really need to take anything out of the way, which is what the range bars do.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to say hello to Eric. Eric, moderator here on YouTube. Had a great time with him yesterday in the power. I think it was a power hour. Was it a power hour, bro? I think so. We can get Eric back again here. Good stuff. I tell you, we got a nice variety of traders with us here each and every day. And yesterday we had Eric and Mike, and we had a blast yesterday. So we'll do that. But JD, are you with us?
JD is here. What's going on, guys?
How you doing, man? I was wondering where you were. You got any juice for us? Any meat on the bone? Any news you could share with us? Any articles?
You know what? Give me a few minutes, and I'm going to queue a couple things up for you. Sound good?
All right, cool.
I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah. And yesterday we were guessing how old JD is, and you very rarely see JD, but he is one handsome fellow. I'll tell you that. So he's 44 years old.
Oh, did he give it away yesterday?
Give it away. Yes, he did.
I heard the over and under on 32, I think it was.
He did. He was over and under 13.
Two people in the chat nailed it, so I didn't want them to walk away thinking that they didn't win. But
well, I'll put my head on the block. Throw in there. Yeah. How old do you think I am? And then we'll let JD get his stuff. Go ahead and throw it in there. You're not going to hurt my feelings.
Robert, do you got an over and under?
I'm not going to do that until I see what people are putting in, but I will give an over and under when we when I see a few in there. I'll give it an over under. See how close people get. 47, 45. I'll put my head on the block here. Let's take one for the team. For tradertainment, laying it on the line. I got from 26 to 48 already. What?
Wow. 26 to 48. That's amazing.
Wow, that's quite the spread. 43 to 72. Come on, Carl. 106. I feel it sometimes.
Sometimes. Yeah, give it a shot.
We give it a shot. Wow, they are all over them. So getting those outliers out, we're really ranging from 28 to like 45.
There we go. Joey,
so let's
you want
do the
to
over under 45. Let's do the over under 45. Will that go for a second, and then we'll reveal the answer in a little bit.
Joe, you want to play this game?
Sure.
We'll guess your age next, and then we'll put mine on the table. It'll be fun.
I'm gonna say 38.
You're saying Robert's 38. I think that's a good guess. I'm gonna do like The Price is Right and go 39.
All right, we'll stew that up. If JD's ready, I'll reveal the answer. Keep them coming. I'm really curious to see what this is like, and then I'll reveal the answer. It's 229. How about? I don't know. We'll reveal it in a few minutes.
Come on. We got two other people here, there, Robert. What's the answer?
Oh, you want me to do it? You want the answer?
Sure.
Okay, I am 54.
No way.
55 in April. Tax day. My birthday's tax day. Can you believe it? Of all the days,
April
tax
15th.
day. Yeah, my dad reminds me every year. So.
Wow, 54, and you're looking good there, kiddo.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
Yeah. All right, now let's guess Joey's age.
I did reveal it earlier on the stream, so that people might remember it.
Maybe some followers do know this. Let's see what the consensus is. We got everybody's participating.
Yeah.
Participation is what this is all about, folks. Have some fun. All right. Oh, somebody else's PDJ, April 15th also. Right. Aries.
Yeah, Aries. I am Aries 2 and through. I get that type A thing going. I am Irish. I'm from New England. It's just, I don't know, man. Sometimes it gets me in trouble.
All right. So we're trying to guess Joey here. Joey. I'm going to say, I like the 27. I think I'm with you, Marco. 27. Jojo, 27.
I'll do 30.
Joey is 33. Somebody that's like a statement from Robert Harrison.
Yeah, that was a statement.
Yeah, he is.
I am
33. I don't know. You want to?
Yep, I'll reveal it. Yep, I am actually 33. I'll be 34 in March. My birthday is actually on St. Patrick's Day.
Wow.
I'm a St. Patrick's Day kid, and I heard you guys talking about Vegas earlier on stream. I'm going to Vegas for my birthday as well. So
you're going to be with us? Really?
That'll be a fun time.
Oh, awesome. All right. Let's have a real good time. And
Come on, move it, lard ass.
Okay, I'm trying to. Okay, here we go. What's my age? Come on, lard ass. And I'll give you a bonus if you can figure out where that soundbite was from. Let's see here. Nobody wants to guess.
I'm not going to comment. I know the answer, so I'll stay silent on this one.
Boy, I'm old. Edna says I'm 60. Raymond's 84. Gosh darn y'all. 420. There you go. There's our winner. I am 420 years old. I am a GD vampire. Okay. I'm going
to say 58.
58. Isaac 300. Thanks, Isaac. I feel 300 years old sometimes. I tell you. Proper says 21. I love you, man. I wish, I tell you, I don't know if I wish I was 21 again. I'm sort of glad right where I am.
This is an update while we're getting these ages. I'm still in this long. It's kind of hanging out around my break even right now.
Okay, cool. Look, we got the buyers coming back here. 17,103 half.
Yep.
All right. I am, and you know what? Joey, you got it right.
Let's go.
I am 58. 58 going on 59. So there you have it.
Looking fantastic.
God love you. And so is this NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on.
It is. Buyers are stepping up a little bit. I want to see it just continue. But if we can break, let's see. I'm on the 5 minutes. So if we can break these wicks at 108 here, I'll move my stop loss to break even. In fact, I'm actually going to bring my stop loss up now a little bit. Move my stop to 95, and then if we can break this 108 level, I'll move my stop to break even.
Oh, is that you're short? That's right. No, you're long.
I'm
long.
Okay, right. Okay.
Joey, question for you. I'm looking at the same as you. We both have volume profile on our chart. I have a question for you because it's of my concern for if I was long right now. Do you take that volume profile into consideration, seeing that it's walking up into that high volume area right around point of control? Would you take that into your trading and say, it's going to get really thick, a lot of orders going on there. I might want to get this out a little sooner. What's your thoughts on that?
100%, especially on days like today.
Awesome.
Yeah, 100%. It's something I do consider. I'm not going to look to hold this very long. Like I said, I want it to break 108, and once I move my stop to break even, I might look for a little bit more of a push before I get out of it. But I'm not looking to stay in this, forever. So I definitely want to take profits. But yes, I am looking at that higher volume profile up there, and that is something I will take into consideration as we move up.
Awesome. Same line of thinking. Somebody asked what they put in here a couple of times. Ricky, 40 tick range bars on NQ. They asked what I use for ES. The reason I use the 40 tick is because that's 10 points. $20 a point is $200. I'd like to keep my stop around $200. So to do the math on that, it would be 16 ticks for ES, which would be 4 points, which is $200. Okay. So
take it when it's there.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys, you ready for a little news?
News is news. Yes, bring it on.
All right, James. I'm gonna wait for the first one to queue up. Got a little Couple second delay. It is up. All right. The first one. The future is now, people. An orange tabby cat named Taters starred in the first video transmitted by laser from deep space last week. Stole the show chasing a red laser light. There's a 15-second video out there that was beamed to Earth from NASA's Psyche spacecraft 19 million miles away.
No way. And they were screwing with the cat 19 million miles away?
19 million miles away. It took less than 2 minutes for the ultra-high definition video to reach Caltech's Palomar Observatory. Sent at the test system's maximum rate of 267 megabits per second.
Wow.
The future is now. All right, let's move on. This next one is just for you, Eddie.
Uh-oh. Talk to me.
Through January 2nd.
Oh, yeah.
You can get a junior bacon cheeseburger from Wendy's for just a penny.
I'm going to eat all them cheeseburgers. Yes, for 1 penny. I'm going to bring $1.
Here's the catch, though.
What's the catch? You got to mop
Here's
the
the
floor?
catch. Here's the catch. You have to download the Wendy's app and order from the app, and you also have to order another item at full price to take advantage of this deal. But through January 2nd, you can get a junior bacon cheeseburger from Wendy's for 1 penny.
I'll pass. They'd be like, okay, what I got to buy? Give me a small fry. All right, that'll be $13.72, please. What
Mike's right behind me. He said he's in.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, but you know what? The Wendy's has got some good burgers there. I must say.
Who doesn't love a Wendy's burger?
Yeah, Wendy's is all right. It's. My mom used to make hamburgers like that. You know, square, and she'd fry them up, and you know, it sort of reminds me of good old mom. Good old mom. Guys,
all right.
You got anything else for us, JD?
Yeah. Last but not least.
Okay.
The scary one of the group. Are you ready?
Oh, scary.
In a study from Harvard's Chan School of Public Health found that in 2022, social media platforms profited $11 billion in ad revenue from users under the age of 18. Are kids being targeted? Seriously? It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? Get them off the phones, people.
Wow. I don't know. You know, I don't know what is a good age to give a child a phone. Now, I know that there are some that, you know, you can make like one call or some emergency call or something. But, you know, when you give like a child access to social media, you know, I tell you, there's just a lot of evil out there. And, you know, did you ever hear of the true story? Little guy got a hold of his mom's phone and I guess clicked the button to Amazon. I think it was Amazon, and ordered like, I don't know, $2,000 of SpongeBob ice cream popsicles. Did you ever hear about this one? I bet you if you Google it, you can find it. She gets this delivery at the door with all this ice cream. She's like, I didn't order it. And he's like, yes, you did, ma'am. And she found out that the little guy, I guess, got on her phone or maybe the PC, but he likes SpongeBob ice cream. So $2,000 worth. Crazy.
Wow. That's quite.
Guess the neighborhood's going to be eating SpongeBob here for a couple days. Quick.
There was a prank back in the 90s too. If you were trying to give someone a hard time, you'd order 10 pizzas to their house and they would show up delivered. There was no prepaid apps or anything like that. No food delivery service apps. So you could literally just call on the phone, order pizzas to somebody's house, and they would show up.
Speaking of SpongeBob, I'm not gonna lie, I grew up watching that show, and that was like the one thing I looked forward to, because every time I got home from school, right, I'd get home around like 4 o'clock, and there would be like a SpongeBob marathon, and I was just planted. I would not go anywhere, and I'm sitting there, I'm watching SpongeBob. Homework came last if SpongeBob was on.
Oh yeah,
I'm ready.
yes, getting ready to go. There you go, man. Yeah, good old
Wow.
I love SpongeBob too.
Yeah.
I love. When my grandmother passed, I inherited the house, And my bathroom was all SpongeBob. Shower curtains, carpets, painted walls, Patrick pink, everything. Soap dispensers, it was everything. And then when I met Michelle, she was like, oh, okay, this is, you did this? Like, yeah, I did this. Just
NASDAQ making a run right now, by the way. We're up at
there we go.
109.
109. Where's your exit?
I'm looking to, if we can pop these wicks right here, I'm gonna get out.
All right. Come on, baby.
Nice.
Light is
More
fire.
strength. But I'm going to move my stop to in profit, just given the type of day we're in right now.
Sure.
So I'm going to move just to lock in a little bit. It's only locking in like 4 points, but money's money. And we're just going to
So closing now and locking it all in.
Yeah.
Good. I want to see a little more strength.
All right.
Let's go. I'm stress free at this point in my trade. I'm stress free. It's okay. We'll see if we can get a little bit more upside, and then I will close the trade.
You looking around 113?
Yeah, about 112, 113 if possible.
Nice.
I got my stop. My stop is set in profit at 105. So if we get a move down, then it will stop me out at 105.
Yeah, green is green,
Coach
like Eddie
Dakota.
said. Pocket change.
Yep.
Coach Dakota trading NASDAQ here. Okay. Coach
Nice.
Dakota, you
And
still running your crude?
It's funny, I just so he can put that in the chat. I just took a look at crude also. It looks like it leveled out after that sell-off. It's at 71.97. It just leveled off right there. Not sure how much is going to go up or down from that point with the amount of time we have in the market. I don't expect much going on anymore.
Buyers are trying to get us up there.
Mm-hmm. One more pop. Come on, Joey. One more pop.
We just want that
Eddie,
one more pop.
Eddie, buy 1,000 contracts for us, will you?
Do I got to do that again?
Yeah,
do that
it.
again.
Do it. Give me that extra push, Eddie.
All right, let's see here.
Someone run upstairs and get Joey a box of upticks, please.
You're talking about pizza stuff. Years ago, when I was like, 17, 18, I worked at Papa Gino's, and one of the first fake outs I got was I tore a pizza as I was learning it, and they sent me to the walk-in closet, the walk-in cooler to get the dough repair kit, and I fell for it.
Hey, check this out. I just got a call from a telemarketer who is from one of the same city as one of our traders that Mick had up. Fayetteville. Wow.
I'm gonna go ahead and take the trade off. We're getting kind of towards the end of day, and I'm gonna go ahead and take my money.
Take your money, man.
And
there you go.
See, that's risk management right there. For those that are listening, that right there is risk management. He's not giving it all back to the market. It didn't completely hit his target. And I said this earlier in one of the previous sessions. We know our entry. We know how much we're going to risk. We don't know how much we're actually going to make. Joey just said, I think, a very noble thing and said, this is what I'm looking for. It's almost there. It's almost there. It's not. It's almost. It's not. It's almost. It's not. Heck with it. I'm taking it off. I'm not going to let it go all the way to my stop. Preserving capital. Way to go.
I got that 1,000 lot now.
Yeah, now it's giving me the push. Now that I exited into profit, it's going to give me the push.
Yeah.
That's
But
trading, right?
you know what? Hey, a win is a win.
A win is a win.
And too many traders harp on themselves. Oh, man. A win is a win. And we got to understand that.
Yep. And
you played it well. Well managed. I give you an A+ on it. A+.
100%.
Yeah.
I am right with you. It was the absolute. This thing could go to 17,150, and you still did the right thing. In my opinion, that's what I would have done exactly too. And they're just hit 113. But I think it's a fabulous trade. Nice job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Hey, look who's joining us. Coach Vince. His long ES 4831 Delta is negative 4K, looking to test the high. Hello, Coach Vince. Coach Vince, usually me and him are back and forth in a side Slack, talking about trades.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And making a run. See, they were waiting for you, Joey.
They were waiting for me to exit. They wanted me to exit first before the Bulls stepped in. That's okay.
I don't know. I think Eddie put on that 1,000 lot trade behind the scenes and pushed it up.
I couldn't get it out fast enough. I was trying to call a client. Come on. You want to buy 1,000? Hello? Hello?
Maybe on a different day, I might have held that. I would have probably held that longer. But given the fact that we've been just up and down, really sideways, choppy, it's just take profits, take your money.
Oh, hell yeah. No, you did the right thing. I mean, that's for sure. So I would call it a
clear-cut victory.
Yes, I would.
We are up 64 on the day. I was down 20 still coming into the live stream, so that put us up $64. So small little trade, but we'll take it.
There you go. Eric's asking, where do you think the MOC is going to go? I don't know. We don't have Hoag here, but I don't know. Maybe somebody else has got an answer. Eric asking, where do you think the MOC is going to go? And that usually gives it a little boost, a little kick in the butt.
I see a lot of people in the chat saying that I sound a lot like Trades by Matt. We're not brothers, I promise.
Brothers from another mother. Let's see here. All right. Brian says early MOC is 189, the buy side. Okay. Johnny Bravo, final MOC number or direction off MOC. I don't know. Imbalance 189, 23 capital trades. So look at around 189 million. Okay.
Opening range low on NQ is 17,124.
There you go.
Gold is dropping down a little bit more. It dropped and then it hovered a little bit, and at least it's got a couple of candles up there with a little more volume coming into it. So that might be something to look at for the downside on gold.
Yeah. David's giving us the heads up. 4 minutes till the last 10-minute fireworks. And that's it. You're usually right, David. That's when we kick it in.
I got a question in chat that I actually want to answer. It says from Mista, would you fall into the fearful or hopeful aspect just now? Anytime would you stick to your profit target? I wouldn't say that I was fearful or hopeful by any means. I had a clear plan for my trade. So I try to keep emotions out of it. I identified, buyers were stepping up at a key level that I had identified down in this zone here. I had this box of demand that we caught buy ups before. And so as we tested that area and buyers started to step up, it made sense for me to take the long. And I had a very tight stop. My stop wasn't too big to where it would just, break me or cause me to get overly emotional. And again, as price continued to move up, I was trailing my stop loss. That way, if it does decide to go against me, I'm still very tight, keeping it tight, and I'm not going to lose too much. As far as it going now, it did go in my favor. And now, as far as being hopeful, I wouldn't say that either. I would just say that, again, knowing that today we've been very choppy, just consolidating, I am okay with I have the mindset of taking my profits fast. We're not really in any trend. We're just kind of just moving sideways. So if I don't hit my profit target, say I do have a profit target in mind and we don't hit it, and I see it's kind of showing a little bit of weakness before we get there, I'm okay with taking it out and taking a little bit of money. But again, I think just having a clear plan for a trade keeps me out of that fearful or hopeful mindset of trading.
Okay. All right. I was going to ask something here too. I forget what I was going to. There you go. Oh, all right. All right. I took a little short there also. I got short at. Saw that coming down here. Let me take a look here real quick. Entry price 105.50, exit 103.50. So I took a 2-ticker. Quick $200. So I'm up 553. What's your P&L, Joe?
64.
Okay, 64. Put that up there, 64,000.
Yeah, 64,000.
Joey, fucking kicking it. Kicking it, man. All right, we're coming on to 10 minutes. If you're ready for some, let's see, maybe there won't be any fireworks. We'll see.
And maybe there will.
Maybe there will. Joey, is that the 1 minute chart and VWAP?
I'm on the 5 minute chart, and that is VWAP.
There you go. That's for high karmic. Okay.
I go back and
JD.
forth between 5 minute and 15 minute.
Okay. JD, my P&L is 553.
If you have
Got it. Thanks, Eddie.
Well, JR, greetings from Spain. Thanks for the help. I got an accountant today. Good job. I hope it lasts longer this time. Thank you, and good holidays to all. Good holidays to you from Spain. Nice. Okay.
Now
All right.
back a little bit.
Here comes our 10 minutes here.
Yeah.
We have a little
Not
bit
much
of
to look
liquidity
at.
sitting up at 16.
Yeah,
I use Bookmap for my order flow.
We
I'm
gotta
just gonna mark it in here. I just literally just put a market in on short NQ, just because you guys are having all the fun. I went short. 17,103. It's one contract. It is a bracket order. I'm just gonna leave it on for a little bit. My target, it's only because it's preset as an 80 tick target and stop. I leave a little bit of room. And when it gets down far enough, I'm just gonna close the trade and take what the market gives me. There's no rhyme or reason to why I have the brackets there, just to get something on the chart as a bracket order. And then I'll just close it out.
Johnny Bravo said final MOC numbers 2.1 billion sell side. Thank you, Johnny Bravo.
What was your entry on that short?
My entry is 17,103, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to move my stop loss to the top of the previous range bar candle, and I'm just going to leave it. And I'm going to move my target just inside of the low, and is on the screen. So just so everybody knows what I'm looking at, I'm short at 17,103. Target is 17,090, and stop is 17,117. Doesn't mean I'm going to let it go to any or all of them. I'm just going to look at what I'm doing, what the market is doing.
Thank you, Sifu. Sifu also backing that up. MOC imbalance 2.1 billion sell side. Appreciate that. And really appreciate that, guys. Sandstorm, 2.1 billion. Good stuff, guys and girls. Guys and gals. Cats and kittens. Future speculation. You don't want to copy my trades.
I just closed that trade. It hit $100, and I closed that trade.
Nice.
It's going to drop right down now. I'll guarantee you that for the most part.
Wow,
so,
look at it.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah.
So
But
it's not just me
it
that
stuck
happens to.
down there and was hovering around a little bit, just bouncing up, down, up, down, up, down. So I was like, you know what? Saw $100 profit. I'm just going to close it and leave it at that. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, Coach Vincent covered my long at 31, point of control 48, 34. P&L, Coach Vince, what's your P&L today, buddy? Should get you here. What are you doing? Why aren't you here with us? I get these. Got more seats. We got empty seats here. I got to fill these seats up.
Yeah, we got room for one more.
Sure.
Now it's making a move to the lows.
Yeah, I'm watching. Oh, you got. Yeah, that's right. I'm watching NASDAQ here. Sorry. What'd you trade, Robbie?
I was trading NASDAQ.
Okay.
It's
All right.
closed. Yeah, it's closed now.
Okay. Coach Vince will be around tomorrow. Coach Vince, maybe, let me see here. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, will be the last trading day of the year.
Yes, it will.
Yes, it will. We're going to open up with me and Robbie, the professor. We're going to do opening call. We've got fast markets with Trade Like KV. Myself and Mr. Patak, Michael Patak. Mick on his fourth day of shoulder tap. We'll get Mick on for shoulder tap. Power players, Robert, myself, and Tyler's going to join us at around 11:30. Top quiz with James and Alyssa. James did a great job here today on Top Quiz. Group coaching. Robert, you got Robert again for group coaching. I wonder what Robert will have for us tomorrow. Do you know, Robert?
Well, we have a little bit, but we always like to put that questionnaire in the chat throughout the day and like to get some real-time questions in. We'll be happy to answer them.
Surprise, surprise. And maybe Back to the Futures. We got Robert. You're going to join me for Back to the Future too? My God.
Well, we have a lot of people on vacation now. You know, somebody's going to fill the gaps.
Yeah, you know, maybe we do that. Maybe we get Coach Vince for Back to the Futures. I don't know, 1 o'clock Central, Coach V. Coach Vince, if you can, by all means. That'd be fun. See Coach Vince with us. Why not? And then to end the year, check this out. We got Deanna going to be with us for Power Hour. Eric, Mike, and we had a blast yesterday. And JD will be playing the role of God. Wow, look at that.
I believe the plan was for a final hour happy hour to close out the year tomorrow, if that's still a thing.
Oh, yeah. I got gummies. I got brownies. I got everything.
Maybe we can get Eddie's Bong to stick around to the end of the day, too.
It will be here. Yes, Eddie's Bong. Don't leave. Yeah, bring a drink tomorrow because I think that Power Hour is going to be a little thank you celebration. We're going to have some good fun, and I know that.
I'll join the live stream and have a drink while I'm watching you guys.
All right. Well, make sure that you let us know that you're here.
I will.
All right.
Absolutely. Born on St. Patrick's Day, you better have some of that Irish whiskey going on over there, my friend.
Jameson's, baby.
Yeah, Jameson's. That NQ just took a dump. Would have hit my target had I left it on there. But Claire did good. She jumped in that shorter also. Congratulations for holding on to it.
Nice. Good job, Claire. New low here. Yeah. Wow.
Nas taking a little dump before the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Take a look at some of these other markets.
S&P's flirting with new lows right now also.
S&P's, cracking it here at 48.28. Yeah, 48.28. That sounds familiar. Let me take a look here. S&P numbers.
48.23 is weekly kickoff high from Hoag.
48.23. Right. Yeah. 40. Yeah. 48.27.75 value area. But you just said that, right? Value area high.
Weekly kickoff high was 48.23, but yeah, you got the value area before the lower.
Right at that value area. And we're still moving lower here. Come on, baby.
Still just going.
Yeah.
Not stopping. I think we got probably room to run down to,
Well, we got a 300 lot coming up here on a bid. 400 lot, 450 lot coming up here on a bid. And it's trading 300 gone. Just looking at the dome here right now. These sellers are these sellers are taking this big size out. There's a 409 here at 27.50, 526 at 27.50, 485 at 27 even. A huge bids, and these whoever's in here selling in the S&Ps is just slamming this size.
Wow.
Robert, were you still in your short?
No, my short was closed out. And it brought the P&L up to minus 35.
Pretty much scratch day.
Yeah, it's a scratch day. And this, if you didn't hear before, I made this little bot that I turned on to play gaps in the candles, and I started it at noon and just let it run. I'd have to pull the stats up. It looks like it won 5, lost 2, or something like that.
I'll say that you're up minus 35. How about that?
I'm up minus 35. Yeah, nice typo.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, gentlemen, we are about 2 minutes here before the close, and Joey, I want to just say thanks for being with us, and I hope we can get you back here again. By all means, let us know if you're in chat tomorrow. All the best with the new addition to the Morgan family, and all the best in 2024. All the best to you and the family. Appreciate that. And well, before we call it a day, Joey, New Year's resolution outside of trading and one resolution inside of trading. So, what's your resolution outside of trading?
Yeah, so I really don't focus too much on resolutions. I think really my mindset going into 2024 is just, now that I'm a dad, is how can I be a better dad every single day? and
There you
just
go.
grow in that field. So want to make sure that I'm giving my son the absolute best that I can, and that's ultimately what I'm focusing on for 2024. And then as far as trading goes, I've always said, I think I even said this the last time that I was on live, is if you win the months, you win the year. Right. And so for trading, I'm just focused on winning the year. Right. What I do during the weeks, during the days, it don't matter. As long as I'm focused on the long term for trading. And that's just what can I do in a single year?
Awesome. And we are closed. Perfect
There
timing.
it is. Perfect. That bot just took one more trade, Eddie. It popped up through there. I'm actually positive 25 on the day. It's still a scratch day. This has been great, guys.
There you go. We had fun. Okay, we had fun. I wasn't looking to make a mint. I got caught some decent moves. Joey caught some decent. So, but anyway, folks, thanks for being with us here today. Tomorrow, real quick here, as far as eco numbers, want to make sure that I'm checking the list here, checking it twice, seeing who is naughty. I really don't care who is nice. Actually, we've got coming at noon, Baker's, you mentioned it, Robbie, Baker's Hughes rig count. That's going to be about it. We got some CFTC numbers later on. I think those are at 2 o'clock, but nothing until we do see that 12 o'clock Baker Hughes. So tomorrow should be a breeze. Bring a pillow and be here tomorrow, 8:30 for opening call with Robert and myself. And once again, Joey, thank you very much for being with us here. Folks, thank you very much for all that you shared with your fellow traders, your trading buddies, your trading mentors. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic group we've got here, community in our YouTube channel. So have a good night. All right, stay healthy, get some rest, and we'll catch you back here tomorrow. Until then, I'm Eddie Horn and Topstep TV. We are out. Take care.